ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
Biskitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello
starts now.
M6 スイスウォッチ。
for ultimate glory starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 スイスウォッチ。
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
モバイルレジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ。
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello Panda, hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just on in my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful inside. ultimate prize when hope seems so far. I'll reach for the stars in the heart of the storm. I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to and fall. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the ride. Make it, break it, hate it, I shine. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back down. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to and fall. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to and fall. I'll always come back around, always come back around. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to and fall. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars in the heart of the storm. I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. I'm forced to behold any way to unfold. I always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to behold any way to unfold. I always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the right, make it, break it, hate it, I shine. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back
We are 1 day away from the decider match where Group A and Group B, we're about to see who will be the ones topping the groups and have that chance to go to the main stage, to go to the Swiss format. Welcome to the M6 wildcard. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is Husky. And Husky, 4 more best of 3s before we see who goes to the decider match.
It's going to be very interesting because since yesterday, we've already found out certain teams that will not have a chance of making it to the decider match tomorrow, right? So today is all about playing for whatever shred of pride that they have left to show one last hurrah what they're capable of. But for some of these teams, their fate still hang in the balance.
Yeah, and just to remind, like, the decider match will be a best of 5, so we'll be seeing a little bit more from the teams. But speaking of which, so far we've seen the wildcard stage. There are some niche picks here and there, but not that much. We've seen the Granger pop up here and there, but again, not a lot of appearances from the Granger. But something that you guys have to experience for yourself is the thrill of gaming in real life. At Kidia's Gaming and Esports District, every detail is a celebration of play and entertainment. Thank you very much to Kidia Gaming for supporting M6 and the wild card. And again, talking about the picks here, not a lot of crazy ones. In fact, the only, I would say, hero that has been banned all throughout is just Fanny.
Yeah.
Even like the Jushin has been let through every once in a while.
Yeah, we have heroes, a couple of heroes that have had a 100% appearance rate in picks and bans, but like you say, Lafel, only Fanny has been 100% banned now. Doesn't help that recently she got buffed, so it's even tougher to think about dealing with the Fanny. But niche picks wise, aside from Granger, we did see Kaja a bit.
Yeah.
We did see Franco yesterday being played by Legion Esports, which is also pretty interesting. But everything else is pretty much the same, right? It's just a couple of flex picks here and there.
Yeah, after this, we're going to be looking at the standings as well as the schedule for today. And looking at the standings, honestly, for Group A is a little bit more straightforward. But when we're looking at Group B, then a lot of variables are there. It really depends on whether this guy wins, this guy loses, and everything. So for Group B, it's going to be much more difficult to predict. But with that being said, let's look at the standings here and look at Group A first, where for Group A, it is down to 2 teams. It's either Ulhanar or Tianfeng Yaguai, where both teams here have the highest chance on making it out Group A. It is between Ulhanar and Tianfeng Yaguai. Either third match or the final match of the day will figure out who will be the ones topping that one. And for Group B, Incilio is up top. But there's a chance that they don't make it.
Yeah, there's a chance that Legion Esports or Akira makes it to represent Group B. But again, a lot of things have to happen, right? The stars have to literally align. I would say Incilio has the easier route compared to both Legion Esports and RQ Akira. That's something that we are going to uncover as the day progresses.
Yeah, for Incilio, they got to win everything. And honestly, the same can be said for Legion Esports. With that being said, we're going to look at the schedule for today and start talking about what could happen throughout the day. So the first match of the day is going to be Nightmare against Geeky Esports, where both teams doesn't have the chance to fight for the top slot anymore. But again, this is a fight for pride. Afterwards, it is Legion Esports going up against Mongols, where if Mongols get 1 point off of Legion Esports is no longer in the conversation for being a number 1. RQ Akira going up against Incilio. Incilio needs a clean win. And then Ulhanar going up against Tianfeng Yaguai. Essentially, who wins this one gets to go and represent Group A.
Yeah, I think for Legion Esports and RQ Akira, thanks to yesterday's revelation, it made both of them, they both got stuck in a very hard spot, right? And again, I mentioned Incilio has the easiest route, because all they need to do is they don't need to necessarily take the series, in fact. They just need 1 game. 1 point from RRQ Akira, and they are straight into the decider match tomorrow. So for Incilio fans, they definitely feel a lot more confident, but it comes down to whether RQ Akira wakes up today and whether Legion Esports can overcome the Mongols.
Yeah, definitely. For Incilio, they're more proactive. They just do their own thing. They don't have to hope for, oh, this team loses and everything like that. For a team like Legion Esports, they have to hope for RQ Akira to win, winning 2-0 against Mongols. So the stars has to align. So there is a chance. As small of a chance there is a chance.
There is a chance. I mean, for the Mekong region, right? Legion Esports is literally the last hope of MCCM. We already saw Nightmare Esports get wiped out yesterday in a very unfortunate turn of events against Ulhanar. So today, if Legion Esports makes it through, it's not only a plus for the Mekong region, but also a full local Vietnamese team qualifying. That's crazy.
Yeah, and now honestly, we got to talk a little bit about the picks here. Because heroes with 100% contention rate is the Fanny, Jushin, Eve, Hilda, as well as Cho. Well, Cho on the first day has a 100% win rate. Second day, not so much, receiving some losses here. 78% win rate so far. Hilda, absolutely amazing. First pickable. Eve, honestly, Eve has been more banned than picked. 15 banned so far. On the picks, only 1 win out of the 3 times she got picked.
Yeah, if I remember, Yves was picked once by Tianfeng Yaoguai, and once by Ulhanar, and once by Nightmare. I remember seeing So-So and Yiwan play it, but I know for Zhuxin, both her picks were from yesterday's, right? Yesterday's series. Pretty interesting between RQ Akira and Legion Esports. Legion Esports beat Zhuxin and then won with Zhuxin the game after.
I would say out of all of the 100% contention rate here, my own personal experience, the only one that I was a bit surprised of is the Cho. I know Cho is amazingly strong, especially in Rome. If you have the drill, there's a lot of pressure. You immediately win the mid lane. I just didn't thought it would be one of those heroes that you would ban out. I just thought like people will, pick it up early.
Yeah, I actually have my experience, like not just in ranked games, but also observing a lot of these pro matches. The value that Cho provides feels insanely good for what he is as a hero, right? So I can understand why he's so much prioritized, but also we got to talk to Smile.
Yep, learning from setbacks. He said overall the M6 wildcard has been a good experience, but the results didn't meet our expectations. I'm disappointed in myself before anything else. On top of that, after MPL MENA, we took a break while other teams went to boot camp. And I think that was our biggest mistake. We know we're better than this, so we need to reset and come back stronger for the next World Championship. And I understand what he's saying here. World Championship, being outside of your region, playing internationally, it's a much different ball game, much different pressure, much different meta, much different, a lot of things. And not going for that boot camp really hurts.
Yeah, and then at the same time, it's also they came from kind of this region where they were touted as the favorites to win the whole thing right up until the finishing line, right? Where Twisted Minds kind of came in with a surprise and took them down. So you got Twisted Minds waiting in the Swiss station, GK not having a chance to make it through. It's going to be a big wake-up call, but I like the optimism of looking towards the future.
Yeah. One thing that I guess we do have to point out is that one of the importance of boot camping is the ease of scrim. Because if you're from, basically being in the Southeast Asia region, almost doesn't matter, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, it's easier for you to find a lot of professional teams to scrim against and really hone your skills. Whereas, being in a faraway region, there's ping issues and such. So, yeah, honestly, boot camping, it sounds like a simple thing, but it really does impact a lot for your team, especially the real connection when you make with other teams.
Yeah, even when you look back at the highlight rolls just now, right? Their opponent that they went up against, Tianfeng Yaoguai, they also boot camped in Malaysia for I think a full month. Yeah. So it was really reflected in that gameplay, not just against GK of course, but also against Nightmare Esports on day one. And then that also gives them it also helps that the coaching staff themselves were from Southeast Asia. They both were winners at one point, and one of the coach is actually the coach's coach way before they were in Tianfeng Yaoguai. So a lot of backstories to that, but yes, bootcamp, very important.
They have two MSC players as well. Both Sasa as well as Kill VJ. So yeah, a lot of experience for Tianfeng Yaoguai, but now we got to focus on GK as well as Nightmare. We're looking at the matchup here. Again, both teams are eliminated, but when you're on the stage, you want to win this one. Yeah. Your region is watching, your friends, your family is watching. You want to show your best.
Yeah. I think even in situations where you feel like you have no more chance and it is set in stone, you still want to, like you said, put up your best performance, right? Like, you can't just give up even though there's no way forward. And I know Nightmare Esports have a lot more to show with Cammy, Jasmine, So-So, Too Easy for Lexi, and Oppa.
Yeah, honestly, Jasmine so far, amazing player. We know his picks. However, the execution hasn't really been there so far. But again, I want to look at Jasmine. He might be the guy to step up for this game to make sure that it's easier for Too Easy Lexi for him to execute his role.
Yeah, when we look back on day one when they went up against the FYG, Jasmine, he is the playmaker. But yesterday against Ofenar, it definitely exposed that vulnerability in their proactiveness.
Yeah, now we got GK Esports, Carvey, Shen, Smile, Zeno, as well as Samo, where they have shown willingness to fight in the early game. It's just that when you transition into the mid game, it becomes a little bit iffy, unsure about how to move around the map. The macro here is much, much different. Going up against Nightmare as well, where I feel like Nightmare, their early and mid is very strong. It's going to be an uphill battle here for GK Esports.
I agree. Even the current meta doesn't feel like it suits GK as much as it was prior to this, where you have Carvey, for example, previously played in EECA with Devu, and they finished strong in M5, right? So we were looking at Carvey and Zeno to be the one that kind of carries GK through the finishing line, but right now they gotta fix some of that mid to late game transition, which in of itself can be a problem if you cannot survive the early part against Nightmare.
Something that's very interesting when you're watching this kind of matches, Husky, is that sometimes you have your hidden strat that you haven't had the opportunity to show. Hopefully we'll see some of those strats for today, but for now, we messaged Yako. We asked him, how do you end up coaching for GK Esports? And he replied, after playing until MPL Philippines Season 7, I decided to take a break. But after some period, I missed the scene and the competition. So I decided to try coaching. I trained for 1 to 2 years before ending up here. I think the team and I are both hardworking and fortunate at the same time. Like to be at the wildcard is already a great opportunity for us.
They call it baby steps, right? It's always a stepping stone. You make progress, but how far you go really comes down to the performance at that time. And I think for DK Esports, next year they'll come back stronger. That's something I truly believe in. You can say the same for Nightmare. Another year where they come so close but fell short anyways.
Oh, there you go, the Nightmare flag.
Yeah, it's such an iconic flag.
Yeah.
When we saw that last year in Malaysia for Wildcard as well, they have already left a very good impression.
Yep. No matter what, be proud. But as I was saying, is that if there's any hidden strats,
You do it
might
now.
as well. It's like, let there be no regrets.
Yeah.
Show everything. It's like, hey, you got a Mia in your pocket, show your Mia.
This is their last best of 3, right? Their last 2 hours potentially on the stage, right? If you can give us the full 3 game, go ahead. Like we talk about like pocket strats or unique picks. I'm surprised we haven't seen the Bane jungle yet.
Oh, yeah. Strong hasn't been nerfed at all.
No.
Should still be pretty solid here. But yeah, now we got to talk about something else here because so far the average game time is now 15 minutes and 10 seconds. And most of the games are under or just about 13 minutes. We just have some oddballs over 20 minutes where it dragged the average time to 15 minutes. So I would honestly say the more realistic time for the game now is around 30 minutes, which is that good? Is that bad? Or what are we feeling?
I think it
what does it
accurately
indicate?
reflects, right? It accurately reflects that most games end right as you reach that critical mass in late game, or you end at the edge of that mid game, right? Which
3 items feel like a late game now.
yeah, it highlights the importance of the early to mid and kind of how everyone is so easily killable thanks to the recent patch. I would say second lore is kind of the death sentence if you're getting snowballed on.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, the only indication here, we've been through many different metas where you are, how do I say this? You're not punished for being passive. In this current patch, it does feel like you are a bit punished if you're moving a little bit slower, if you're letting go turtles for free, you're letting the opponents get your turrets for free. Because there are times where it's okay to trade. This is one of those patches where it does feel very punishing for you to trade. Because if the opponent gets 1 item ahead of you, all of a sudden, it's enough. It's enough to get a kill. Before it is, 1 item, so what? I can still survive.
Yeah. I think the only team that we have seen find success in dragging out a game was Incilio.
Incilio,
right? That was a team that decided, you know what, we give up objectives, but we keep turtling. We prevent them from going further with that lead. But I do remember mentioning that it is a pretty risky maneuver when you're up against a more experienced team like Ofenar and teams that are in Swiss stage. These kind of turning maneuvers could be easily punishable.
Yep, and now we're jumping into the draft here. Again, I wonder if we will see the same drafting phase where Fanny 100% ban, we're going to see the Jushin and the likes. Because again, this is going to be their last hurrah here. And looks like the first pick is going to be Nightmare. Oh, no, the first pick is Geeky.
Wow, they actually banned out the chip. I know yesterday when they went up against Tianfeng Yaoguai, they did end up losing to
The chip,
Isiu's chip. But banning it on blue side is a huge indicator that we are not comfortable with chip, but we don't want our enemies to get it.
Honestly, looking at their face cams the other day, they were really arguing. It's like, do we really want a chip? And Carvey gave the finals like, yeah, just go for it. Whatever happens, happens. But yeah, looking at the bans here, Eve, Hilda, chip has been banned out for DK Esports. For Nightmare, they banned out the Phovius, Jushin, as well as the Fanny. And the first pick here is going to be the Cho.
You know what? I dig this, right? You take it away from Jaspin. He does have a secondary choice, which is essentially the Matilda.
Yep,
you can
Matilda.
take Purify and deal with the Cho. So not too big of an issue for Nightmare. You could pivot to the Tigreal on the later stage if they wish to go down that route. But right now, Khalid, Hylos, those two are still in the pool. I think the Hylos isn't too bad of a pick, right, to deal with the Cho.
Hylos. Honestly, yeah, Hylos is a good pick. It's just that haven't been having a lot of W so far.
Yeah.
Honestly, the Gato Kacha is pretty good as
That
well.
too, yeah.
But not a lot of people have been picking it up. And now for Nightmare, junglers, a lot is open. They pick up the Gato Kacha and the Valentina, as we talked about it.
Which is good. It's fine, you know, Gato Kacha and high loss. I would say Apex 47 set the bar for Gato really high.
7 kills, what?
15 out of 16 kills, I don't know. That guy was a god-like Gato Kacha by the end of that game. So Khalid goes over the GK, just a trade
Still
back
a
and
flex.
forth. Still a big flex, yeah. Same as the Gatot.
Because if I'm not mistaken, it was Samo on the Cho in one game.
Yep.
But yeah, I feel like they can flex this around. Now that they see the Valentina, I wonder what their mid lane is going to be. A lot of picks are still open. The Aurora is still open. If you want a controlling mage, if you want something interesting, the Farsa, the Kadita, all is online. And they're going for the Sicilian. They want more range.
I was about to say, Farsa sounds good until you realize there's a Gatot on the other side,
yeah,
right?
true,
and then it doesn't feel as good. Sicilian, at least you could take Purify. There's some ways, and you have that quote-unquote infinite scaling, and you don't give any good ultimates to Valentina. Generally, she doesn't like that ult. But there is a world where Soso can just steal Raging Sandstorm or kick to dive Sicilian. We'll have to see. Suyo will be the choice. This could allow Nightmare to start banning out assassins and ban out the junglers for GK.
Yeah, something like the Hayabusa, the Nolans, Alpha, all are good bans here. Or they can just target the Carvey, because Carvey as well has been really good on the goal lane, something like a Bruno. It really depends on what Nightmare wants to put in their goal lane, but generally, so far, a lot of teams have been banning out their Bruno just to make sure that whatever goal laner they pick up doesn't really get bullied, and if the Bruno is out, then the Harif is in the conversation as well.
Yeah, I think Nightmare Esports knows that feeling pretty well as well. I think RQ Akira also got a taste of what the Bruno is capable of in that late game, especially when you hit Malefic Gun third item. It is such a big nightmare. So they ban an Alpha that is the usual answer to Suyo. It's going to be Moskov banned by GK.
Very interesting. They want to make sure that the side lanes doesn't get punished all that much. And again, looking into the goal lane, because for Nightmare, they basically have their win condition-ish already. They already have the Valentina, they already have the Suyo, they already have the damage dealers. The only one that's really open is the gold lane. This Gato Gacha could go Roam, could go EXP, but do you really have to worry about those picks? Because I feel like in Roam and EXP, a lot of choices.
Yeah. You are not too bad dealing with Khalid or Sicilian. You could eat up quite some damage, and you are not a good target for the Cho to kick.
Time to take the field.
I'm thinking maybe the Beatrix for Nightmare, because this Bruno ban is going to come out anyways. At least for Beatrix, you can buy Malefic Gun, but you also have Renner's range, so you are not too concerned about getting dove on first and also getting poked out by the bad impact by Sicilian in that late game.
GK, if they want to play poke, I'm looking at two marksmen here, Husky. I'm looking at the Clint, I'm looking at the Granger. Carvey did play the Granger yesterday.
That too.
And if you're talking about infinite scaling, technically you have the same argument with the Granger, where it's not damage, but it's more on the cooldowns, right? You can execute your Death Sonata all the time, your Rhapsody. So again, put it in the back of your mind.
If a Granger does go through for GK, I probably would dig I would still dig a Beatrix. I'm thinking Natan, but Natan needs some time, and early game would not feel good. Let's see. Yeah, Beatrix will be the choice for Nightmare. I'm liking this.
Yeah. You called it. Nightmare so far having a very solid pick and ban phase here and still hiding where this Gato Kacha is going. I would believe a lot of people still like him in the Roam, but again, the Matilda is still up, so they can flex that by putting the Gato in the EXP.
Let's hear from the crowd.
But now, looks like the Nolan has been picked up at a CC.
Terizla for Nightmare?
Wait, which one is the goalie? Is it CC goalie?
Yeah, it is CC goal.
And I still don't know where the Cho and the Khalid is going.
It's the blast to the past. I'm thinking either you could consider Terizla, you could consider Arlet for Nightmare. Anything that allows you to get straight
Hylos is still
to the
open.
Sicilian. Oh, the Hylos too, yeah.
Yeah, Hylos is still open. Again, a lot of great picks. A lot of great picks. If they want to make sure... The only thing is Hylos going up against the CC might not feel as good. So yeah, maybe something like the Arlet.
Yeah, that's true, but CC is in the goal, so you're not too... It's Beatrix's problem, right? And Beatrix has that range advantage. And the goal for the Tigreal. I did mention this at the start of the draft as well for Nightmare. If they want to pivot to the Tigreal, that would be great as well.
Yeah, and we were talking about it. If there's any hidden strats, you show it now. And DK, they're showing it here.
Is this the first Tigreal pick in wildcards?
I don't think so. No, definitely not. Lovely used it. Lovely has used it. I would understand why you don't remember it, but yeah, Lovely has used it before.
To be very fair, it's not it's banned a lot more than it's picked,
Yeah. No, it's like I'll talk about it backstage.
Okay.
But now we see GK Esports going up against Nightmare. This match is for their own honor. We'll see which one comes out on top. GK Esports, can they use this double fighter sighting to win against Nightmare? Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
Game number 1 in this first series, first best of 3 on day 3 between GK Esports and Nightmare Esports. All the gloves are off. Take off the leg weights. It's time to go full speed ahead. It's all for pride and glory. Both junglers starting again parallel. Purple for Suyo, orange for the Nolan, and we get a good start. We get a good start.
It's all right.
Well, I mean,
Hey, we got safe of
yeah. That was the first thing I. That was the
Yeah,
first thing I did. I looked over on the Basel side. We got half of it, right? Half of the personnel.
So it looks like a bit of an audio issue here, but again, no worries. We trust our marshals.
Yeah,
they're good at their job. Look at how they're dressed.
Looks so cool.
Right?
Like
clothes make of men.
Yeah, I'm so used to seeing them in like the
jerseys,
the official jerseys, the vest, but suit and tie.
They look so official. Now when we meet them, they look much more confident.
They look like our superiors.
Yeah.
I walked in on day 1 and I saw one of the marshals doing some checks, some routine checks on the stage, and I was like do we have officials here? Like, who is this guy?
I feel like now we have to call them Sir. Sir Marshals.
Sir Marshals.
Sir Marshals. Not gonna dox them for their name, but yeah, let's talk about the draft here. For GK, I think it was the CC goal. I didn't see who was the roamer. Hold on.
Khalid Rome.
Yeah, okay, Khalid Rome and Samo is gonna be using the Cho on the EXP. This draft is relatively quite tanky. Even the Nolan, it doesn't have a lot of defense, but the Nolan is very slippery. So he should be able to get out of very sticky situations. They have a lot of ways to slow down the game. There's only one way, Husky, that's bad for them in slowing down the game, and that's wave clear.
Oh, yes.
Cho doesn't do it that well. CC does it very badly. The one that can really realistically clear the wave is the Sicilian. So this is a draft where the late game looks good, but they have to play more aggressively, not to have the bad situation where Nightmare just takes down the turrets and their minions are stronger.
A lot of things need to go right for GK. They have late game on lockdown, just like you mentioned, but it's about getting through the early to mid, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're requiring a draft that in of itself needs to win the early game, but also to drag out to the late game. There's this big vacuum in the mid game that I'm worried about. When the Iron Spike starts coming out for the side of Nightmare and they start taking fights at 8 to 12 minutes, can GK kind of hold them off?
But yeah, honestly, that's the oxymoron.
It is, right?
If you want to play a good late game, you have to be extremely aggressive in the early game to allow that late game to happen.
I think this draft doesn't help as well because it's a draft that wants to go fast, but at the same time, it's like, we have a late game insurance, but to enable him, we have to win the early game.
I would argue Sicilian is a good early game hero.
Yeah, I mean,
he has CC, he has long range attack, and now everyone's HP is low. He might not be the ultimate killer. He's not the finisher, but that's why you have the Nolan.
That is true.
So we have to see the mid trio.
There's some decent crowd control, right? My personal grievance with Sicilian is it is so deceptive. Like the Sanguine Claw.
Yeah.
You get clipped by it. Sometimes you get clipped by it when you feel like you wouldn't, right? It's a big AoE, huge range.
Yeah, it's like
pain.
It's like you see the Franco hook and you know you're not gonna get caught, and all of a sudden the hook goes to the left.
Oh, that sounds like Sagan. It's
Yeah.
a Sagan problem.
Yeah. How does that happen? It's like,
I don't know.
Clearly the hook doesn't hit me, but then the hook changes mind.
The hook re-extends, right? Re-extends is off. I rewatched that clip so many times and I still couldn't understood why.
And you know what? A friend once told me, don't think about it.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what, you're right. Stop thinking about it. Jasmine taking a lot of damage. Oh, Shen could have do a little bit more there.
Feel like he didn't want to go for the commitment.
Yeah, but now for you guys at home, the M6 Pass is available from the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December. Complete all active tasks from this event to reach level 75 to basically get everything. Amazing rewards, Claude's battle emote, the M6's Glory After Border, Baxia's battle emote, new special skin, everything. Make sure you guys get to level 75. Don't think about it, just play the game, level 75.
If you've got some extra diamonds, just support your favorite teams with it, right? Just keep the ball rolling. We've got so many cool stuffs from the M6 Pass, and even bringing back the BHS with a new epic paint as well. Oh, so nice.
Yep, shoutouts to M4, man. Shoutouts to M4. And now Shen, he has a lot of damage. And Zeno is here. He is level 4. Jasmine is about to hit level 3.
Yeah,
This is why I say they could go aggressive.
Okay, Jasmine should have the Sacred Hammer to get away. Sanguine Force brings him back. That's the first. First blood still not achieved. The flicker from Jasmine, just enough.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Don't think about it too much. Just keep on scaling because this is what your comp is supposed to do. You're not supposed to get so many kills in the early game. And now Samo about to hit level 4, just zoning out Lexi far away. GK Esports secures first turtle.
Wow, I like it. Right, you force the Tigreal back, you guarantee he doesn't hit 4, so no one contests for the turtle. You do force the Purify out, Smile turns back, Sanguine Claw, that one caught 3. So Shen will push the rest of Nightmare back. I like GK Esports managing this early game.
Yeah, they're being a very, very disciplined here, which I can understand. Because again, they don't have a lot of early game. Oh no, okay, no, it's all good, it's all good, it's all good. Khalid is fast.
Yeah.
Khalid is fast.
Any other hero, if that was a Tigreal that he went on, he probably would have traded his life. But still, Zeno off to a good start, level 6, getting the purple buff. Too easy for Lexi, just completed his boots, same XP. Just a bit of an invade on that top side for GK, but the rest of the team is on bottom.
Yeah, right now both teams are playing a little bit slowly, which is great for GK. But now for Nightmare, and will be something that we have to consider here. A lot of rotations coming in mid. It's either or one thing. Either they want to shut down Soso, or they really want to enable Smile. Either way, I feel like this strat works, and Nightmare so far hasn't been punished.
Almost punished Shen, who had to use the Raging Sandstorm plus Flicker. I think at the same time it's also the dynamics between the roamers, right? Khalid moves faster than Tigreal, but Tigreal has that insane crowd control. He did use the implosion just now with the commitment. Zeno shows up. Another attempt onto Soso's life. Gets pulled back, bad impact, first blood for Smile.
And that's what you want, right? You're a late game comp, but you want something in the early game. They have 1.1k ahead, but now looking at the goal lane, looks like an attempt. Carvey almost getting Cammy. Zeno, you can go in.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's so dead. Lovely stuff from GK. This CC, as much as Cammy has range, you can easily cover it with a bit of a hop, skip, and a jump. And Samo is continuing to give info to his team. He's gonna get stunned out. 4 members of Nightmare surrounding him, but it's a Cho. He's out.
Yep, he can't get away, and now the turtle is up once more. Nightmare Esports, this time they're here, and outside the Guardian from Opera.
Complete miss. Smile still has Purify. Good knockout to intercept the dash from Opera. They find a kick on a Soso, who just joined the fight. And Raging Sandstorm point blank on a 2. Nightmare Esports still wants to win this turnaround. Jasmine with the implosion. Sacred Hammer, Zeno will escape. Samo getting chased down. Lexi misses the point blank arrow, so GK only loses 1.
Yeah, very good from Jasmine. The timing as well. Make sure that he's able to get the stun onto Zeno to make sure that it's an easy turtle, and then too easy for Lexi got a kill.
That's just an oversight, right? You stand in front of a Suyo. Not a wise choice for Samo.
Yeah, the execution damage, man.
Yeah, that too.
The one that was nerfed was against neutral stuff.
Yep.
Against heroes, you know, still a lot of damage.
Still a lot of damage. 12% missing health.
Now looking at the top lane here, Carvey, even though he is a fighter, he is a CC, he's still being relatively careful going up against Cammy and Jasmine. Jasmine does not have the implosion or the flicker, but Carvey might not notice. So
Yeah, Cammy is going to be overextended. Good timing for Samo. Jasmine will show up. Sacred Hammer now finds the implosion. AOG shows up as well. Nightmare ready to respond, and again, Samo will survive that. Carvey makes it out. Shen shows up, pushes Opera back. Both teams disengage.
Good try from both teams, but overall, so far nothing really happened from that trade. Shen is still here, trying to enable Carvey, but so far it looks like the items is not enough for either teams to actually do much about this. But now Zeno taking the opportunity and securing the first turret for GK Esports.
Samo has transitioned into a secondary roamer despite being an XP show, so that resources can be given over to someone like Zeno. That's Purify out from Soso, has to dash away. Dodge stands off Shen! What a flicker to dunk on him! That will be another one for GK.
Again, either to enable Smile or to shut down Soso. Smile is 102. Soso is 0, 3, and 1. Not sure which one is it they're doing. Maybe they're doing a 2-for-1, but hey, it's looking good for GK.
It's looking really good. Yeah. Smile's having a good time. Zeno, he did go down once, but still 2 kills for the Nolan. And they did get the first turtle for free. Second one just spawned. I think Zeno still same level as Lexi, so good job on the studio for keeping him in terms of experience. But mid-side Oppa again forced to retreat, pull back with the second cross, pulse revitalize, and the passive as well to heal back up. Dodges the bad impact, but has to retreat.
But you're looking at the damage is actually not that bad right now. It's only 6 minutes in the game. Samo is gasping.
They want to burst it before he can use the implosion, and they will achieve just that. Lexi attempts to steal, but couldn't find it. So Lexi now will have to fight the rest of Nightmare. Gets out with the Blade Surge. GK still wants to go in. Shen overextends, eats the AOG. Both teams trade 1, but turtle for GK.
Yeah, that is one of those rules where after you get a neutral objective, you don't have to do too much. You guys can just reset, especially when your HP is so low. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. They're feeling excited, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, it's good to see that the gusto is still there. This is why after I take objectives, or my team takes objective, the first thing I would do, I will spam the retreat button.
Yeah.
Fall back. Don't fight anymore.
And now looking at mid, Nightmare Esports, so far it looks like they're just waiting on the Beatrix, right? Beatrix scales relatively well. Tweezy for Lexi is 2-0-1, hasn't been punished so far. And now looks like another gank up top. But GK Esports does look like they know what's up.
My concern is Smile, who is scaling way too fast. Venom's Brave will be eaten up. Jasmine finds Implosion. Oppa shows up, gets the taunt, pulled back by the Sacred Hammer, out of turret range. And Nightmare responds in kind. Shen will end up falling down. The Jin Kundo knockup only delaying the fall of the structure. GK once more overestimates their capabilities.
The idea is there. The only problem is
no damage.
Nolan and Sicilian were there.
Yeah.
Nolan and Sicilian would have enough damage.
Your damage,
Yeah.
your damage dealers were not even there. I guess they got bot tier 2, so it's not the worst.
Yeah.
You know, they trade a tier 1 for that.
Yeah, you don't really see a CC as a one-shot kind of hero, you know.
It's a bit of a limit testing, though. They did find out. And speaking about the damage from Harvey, Oppa will have to eat that yo-yo to the face. Get taken out.
And you live and you learn. After this, GK Esports, whenever they want to go for an engage, probably going to be looking where the Nolan is, where the Sicilian is. If the Nolan is not there, sure. As long as the Sicilian is there, even if you don't kill him, you can bring him back with the Sanguine Claw and then try again, try again.
The most interesting part is seeing both Nolan and Sicilian in the same lane pushing it down.
Yeah.
You don't really see that often. But now they're going to set up for the Lord. And just in time, right, they took down the bot tier 2, so a lot more minion wave needs to be managed. The turnaround will be there from GK. An attempted kick. They find the Suyo! Bring him down before the AOG even arrives. Oppa now will have to eat it up. Shen, he's just tanking out Cammy's damage. Nightmare loses 3 members and GK turns to Lord.
It feels nice when you have 2 roamers here, Husky. Like having the Joe as well, getting that kick onto TZ for Lexi, that's a clear sign Lord is ours. What are they gonna do about it?
Exactly. And we saw how early Samo transitioned to be the secondary roamer, right? He left this lane so quickly. And just at the 5-minute mark, when the penalty for the jungler is lifted, that's why Zeno was eating up bottom side. They were sending Smile to the side lanes, and now purple buff will be taken away as well. GK Esports just taxing everything from Nightmare.
Yeah, so Smile as well taking a lot of damage. It looks like Shen, he did his job. He did his job. He wanted vision, it's just that he died for it.
Luckily the Lord hasn't spawned yet, so he will be back in time to go for the proper push.
He's back in time?
He will come back in time. He will respawn in time.
Okay. I thought he was time traveling.
I
thought he was the Nolan.
I thought so too.
And he came back in time.
We'll see. That's going to be Raging Sandstorm committed. That's a stolen Raging Sandstorm for Soso. Tied up by the Yo-Yos. Carvey string them up, knock them down. GK with another 2 kills.
Yeah, right now GK 11 kills to 5. Now they're really filling it. Smile as well, having the Clock of Destiny. And now
Sabo! With the roundhouse pickup on the Cammy. We got Oppa also, who wants to get out with the AOG. Makes the great escape.
And now GK, they're definitely in control here. 7,000 gold lead. Nightmare Esports, even though they do have the Beatrix, does not look good for them.
Yeah, Cammy has no space to farm at all, and now you gotta deal with a supercharged Sicilian. Oh boy, those bad impacts are going to hurt.
Yeah, and the fact that he has the Clock of Destiny as well, even if you're able to catch him, he's gonna have it's gonna be difficult for you to take down the Sicilian. He has the
extra resistance to it.
Yeah, extra resistance. I forgot the name of the skill, but once your HP and mana goes below 50%, it goes back up. So, and he has the Purify as well. So even if you do catch him, it's gonna take quite a while to take down the Sicilian, having the glowing one as well as the Wishing Lantern. A lot of damage, just a lot of damage.
I just call it the elegant gem effect.
Ah, the Elegant Gem, huh?
Elegant gem.
Yeah. I remember the name, but yeah, now it's my mind.
It doesn't come to me either. So 7.2k gold lead in under 12 minutes for GK. Even with the Athena shield, that's still 15% of Oppa's HP.
Zito now having 4 items here, having a lot of penetration with the Thunder Strike,
Ow.
with the Blade of Hephaestus as well as the Malefic Roar, and now even the Endless Battle. So that on-hit damage from the Nolan probably going to be enough to one-shot anyone here.
Yeah. He gets to Soso and Cammy, they just get deleted.
Oh, for sure, for sure. The only one that has a chance is probably Opera and Jasmine. And if Lexi is in Immortal form, maybe. But that's a maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Even with the damage reduction, it might not be enough. Well, I mean, if you're GK, you just wait for the next Lord. 15 seconds, you get the Lord and look for the
to rush
game
it.
ending. Yeah, need to rush it. Average game time is 50 minutes. We are en route to match that again.
Looking at Jasmine. Jasmine is opening up the map, and it looks like Harvey knows. He might not know it's Jasmine, but he knows someone is there. So right now, he doesn't have the element of surprise, and now Shen has to use the Raging Sandstorm to get out of dangerous situation. But now it's the Lord.
Yeah, they saw too easy for Lexi there, so they know that the jungler won't arrive in time. Jasmine attempts to flick implosion, throws them out to allow Lexi to steal the Lord. In GK, they want to punish Nightmare Esports, and they are doing just that. 3 dead already as Shen re-engages, dodges the Banner's Rage. Carby once more couldn't get to Cammy, but still Nightmare, they committed daylight robbery.
It was a good thing Lexi was able to steal that away, because honestly, Geeke saw that coming. Everyone dashed out. No one was hit by the implosion. So good on them, but still, Lexi was able to secure that. But now Geeke, they want to end this.
Oh man, with Cammy going down, I'm not sure if there is enough time to fresh minion wave to come in from the mid side. Smile does drop. Soso, Jasmine, and Oppa will all be back. And thank goodness for that lore steal. Nightmare Esports are not out just yet.
Oh yeah, Nightmare, they still have a fighting chance. If not, that would have been an end angle. That would be like, you know what, we got this. But no, looking at the Lord is even going to get an objective. So very good for Nightmare.
Yeah, all the waves need to be managed. Like GK needs to go back to housekeeping duty a little bit, deal with the bottom wave as it will eventually break that tier 1. But if they can defend this mid tier 1, then it would be just fine. It's a minor setback for how far GK were in the early to mid game. But at least Nightmare now have time for the rest of the team to scale up.
Biggest difference in terms of gold here is the mid and the gold lane. Quite a lot of gold difference here, but right now Opera is in between everyone.
Oh, the AOG cancelled by the kick. They want to burst him down. And they do. They cannot get out. Soso gets jumped off by Carby, who just solo kills him. Too easy for Lexi. Shows up with the Blaze Surge, but has to escape. This is not a fight they can take.
Oh yeah, that was a nasty 1v1. Soso 0-6 and 2. I know how it feels, man. I know how it feels.
There's nothing, like he can't really steal a lot of ultimates, and they didn't give him the chance to, right? He only managed to see Smile and maybe sometimes Shen. No chance to steal a kick, but even the other spells don't feel exactly the best for him.
Yeah, he even has the Purify, but the thing about the Purify is that you'll be safe from Choke, but you're kind of not safe from everyone else. Like, you can't run away from the CC,
no.
You can't run away from the Nolan, negative gold from Nightmare, but does it really matter because it saved you the game?
Yeah,
it saved you the game.
It is sort of expected, right? It's either you get a net negative or you just lose the game. Although they did lose mid inhibitor, which is the more easily manageable one compared to the side lanes. The Lord coming up in another half a minute on top side. You see Oppa already setting up that wave a little bit. Maybe Nightmare can make it there just in time for the objective.
Right now for Nightmare, I'm looking at Cammy here, and Cammy does have 3 items. I feel like it's not where you want to be, but at the same time, you got to work with what you have. And I feel like these 3 items is going to be relatively okay for you to get a few kills. But yeah, I'm unsure.
All things considered, him being 0 and 3 on the Beatrix, he's making decent progress, right? I think he still has 2 item slots that hasn't been built into a full item yet. I would assume that the Hunter Strike would be the next item for him. Now, Lord's going to be aggroed by Carby. GK wants possession of this, and they want Nightmare to go into it. BOD for Lexi.
Oh, look at Jasmine. Concealed play. but no one's home. They see that coming. But now Nightmare Esports, they're the one in control of the Lord, but they want to fight against Soso.
And they are both split out. Soso steals the Sicilian out, purifies to get away, but they've already lost Oppa. Jasmine loses immortality. Such a split fight from Nightmare. They were not on the same page.
Yeah, Jasmine was there, but the implosion hit onto no one. The thing that you want to do as a Tigreal, you want to be more proactive. You want to be the one setting up. If you're going to be the one that is counter-engaging, then you're hoping for your opponent are lacking, I would say. But yeah, not a great setup by Nightmare.
Yeah, it's not great at all. Like, the consume was already spotted out. The Lord aggro was actually on Geek's side. It was leaning towards Geek's part of the map, but Nightmare decided to just take a fight while split up. They just got jumped on. So now this is a true defense.
10,000 gold, 21 kills to 6. GK Esports, they really took their time, they prepared, and it looks like they're looking good against Nightmare. This double fighter composition, this double fighter draft is working out well, and Smile, he's happy.
Yeah, definitely learned something throughout this wildcard experience, right? And showing that in this last game, Soso did steal the Raging Sandstorm. Now got to defend against the Lord. You need Cammy and Lexi for that. We have flicked the kick. They find Oppa. Revitalize that gets popped, but Oppa also pops alongside it. This Gato Kacha is not even made out of durable material at this point. Lexi gets jumped on. Raging Sandstorm does miss. Lord gets taken now. Shen will now just eat up most of the damage and recover with that quicksand guard. Nightmare Esports still has 4 members alive. They're going to heal up at the fountain as this final wave crashes in. GK wants to look for potential end, but good defense from Nightmare to keep GK out from crystal range. And even though they lost the bottom inhibitor, Nightmare still holds on.
This is one of those weaknesses when you don't have a marksman, you don't have someone to free hit the crystal. Like, they have rage with the Sicilian, but it's more about attacking the heroes and the minion waves, not about attacking that crystal. So they need to figure out how to take down Nightmare for them to free hit the crystal, essentially, or make them preoccupied and let Zeno hit it by himself, because so far, they're having a tough time touching that crystal.
You can siege, but in terms of taking down structures, no. Like with 382 stacks on the bat impact and counting. The later this game goes, the harder he hits.
Around 400 stacks right now. Let me tell you, Husky, if Nightmare ends up winning this one, when Geek has 10,000 gold lead, if I was Geek, I don't know how I'd recover, man.
Losing that second Lord has brought us to this point in time when Nightmare are still hanging on after getting battered for 19 minutes and now have an actually decent shot at winning the game or making a comeback. I think Winds of Nature will be the last item for Cammy. He's building towards it right now.
If he wants more damage, he can go for Demon Hunter Sword. But
that too, yeah.
Either or is going to be great items on him. But speaking of items, we're about to get to the part of the game where the gold doesn't matter, because everyone is more or less fully built. The only thing is you're really considering is item swapping. And now the Lord has spawned. If Nightmare wins this one, they have a chance. They have a shot, Husky.
Lord number 4. So during the third Lord, obviously it was a bit of a positioning mistake from Nightmare. Demon Hunter Sword, like you said, LaFell. Cammy goes all in on the damage. So Jasmine is going to get kicked away. They will jump on him. Can he survive this ordeal? Does have immortality. Raging Sandstorm forces Cammy out of the fight. Jasmine cannot survive. GK was just a lot more prepared to take them on. And Shen, he is doing such a good job. They couldn't take him down and only expands that immortality. Maybe the Lord is not necessary to end the game for GK.
Yeah, right now it's really not looking good for Nightmare. And right now, GK, they want to end this now. It's 20 minutes, and they don't want this to be any longer.
Kaori jumps onto Soso with the help of Zeno. They take him down. It's a 2 versus 5 Nightmare Esports. One last defense. They are going to control Cammy, force him back into the fountain. Miniwave get cleared out for now. Too easy for Lexi, trying his best, but it is just too much. GK Esports takes game 1.
Playing the double fighter route, GK Esports find their win here against the Nightmare. Nightmare, the draft is pretty solid, but they got to figure out how to take them down when there's so much pressure down in mid.
So unfortunate that Nightmare Esports just could not find the proper setup. We saw the ideation behind it, like Jasmine, as always, being very proactive, wanting to make those moves, but GK, they came prepared. They were always ready to receive the hits.
again, I like that they start off early, and the enabler, man, Samo on this
man.
show. He's looking very good. He played in the EXP, but he roams around. He's everywhere on the map.
Samo and Shen, both the enablers for the team, right? Samo, he's an enabler, right? He kicks the right targets, he opens the map, but Shen, sure, he died a couple of times in the early game, but look at the damage he soaked up. He just sits in front of Cammy, he sits in front of Lexi, and he's like, no, you can't kill me.
They only made one crucial mistake where they started the fight when the damage dealers were not there. But after that, it was all good. Even Jasmine, when he gets kicked, he gets bursted down so fast. And without a Tigreal, dude, 4v5 feels so good.
I mean, they lost the Lord, but
well, for the
doesn't
5,
matter,
not for
right?
the 4.
Yeah, for the 5, of course.
Yeah, for the 5.
And then you have Sicilian, he just hits harder and harder. Even though they were not able to kind of bad impact the carries, but it really doesn't matter too much, right? Even the tanks were melting.
Yeah, we got to look at the items here. And this is kind of a Malaysian philosophy as well. Just kill the front line. Don't think about it so much.
Just, you take out the front line.
In Malay, they cakap, tangkap je lah. You know, basically, it's just like, just catch him. Like, don't think about it too much. If you take down the front line, then eventually the back lines won't be able to do much as well.
Absolutely. So I think at the end of the day, for a team like Nightmare, I feel like they realized that they sort of started realizing the win condition or what to adjust as the game progressed, but it reached a point where GK was too far ahead.
25 kills, is that considered too far ahead? 25 to 6?
I think if you have more than 10 kills than the opponents, it's already quite far.
Yeah, very far indeed. And now we're looking at the emblem setup here. The thing about GK is that basically everyone had Thrill, right? They want a lot of damage here. The only one that didn't have Thrill was Smile having that Rupture, but again, most mages have that Rupture. Nolan makes sense, Khalid makes sense. Yeah, everyone makes sense. Look, even the Joy is more on damage, right? It's more on damage than defense.
I mean, when you look at the level 1 trade exchange between Shen and Jasmine, it is a very clear indicator of what the Trill does. He almost solo killed the Tigreal at level 1 with a Khalid. I didn't think I would even say that. Like,
should I use Gato Kacha Thrill?
Gato Kacha, no.
Okay.
I mean, he benefits from the defense, right?
Yeah, he does, but
I mean, the more you soak up, the more you get to proc the passive.
Thrill.
I know you showed me some TikTok clips, but
you know, he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. He's strong enough. Now looking at the damage here, 127,000 damage from Smile. But honestly, Carvey, not too bad. 104,000 damage.
Disgusting. What the heck? I know he got a couple of solo kills, but I didn't expect him to do more than 100,000 damage on a CC.
Yeah. That does show that it's like, okay, you know what? Whoever's in front of me, I'm not the kind of guy that's very picky. You know, you give me rice, I'll take rice. You give me fish, I'll take fish. Whatever is in front of me, I'm gobbling it up.
I'm more impressed that he somehow almost always manages to find the Valentina. Every single time Sosa walks up, he just gets solo killed by Carvey.
Hey, you know what? The guy doesn't have a flicker.
That too.
Right?
Purify doesn't do anything against
This
CC.
is why it's always a good draft when you show a very strong catcher, like a Cho, and then pick up an assassin. Because then no matter which choice you pick, it's bad. But now we got to look at the MVP, and it's Carvey. 104,000 total damage.
Yeah.
Damn.
When he departed from Daewoo, I did wonder where did Carvey went. I know he played with the Mongols for a while before GK, and I've always admired how he approaches that goal lane. It's good to see. I mean, this MVP performance is very deserving. Just went full-on damage, right? Like, he's so strong that there's no need for him to go on the defense because there's nothing that Nightmare can do to him.
Again, he showed up CC. What if you have something else? We haven't seen a Paquito in a while. Not saying he will show up, but, you know, it'll be interesting.
It will be interesting. I think we gotta wait to Swiss stage for that.
Yeah,
I know a couple of people who might Paquito in the jungle. I heard it's the first team that one of them will face in this stage. We'll find out.
Yeah, now we're looking at the highlights here by Carvey. And again, it's not just the damage, honestly, but with the curtain call as well, being able to essentially lock down two people, making it so that they can't dash away, they can't move away, they can't even flicker away. He's locking them down, and that's very, very impressive. Like, you're looking at the movements from Carvey. Again, this is a curtain call where he basically locks down two. You see the movement, they want to dash away, but they just can't.
It's pretty tough when any targets on Nightmare that gets kind of strung together, is essentially dead, right? Like even if you are Oppa or you are Jaspin, you want to be able to create this zone, this safe zone for your team, but GK forces you to be next to each other, which did make me think halfway through the game, would it have been different if Jaspin went for his Matilda instead of Tigreal?
Yeah, I feel like the Matilda might be a little bit better because the thing that you want to achieve is to go early in the mid. Tigreal can do that. Tigreal can definitely do that, but I don't know, maybe he's not feeling Tigreal today.
Yeah, maybe not. So that means that Nightmare Esports have potentially just one last game. Depends on whether they win the second one. And if this goes 2-0 to GK, it's going to be another chapter in the MLBB competitive history for Nightmare, right? This would probably be one of those more underwhelming runs for them.
Let me just say as well, I've been doing the first shift for quite a while, and the first game is always 3 games. So that means tomorrow, the first game will also go 3 games.
I mean, we only have one match tomorrow, which is the best of 5. So we're guaranteed 3 games anyway, Safel.
Hello Panda, hello Panda. Semua suka biskuitnya. There you go, we got it. After this, we got to know the chocolate and the strawberry run. Fill your game with Hello Panda, crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. This one is strawberry. People have been telling me to try out the vanilla, but anyways, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more.
I love it. So many different flavors. We had
I love that they actually give us real ones. Like I can actually hear like it's full. I mean, I can feel it. Of course, I don't have to hear it, but shout out to production as well for giving us the real thing. They could have just given us the box.
That is true. Oh, I can hear it.
Right, you can hear it. Hey.
Don't tempt me, Lafayette. I haven't had lunch yet.
Oh yeah, I need to hear it.
Oh.
I want that on stage. I want that on Grand Finals. I want that.
I'm getting distracted by
this is very, very distracting. Like, who knew not eating before work is a deal.
It's a great idea.
Game number two. Soso did not have a good time, and I really feel like it's because this meta is about range. And I'm pretty sure, Sicilian has more range than the Valentina. The way that you overcome this, Husky, is if your roamer is something like a Cho, someone that can enable the fight, stop the enemy's either roamer or mid laner from moving around, then the Valentina feels good because essentially you can deal out free damage. But if you don't have those kind of roamers, then that doesn't feel great. But now we were talking to Easy for Lexi, despite getting eliminated. What are your reflections on this wildcard? He said the games were very fast, man. The games were very fast. We couldn't keep up with the tempo. There's a lot to learn from Ulfnar to improve our micro and macro gameplay. We're regretful and we apologize to our fans. We did our best, but hopefully we can return to M Series next year. And yeah, the game is fast, Husky.
Yeah. I didn't
Even when you're using a Sicilian, you want to end the game fast.
Which is it's such a crazy thought to have. Usually when you use a Sicilian, you can just drag it out, but no, people want to end the game fast. I did mention that yesterday when Nightmare went up against Ulfnar, the Turkish team essentially just exposed whatever weaknesses Nightmare have, right? They were just they find it very tough to keep up with Ulfnar, and that's how they got essentially ran over. Right? That's how we ended a game with Apex 47 having a godlike Gatot Kaca roam. That one was pretty interesting as well. I think for Nightmare, they can play fast. That's the thing. It's just they felt unprepared in game 1 against how mobile GK was.
I can see the coach talking to the marshals like, can I play? can I just sit down? I mean, come on, it's just one game. And the marshals like, nah, fair. Your play is all good.
It's potentially our team's last game. Just let me play. Okay? Yeah. Come on. Let me have my time.
Yeah, but either ways, maybe that's the reasoning why they play double fighter, because you don't lose your side lane. So it becomes easier for your jungler to really focus on farming up very, very fast and then ganking the mid.
Yeah, it feels really good when you are essentially snowballing, but you also point out one of the core weaknesses, right? Sieging is a big headache for a fighter comp.
Yeah, it's like you know that you are at an end angle, but you also understand that you will potentially have to sacrifice at least 2 members to get to the turret. And losing 2 members is potentially comebackable for the opposing side.
Yeah, usually you can pow bodies and just have the marksman hit the structures, but fighter comp, you have to actually prioritize the kills first before you can even consider structures. I think CC is a pretty good pretty good like option for the gold lane. I know we've seen Ruby every now and then. It doesn't really fit into
Technically,
this meta,
Roger is
though.
a fighter.
That too, but it just takes too long. And I think at least compared to what the gold lane meta is now, it's all about the mindset.
No. Tianfeng Yaguai has 2 longs.
Has what?
You said
right,
Roger takes too long, and I was like, hey, Tianfeng Yaguai has 2 longs.
Yeah, the long and long S.
Yeah. There you go. That's the joke of the day.
I hope people understood that.
Yeah, Tianfeng Yaguai has 2 longs.
2 longs.
When the game is too long, there you go.
Ironically, they have the fastest game time.
They have the fastest game time. That's the funny thing. That's the funny thing. And now Nightmare, they are on the first pick. Geeky is on the second pick here. Eve has been banned out as well as Jushin. Again, I kind of feel like Nightmare, one of the things that they just have to change is have a longer range in the mid, and then they should be good because they showed the Valentina quite early, but then the Valentina didn't have a lot of ways to get inside the fight.
Yeah. And they couldn't keep up with the double roam setup from GK. You have Khalid on one side, you have Cho on the other. It is so tough for someone like a Gatot or Tigger to keep up with the pace. You always get caught out first. You always are late to an objective, so I like the fact that they ban out Khalid. We know GK banned out Chip in game number 1, and now that they are on red side, they have to ban Zusin, which is almost a Fanny as well. This could be kind of the biggest advantage that Nightmare will have.
Oh, they banned out a Chip. So we roughly see Fanny is going to get banned out here, Chris. No way you're giving too easy for Alexia Fanny.
It'll be madness, right? It's like, guys, it's our last series anyways. Let's just see if the Fanny is good. Let's give it to Fanny.
I'm pretty sure Fanny is good. I'm 80% sure.
Oh, the devs disagree. That's why they buffed her.
Shout out devs, man. Shout
out to the devs.
Right now, Nightmare, final bans here. They already banned out the Khalid. Maybe they're considering the Cho.
Oh, yeah. Good call.
All the injustice in the world.
It really caused them a lot of headache.
Yeah. So Fanny here, and then first pick.
It does show that it could be a potential hint that Nightmare doesn't flex the Cho into XP. Not that we've seen it. I know Oppa prefers to set things up with something like a Gatot and a Khalid or Terizla. Fanny ban, that one is a given. So Hilda gets that through.
Yep, Hilda gets picked up here. So GK, I kind of feel like you have to consider Alpha here,
yeah.
Right? Alpha, maybe slowing her down. Like, High Loss hasn't had good win rates, but High Loss Alpha against a Hilda, it makes sense. If you want something else, like you want to prioritize a mid laner, you can do that here too.
Yeah, I think perhaps mid laner plus
or
Alpha
Matilda. You know what would be good? Alpha, Matilda, Faramis, but you know, it's probably not their kind of comp.
I mean, even Nightmare can take the Alpha away if they want, right? You essentially just set yourself up to have a very assassin counter and have a very beefy jungler that is hard to go through.
So Gige has to pick up the Alpha here. If not, it's going to be very difficult for them.
If not Alpha, the second best choice is probably Suyo.
So they pick up the Phoveus and the Alpha. So this is the other EXP laner that has been banned out quite a lot. Right now we're looking at the coaches here. They're really thinking about their next pick.
What else? This could be Eve is banned now, so they could take their jungler here. You can go Suyo for the Suyo Alpha matchup, and you can go for Aurora as well. So the Aurora comes up for So-So.
Yeah, Aurora pretty solid to stop the movements from a lot of fighters. Just have to be careful because we've seen that GK, they want to gank mid a lot. And they need a very strong roamer here because we have to consider that this Hilda is going to the EXP.
Strong roamer, what else is left? There's still the Gatot.
Yeah, honestly, Gatot is still good.
They go Matilda if they want. They stick with the Nolan first. Okay, so you essentially just want to move faster. Although the caveat is that you are dealing with a Phoveus, right? Oh, that's something that could hurt your team because you let him keep resetting the passive. Matilda gets taken by GK. I like this deal a lot.
Yeah, Matilda Alpha, Matilda Phoveus. This is a combo you don't see a lot.
That was why I was considering maybe they should take Matilda for Nightmare, but then again they want to protect Lexi's hero pool.
Time to take the field.
Oh boy, this actually kind of negates the fact that GK had to spend all first 3 bans on, you know, must-ban heroes, right? Now they get to focus on Cammy, they ban Bruno.
Oh yeah, like you want to get those lane oppressors out Maybe even consider a Harif, but I would say Phobius is okay-ish against a Harif. It's honestly more of a skill matchup more than anything. For Nightmare,
At night.
they're betting out. Okay, yeah, betting out mid lanes, respecting
Respecting.
the Sicilian. What other long-range scaling mid laners do we have?
Long range, I mean, you have
Technically,
Farsa,
Odette.
right? Oh, yeah, I suppose
Farsa
so.
too,
Farsa
Farsa.
too. But against a Matilda, no.
No. For GK.
Oh, for GK? Yeah. I can see that, right? You have Matilda to save you. I'm thinking it's not too bad of an idea if they go back to the CC go again. Sure, there's a Hilda,
Or Phobius go, hold those.
but if you tie the Hilda up with someone, it completely negates what she can do.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. That makes good sense. Yeah. So I don't know if Nightmare wants to ban out the CC. It is a good shout,
It is in
especially if you're
despair
able to
that
get
I
the Nolan
see
as
the
well.
destiny.
Like Nolan wants to dash around, but Nolan's like, oh no, it's like marriage. I'm getting tied down.
And then you have a Phobius, right? You have the third wheel showing up, taking you out. Oh, that's not how that works?
Actually, that is how it works. I'm impressed that you were able to keep up because
Oh, okay.
I threw that out of nowhere, but you were able to follow up. That's very impressive.
I'm
yeah.
not married, so I'm just. It's just a shot in the dark. I'm glad I got it right.
Hey, you know what? Enjoy it while you can. You know,
Yeah, good times.
good times. Being young is amazing, but you're older than me.
Am I? No. I don't think so. I don't think I am. I'm 97.
Oh. Well, I'm not going to reveal my age,
Yeah,
but
clearly
I'm
I'm younger. Clearly I'm younger.
yeah. Okay, now the final bans here, and they ban out the Harif. So yeah, they want to make sure they don't get snowballed on, which is kind of weird because they're the one that has the Hilda. But if you're
Right.
looking at Geekay, Geekay looks like the one that can win all the lanes.
Geekay is the one that's more worried about getting snowballed on with, they banned Bruno, they also took out Natan. I mean, there's still Beatrix left. Beatrix Clint has been a matchup I've been waiting to see, but we haven't been able to see it yet. I mean, there's still Granger. Not sure if that will be picked up also for Gold. Not that good for Nightmare. I kind of feel like Nightmare doesn't want to pick a Granger anyways.
Moskov is good because you need some kind of Demon Hunter Sword hero for the Hilda, making sure that you can deal with her very, very well. So I was really considering, like, do you really want a burst hero here? Because they don't really need it. Like, they have a lot of DPS on their side. And
Yeah.
if they want the burst, it can come from mid.
Which is still hidden.
I mean, Vexana is still there if you want full control, but if you want damage, or if you want Smile to have a good time, I love Farsa. But so
Yeah.
far, I've seen the professional players using Farsa in rank, haven't so far in tournaments.
incarnate.
I have a wild idea. Now that, there's a Kaja. We've
Kaja
seen
Beatrix?
Kaja Beatrix, yeah?
Yeah.
Your team
It's almost the same thing that was done to Nightmare by Denfeng
Yeah.
Yao Guai. Well, what was the idea I had? I have Xavier somehow. Somehow it popped out to my mind. You want big damage? Xavier is not bad of a pick.
Kaja steals someone and then Xavier puts him in his place. Just let him stuck there.
Yeah. Let's find out who's the mid lane. Okay, so they actually
So
picked
my draft made true, but I was like, oh, it's probably not their kind of draft, but apparently I'm wrong.
Yeah,
It is their kind of draft.
you call like 3 out of the 5 picks. Like the Faramis was like the wild card, right?
I called it before the picks were picked.
Yeah, you're like Matilda Alpha and then Faramis. They actually picked it.
Dude, this combo, like, that's basically an SRG draft. That's an SRG draft.
Oh
let me tell
yes,
you.
I can see it.
Right? That's an
I can see
SRG
it.
draft. So honestly, looking at the drafts here, GK has an amazing draft, but looking at the draft coming in from Nightmare, it's very fast. Like, when you have a suppressed hero with the Beatrix, you know the game is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and you have Hilda with the execute damage, right? Remember, she did get buffed recently. The second ability now has lower cooldown. So let's see how much pressure Oppa can apply to GK Esports. We're gonna hop into game number 2 of this best of 3. Nightmare needs to win this to take us to game 3.
Yep, I'm really looking forward to see how GK performs with this kind of draft because it is a very strong draft, but it's not without its fault because you have to play with your timings very, very well, and it's very difficult to play on a professional stage when having all the timings essentially correct. And if they can do it, then I can definitely see a world where GK just needs a few more months, and then if they go to the international stage again, they can show what's up.
The fastest would be next year's MSC. That would be quite a tale for GK. Do hope they keep this roster because we can see we definitely see the potential. The start would be slightly different compared to game 1 where Jasmine has an easier time. Leading with Shen, you know, you have both technically ranged and damage reduction from Kaja also feels really good. Mid lane wavelet control is there for Soso as well. It's all about getting that priority to move first. And look at where Oppa is.
But no one is probably gonna go there because
It's cleared out.
It's cleared out. Yeah, no one's gonna go there. If Opera wants something, Opera has to be the one to get it. But no, Opera looks like he's just gonna be clearing. He's just gonna be proxying the wave essentially.
He's got to do a bit faster because he's taking a lot more punishment than he would like to. Still though, majority of that wave is already cleared out. Mid lane burst. Now there it is. Too easy for Lexi with first blood.
Yeah, Soso told the team, he's like, you know what happened to me in game number 1? How about you guys do it against Geeky? Let Smile have a frown on his face.
Yeah. Have you seen what the jungler did? Huh? Just do that.
Just do that.
It's not that hard.
Yeah, just go mid. You press some buttons and then you get a kill.
Yeah, if I get $1 every time I got ganked, that's on you, Lexi. Speaking of which, Oppa, he's just toying around with 4 GK members. They're gonna jump on him. With the Spear of Alpha, gets frozen by Soso. First turtle for Nightmare.
Yeah, and now it's easy for Lexi gets a free turtle. And that's a very good Hilda play, absorbing a lot of the aggro from GK. And like I said, the draft coming in from GK, you need your timings to be correct. And because everyone's power spike is essentially very, very different, right? The Alpha power spike is different than the Matilda, as well as the Faramis. So a lot of juggling has to happen here.
But still, the moment you get your War Axe on the Alpha, that's where you start going. Although, Samo is just not having too much fun against Oppa.
That's like, I keep hitting him, but he keeps healing. How is this fair? He's healing more than I can damage him.
I feel like I'm healing him. When they kidnap Zeno just now, so this Alpha is now 2 levels behind the Nolu.
Remember what I said about the first series of the day having 3 games?
Yeah, I think you're correct.
I'm just reminding you. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just reminding you.
Now we did the first 3 games together on day 1. We had a 3 game yesterday too. Circling Eagles.
Yeah, we're not gonna commit, and Zeno gets a kill onto Opper. And for now, looks like it will be a trade-ish. Unfortunately, GK can't really push out the bottom wave. The minion is gonna appear. Nightmare, they might gank mid again. They have the people there.
And they're gonna go just that. Shen is the target. Unfortunately, Jasmine not able to do too much with the Divine Judgment. Just came back up. If only they waited like 3 more seconds, they would have had it, but they can use it now for the next turtle to set up for it. Carvey basically got side back, right? He lost the top tier 1 in under 4 minutes.
I think they want it now. They want it now.
There he is in a full combo.
Ooh.
And the Baron though saves Samo. That is good. It's a trait.
Hey, one ult to save your team, and then everyone else using the flicker, the ults, and everything in the kitchen sink. It feels good.
It feels
good
really
timing.
Good stuff from Smile. Although both ultimates, both Divine Judgment and Netherrealm have quite long cooldowns in the early game, so DK now finds himself on even ground. Without the Netherrealm, I wonder how they would approach this.
Probably get a kill first here, because the Nolan can come in and execute someone, and all the while Soso is just poking everyone out, but they're focusing on the turtle. Someone has to stop Lexi, but no, he gets the free turtle.
Yeah, he's a level ahead of Zeno also. Ismail can't really stay there, he has to flick it away. Constant poke from Nightmare is a bit annoying, especially Soso on this Aurora. The spear does miss, which means Carvey now has to start backing up.
Yeah, nice that they actually made a line and actually follow a sequence to go back to base. I'm sure it wasn't planned,
yeah,
but that's satisfying to watch.
It looked cooler than
it really was.
Than it should. It should be.
And now looking in the Thunderbells coming in from both Samo as well as Opper, so they will start scaling up here. Kami having a much better time here using the Beatrix. And Jasmine, with this Kaja, is becoming question mark for GK. Everyone has to be super careful because going through a bush, it might be your last because a Kaja can be there and then all of a sudden you're dead.
Matilda not the best hero to open up bushes either. Can't just walk straight into it. They're gonna do it again this time. Netherrealm still comes out in time to save Samo. That's the second time GK Esports saves that XP laner.
That will be frustrating for a Kaja, but at the same time, seeing the opposing side having to use a lot of ults as well, kind of feels good. It is a good trade.
Yeah,
yeah, it is a good trade.
an offensive utility for a defensive one, but GK wants to amp up the pressure, gets stopped again by Soso.
Yeah, Soso's having a very good time here on the Aurora. Always making sure that he at least freezes 2 people, making it so that it's a good offensive and defensive tool for GK. Really finding difficulties here to actually start a fight because Opera is opening up the map and they're using this Matilda safely, like defensively, I mean.
It's half of Zeno's health bar. Opera will spot out both of them, circling Eagle, guiding Win from Shen, but Zeno wants to re-engage, disengages in an instant. They get the freeze onto Smile, wasn't ready to react to that. They find the trade on the Opera, but Samo also gets blown up, 2 for Nightmare.
Yeah, I think GK, it was still good for them because up top, Moskov is free farming, he's able to get this turret eventually, and now Soso looking very low.
Almost gets wiped down. The pull on the Alpha, but another NetherRealm to save him for now. He runs out of the range, but was able to cover enough distance to get away. The third turtle though for Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare is looking especially good right now. 3.5k ahead. GK, at least they don't lose too many members in terms of kill. It's very much manageable for both teams. 4-2. Cammy is going to scale up. Harvey, he's getting the items that he wants. I'm just worried if he doesn't get the space that he wants, especially if Jasmine starts being a little bit more stingy with his Divine Judgment actually going for Carvey.
Every time Jasmine pulls someone back, GK are forced to run towards Nightmare Esports, and that's where Soso will have a much easier time learning all those crowd controls. 3.5k lead for Nightmare, still pretty manageable for GK.
Ooh, never mind. I thought Carvey was more ahead. Only 1 item here. And Beatrix having 2 items, you have to consider the Beatrix items are very expensive. So Carvey's not having a good time here, Husky. And now he's not gonna... Oh, okay, good flicker.
Thankfully he has a flicker. Now Shen has to be a bit more careful. Circling Eagle hits on the Jasmine, so the bot tier 2 will be saved. DK wants to go for the engagement of Alpha, does miss though. They fully commit into the Aurora, they soak it up with the NetherRealm, and now they will bring in the XP laner with the Vengeance, take out Oppa, and Samo somehow survives.
Yep. Nightmare still in a good position though here. Again, Soso and Cammy, it's very hard for you to get onto them. The only difficulty for GK here is that who's really going to be the one engaging in the fight.
Seems like the Alpha, and it's either Zeno or Shen.
It's better if the Phoveus has a flicker so that he can have the initial start and then everyone groups up around him and then Zeno can come in with the Spear of Alpha. But yeah, it's not happening because he is using the Vengeance.
It does allow him to soak up extra damage.
Because the only thing that I'm seeing here for GK is that they don't have an engage tool. The Alpha can engage, but having the Kaja there makes it more difficult.
They're going to look for another potential engage. That is going to be the pull onto Samo. This time he's going to eat all of it up. NetherRealm shows up, but unfortunately doesn't cover Samo. Samo gets destroyed, and Zeno also runs out of the range. So both of them end up falling. A bit of a overextension from GK.
They were able to take down Kaja, but Soso is there. And that's why I feel like it's more difficult for Zeno to actually engage because it's either the Kaja, the Hilda, or the Aurora. There's a lot of ways to stop this Alpha, and then the Alpha can take a lot of damage when he's this far behind. He only has 1 defensive item, and the item is the Queen's Wings. It's good, but he has a long cooldown. So once the cooldown has been done, it's not consistent. You're not consistently tanked.
I feel like from DK, they need to subconsciously remind themselves of how they position with the NetherRealm, right? Because 2 of the members walked out of range right at the end, and that kind of costed their demise. So Lord for Nightmare will come in from the bottom side. I think GK has some pretty decent base defense. If Zeno doesn't get out, he escapes, but at the cost of their roamer.
That was so quick! I barely saw the Matilda's health and then she's gone. I mean, to be fair, she doesn't have defensive item. The only item she has is the Flash of the Oasis. But now Nightmare, they're in prime position and they have a marksman here. So they have a better time of ending the game. They can end the game faster than what DK did in game number 1, which is around 20 minutes.
Unfortunately for Shen, he's going for the Enchanted Talisman. So won't have much defensive stats anytime soon. DK just needs to keep inhibitors alive. But again, their wave play is not that bad. Wow. The health pool for Smile is not that big either.
Yep. Right now for GK, like I said, this is a very strong draft, but very difficult to pull off. The timings is so critical with this kind of draft. Like that's why I thought they wouldn't go for it, because it's so risky to use this draft when you don't have a lot of experience with it.
Man, losing 2 inhibitors and just off of the first Lord, 10k gold lead for Nightmare. Could be the last fight. GK needs to be aware, acutely aware of Jasmine's pull. He has no flicker for another 50 seconds. Samo eats so much damage, gets pulled in, has a bit of help, so he escapes, but at the cost of strength again, sacrifice. They find the pin on the upper. 1-for-1 trade. GK did have to expend NetherRealm though.
Yep, NetherRealm not being there, and I feel like if you wait long enough, you can have it back around turtle time. Now the marksman trinity items have been built. It's a little bit late though, 11 minutes and 30 seconds for Carvey, but at least now he has something.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, the big trades have 4 items.
I mean, Carvey is 3k behind, right? Ooh, poor dude. I mean, losing your tier 1 in 3.5 minutes definitely has its impact.
Yeah, now too easy for Lexi having 4 items as well. Looks like for both teams, the Nolan is looking very good. Alpha 4-2-1, looking at the kill score, honestly not that bad, but really not oppressive. He doesn't have a good game here. But if they want to do well, this is where they got to do well. They got to be able to steal the Lord. Not
only that, they have to manage, they have to be aware of the top wave, which is building up to a slow push for Nightmare Esports. 1.5 waves. They can steal. Circling Eagle. They try to bring Samo in, but he gets pulled by Jasmine. Intercepted mid-flight. And GK Esports instantly crashed and burned. 2 dead bottom. Samo gets gone on. Jasmine shows up. And Oppa feeling really good about the circumstances. Triple kill for Cammy. And Nightmare Esports now with the Lord. I'm going to look to end the game.
Oh, there you go. Another catch. Smile, unable to help his teammate out.
Can't even react in time. Double kill for too easy for Lexi. And Nightmare Esports not done and out just yet. We will get game number 3.
Oh yeah, 13 minutes in, they're able to end the game. Looks like for both teams, the Nolan is helping out a lot. But let me just say, man, that Kaja, personally for me, sealed the draft.
Yeah, that and also the that personally felt like one of the play of the day for me. The Kaja mid-flight pull on the Phobias in the last fight. That one looks so great, man. But Kaja, what can you do, right? You can't deal with a suppress. No amount, nothing in the game can manage to do with a suppress.
If you're good enough, iframes. Iframes can do it, but yeah, if you're good enough. And Alpha doesn't have iframes.
No.
Phobia's kind of, but it's harder to time a Phobia's iframe against the Kaja's Divine Judgment. But overall, like, good drafting coming in from GK Esports. But the Kaja was really essential to make sure that isolating one target and the Aurora as well. You isolate one target, Aurora deals with the rest. So the rest can't help out.
They want to, every single time GK wants to sort of follow up to save their teammate or to take a fight against Nightmare, they just get stopped in the tracks by the Ice Queen.
Yeah, and yeah, I feel like it is about draft for both teams here. GK, their Sicilian was banned out. I don't know if that's also one of the reasons why, but personally for me, it is the Kaja. I feel like the Kaja was a big problem that they had no way of stopping. And even when they do stop it, how many ults that they have to use? The NetherRealm. Okay, actually it's just that. But still, the NetherRealm is a big ult.
It is a huge ult, right? And you see the bit of the difference when the fleeting time was picked up by Jasmine. It kind of negates the ultimate trait because you essentially get it back up faster anyways. But yeah, despite GK getting a pretty powerful first 3 picks, you know, Alpha, Matilda, and Phobius, Kaja basically stops them in their tracks. And this is also sort of a landslide. I mean, it would have been the case for game 1 if GK didn't lose that second Lord, but either way, 14-5, a dominant win for Nightmare.
Yeah, right now we're going to look at the emblems here again. Jasmine looking good, and Kaja might be those picks that we're going to be seeing a lot.
I think so too.
Because it seems like it's a good answer to a lot of what the meta is really showing right now. Because Alpha, for some teams, is even first pickable.
Yeah.
And crowd control is good to deal against the Alpha. And what better crowd control than you have than the than suppress? Because even knockouts have been nerfed. Something that we don't bring up so much, but knockouts have been nerfed.
Yeah, the duration nerfed by 0.2, 0.3 seconds. You have Kaja, we've seen Franco, and even the Mongols have shown us, right? The Baraz, also a form of suppression with the Daytona's welcome. See, the post-game stats in this case is a landslide victory for Nightmare.
Yeah, honestly, big landslide, and this is something that we do want to see from Nightmare. Because game number 1, it looked like they were unable to really do anything. In game number 2, they showed that they can. They just need a different pick here. For GK, maybe go back to that double fire because Carvey did over 100,000 damage in the first game.
Oh yeah.
He did 11.
He just didn't have room to fight.
Actually, Carvey did the least amount of damage in this
Entire
game.
game.
And I also feel like it's more about how can you move in front to deal damage. Like the fact that they covered the Kaja for a very long time made them win the draft.
Yeah, it's so hard for Carvey to even attempt to enter the fight. That's why we have his counterpart Beatrix, played by Cammy, 8-0-4, perfect game in game number 2. Honestly, it's uncontested. Like, this Beatrix is snowball so hard.
I feel like one of the things that might change for game number 3, maybe pick up the Bruno early. Because so far, Bruno keeps getting banned.
Yeah, banned in the second phase.
And if you have the Bruno, you have a way to deal with the Beatrix.
I agree. So if you pick up the Bruno, what in...
Because, let's talk about logic here, Husky, right? What is the use of having 4 weapons against a football?
Usually, you don't expect football to hurt.
Hey, MLBB, man. Different creature altogether. And now let's look at the highlights here by Cammy. And again, the support of his team is crucial, but every single time, Cammy is there to actually follow up with the damage. And the damage, whoo-wee, it's a lot.
Even though in that early phase, every single time Jasmine and Cammy try to get that combo off to one shot, and Smile shows up to save them with the Nether Realm, you could see that response has its limitations.
The Matilda just blew up so fast.
Right, like...
Not gonna lie, but if it were me, you know, Enchanted Talisman, oh, hold on, this is the one? Oh, I think I
oh, yeah, they blew past it.
Yeah, blew past it. But either ways, like, I feel like for Matilda, you have to have the Flash of the Oasis. In bad situations, maybe you can negotiate with yourself not to have the Enchanted Talisman. But to be fair, at that point of the game, you can build whatever you want, and the outcome might be the same.
Yeah, he could go like glowing one Holy Crystal, and it wouldn't make too much of a difference, sadly.
Yeah. So now we have to go and talk to game number 3. Game number 3, guys. I still feel Bruno. Bruno is a good answer. So far, hasn't been picked up because it keeps getting banned. So before that happens, ban out Bruno. And maybe even ban out the Kaja. Kaja's strong. Yep. Kaja's strong, Cho's strong. Pick off, catch.
Probably ban out the Kaja in the second phase. That's what most people would do. But I agree. Pick up Bruno, right? Bruno, it feels like a red side thing. I think red side kind of
red side thing, yeah. Red side thing, maybe even consider the Harif as well.
Yeah, it was banned out in game 2.
It was.
Banned out by
all these lane bullies get banned out. Because you know what it means, folks. It's not good to be a bully. If you're a bully out there, stop it. Get help.
Wow, very well done. Very well executed.
Ah, thank you.
That was a classic.
Yeah.
That was a very classic.
As I was doing it, I just thought of it, and I was like, okay, I got.
What, the get help part?
Yeah. Stop it.
I like it.
Get help.
That's our version. That's the M6 version.
Yep, M6 version. There we go. Creating memes, creating clips. I still have to figure out how to be more creative with the other sponsors, but I'll figure out a way. I'll figure out. I know I will.
With plenty of time.
I might need a fire extinguisher.
I had some pretty cool ideas.
Okay.
But I haven't been able to get them approved yet. It involves some pretty not explosive, some pretty glamorous props. You remember like last season, well, no, 2 seasons ago, actually the start of this year when we did season 13.
You know what? This is for the production. Do you guys see what I found in my pocket? I
now pop quiz.
All the way from Johor, I still have. Oh my goodness. There you go. Where's the blue ones?
Yeah, where's the blue ones? I know you had different colors.
Blue
there
ones.
it is.
Yeah, blue ones, red ones. Shout out to Johor, man.
Shout out to Johor. Good times.
You guys should check your suits. Maybe it's still inside your suits.
Not in this one.
All right. Wait.
I once found.
Wait. I didn't wear this suit for the grand finals.
So this was.
How did it get in there? Wait,
This was not even from Johor.
which event is this?
Uh-oh.
100% ban rate. How would you balance Fanny?
I have a controversial idea. Reduce the length of her cables.
No, dude, that's too much.
Fine. First of all, revert the energy changes.
Yeah, just let her starve.
Revert the energy changes and reduce travel speed when you connect the cables.
I feel like reducing the energy is
Good enough?
If you do anything more than that, people won't even ban it anymore.
It's one of the tricky heroes
Yeah.
to manage. Alright, let Fanny through. Prove everyone correct that Fanny is too strong. When was the last time we saw Fanny again? I mean the new Fanny. The buffed Fanny. Never, right?
No. ISF.
Ah,
Sakai's got the Fanny.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Sakai's got the
yeah.
Fanny. Hold on. Even in SPS, MV got the Fanny as
MV,
well.
yeah.
What was the jungler again?
Uni.
Uni, yes. Uni got the Fanny. So yeah. Shout out to ISF. Sakai's got the Fanny. If you guys remember,
That was in the grand finals, right? If I
no, it wasn't.
wasn't?
It was because it was against Indonesia.
Right. Okay, so semis, I think.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, Fanny banned out this time by Nightmare. Back on the red side again. So both games have been won by blue side so far. Khalid goes through. No Cho this time though for Geeky.
Yeah, Nightmare continuing to respect that one. I feel like for Geeky or Nightmare, if they can have some kind of catcher, then it'll be great. Cho's not there. The Kaja is still there. Technically Suyo can catch. Yeah, honestly, Suyo is still a good pick here, but it looks like for both teams, they might prioritize the Nolan.
I think so too. So if you mentioned the Bruno, if this comes true in a second, in on the red side, then it would be quite a different scenery. But still, they go for the more stable one, Hylos and the Aurora.
Nolan Bruno will be good here for GK. Just saying.
Yeah, I agree. Alpha Bruno also not bad.
Oh,
they go for
Beatrix.
Beatrix
Cecilia.
Completely forgot that the Cecilia was let through, right?
Yeah, but now they have two scalers here, Husky. Like, Cecilia want to scale, Beatrix want to scale. But we saw in game number 1, they can accelerate.
If they get the Nolan, right?
Nightmare takes Nolan here. Or
Yeah.
Bruno. And then ban the other one.
They take Bruno and everyone starts banning junglers.
Yep, I can see that. I can see that happening for sure.
Let's see. I feel like if you are Nightmare, I would take Bruno. I personally would take Bruno, but they would go for Hayabusa.
Ooh.
This was also a game 3 pick for Too Easy for Lexi on day 1.
If I was Smile, I would not be liking this.
No, not at
Be
all.
like, Coach, Nani.
I have GK scratching their heads. It's like we have 2 late game heroes, and now we have a Hayabusa to deal with.
They might need...
It must feel so sad banning out the Hilda.
Yeah. No, they needed a Nolan, but there's no way, right?
There's no way.
There's
Nolan
no
goes
way.
through.
So I'm thinking, what other fighter-type heroes that can go inside the jungle that can potentially deal with the Hayabusa?
No Cho. I mean, Khalid is probably your best choice.
I'm thinking like a fighter in the jungle. A fighter in the jungle so
Fredrin.
that... Yeah, I'm thinking of Fredrin. I'm not going to lie to you. I was thinking of Fredrin, but even I'm thinking like, is it enough? And is it in their arsenal?
And it looks like a very harsh environment for the Fredrin to operate. Just based off of the first 3 picks of Nightmare, it's not the easiest thing. No Nolan banned out. This last ban should be something like a...
If you want another assassin, you know what?
Julian?
Screw it,
Time
Saber.
to take the field.
Your team
I mean, Saber technically counters everyone.
Yeah, technically. With the right mindset, it counters every draft. And you have catch and damage all at the same time.
Yeah. Hey, and guess what? Enemy junglers don't take Purify, they don't buy Winds of Nature.
Because I feel like if they go for Assassin here, I don't know if they will have the same tempo going up against Nightmare, because Hayabusa is pretty fast. Like, if you want to go for something like a Lancelot, I really don't know how the Lancelot will survive against the high loss against the Aurora, and now even the Claude gets picked up. Haven't seen the Claude for a while, but you have a lot of dive here against the Sicilian.
The Sicilian. And you have a pretty decent time dodging the AoEs of the Beatrix, dodging the Khalid with the BMI. So it's going to be quite a mountain to climb for Carvey, right? He has to be twice as accurate with his shots. And that's the late game potential, the late game insurance for Nightmare. So they have covered all their bases, and we still have no idea where this high loss is going to go. So they go for the Julian and the Jawhead.
You talked about the Julian. I'm not so hot on the Julian so far. 0% win rate. And it's weird. The Julian doesn't burst people all that fast. And even when he does get burst, like he bursted someone else, he will get caught.
Yeah, he has
against the high loss some more, it's like, yeah, it's gonna be difficult.
4-5 second, the 5 second fixed cooldown. Although the Jawhead does feel like it could be, I mean, it is the way to deal with like these mobile heroes, but this Ruby is going to be a problem too.
Let me just say, Nightmare has all the answers to every question that GK has. The question is, can you handle this Sicilian? Yes.
Yes.
Can you handle this Jawhead? Yes. They got the high loss, they got the Ruby. You can stop the Jawhead before he throws anyone. And even if you try, the high loss can just body block it by standing on top of your original target.
What's the win condition for GK in this case? You survive your late game?
Yes.
The true late game comp.
Oh yeah. So,
can they play fast early though? I mean,
so Samo exits his lane early. Let Zeno, Smile, and Shen move as 4. Catch one target, kill them out, slow down the rotation in mid.
Sounds like a rinse and repeat of game 1, but,
exactly.
but on a higher level.
Exactly. This time, level 2 you can actually go for it, right? Because you have the Jawhead now.
Level 3, you unlock Julian's skill set, so we'll see if GK can pull it off. Very technical approach to game 3 against Nightmare Esports. Could be on blue side again, Nightmare on red, parallel jungling as always.
So for this matchup, Husky, it looks like we're gonna look at the mid lane here, because the mid lane should be having a lot of action. Too easy for Lexi, he does have the option, but knowing Hayabusa players, they do like to gank the mid anyways. Jasmine is here, seeing the rotation coming in from Shen, seeing the rotation coming in from Zeno, and now Zeno already has the level 3. So if they want to go very, very aggressive, they can go very, very soon. It's just that Shen does not have the ejector so far because he upped the smart missiles first. Oh, they went in!
The Sanguine Claws, bad impact. Jasmine has to use Revitalize for that. Again, level 3 is where you unlock the Julian.
Oh, they want to try for this. Shen is about to hit level 2. Now he is.
Gonna eat us on the damage. Saves Zeno in the process with the ejector.
Hey, that's an option. That's always an option.
Bot side though. Instant rotation to the bot side. They're gonna look for Cammy. The chains knock up. One last hit. Cammy goes down to the minions. First blood for Carvey.
So far, very good showing by Zeno. Too easy for Lexi is gonna be the one securing the gold crab. And again, I think one of our pro players has said a lot of attention is on the gold crab so far.
I believe is it Zia?
Oh yeah, I think it's Zia.
Zia,
Zia.
Pretty interesting interview. I saw that this morning. Oh, Jasmine caught out. That's a second kill for Zeno. Only Shadow Kill will take out Shen in the process. It's a decent trade.
Yeah, very decent, but again, as long as Mal survives, everything is good. Carvey has a kill on his side, so you feel even better for now. Looking at how the turtle is gonna spawn here, I would say GK does have the advantage here, but it looks like Nightmare is the one that's gonna start up the turtle.
Gonna take a purple buff first before they show up. Turtle is incredibly low. Samo commits the raging stance on, force out the Quad Shadow from Lexi.
What?
And secures the turtle for his team. So it really doesn't matter as Zeno knocks off So-So. The rest of Nightmare Esports are incredibly low but are able to disengage.
When I say that it's probably GK favorite, that's not how I imagine it to turn out to be, but you know what they say, Husky, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what is it.
It's life. Yeah. It happens.
It happens. And now Samo. Honestly, this entire series, Samo has been playing his role very, very well as an enabler for the team.
he actually has been playing out of his mind. So consistent. We saw Cho. I mean, game 2 he played Phobius, so that was more. It's a bit different.
Not as flashy.
Not as flashy. You don't really move as fast. But you give him something like Khalid Cho. Oh boy, he does so well. Jasmine tossed over the wall. He's just getting ragdolled around, knocked up, and at the end goes down to Zeno.
Yeah, even with the glorious pathway, it's not enough.
Slightly too late also, right? So you don't get to benefit from the movement speed and the regeneration.
Yep. Quad's kid, by the way, looks amazing.
Yeah, it does. I love it.
Shout out the M6 kid, man.
Statue also looks great. It's a sacred statue.
Can M7 have a tank? I mean, come on, man. I need a tank.
Okay, so which tank would you want to have?
Grok.
Grok?
Yeah.
I was thinking Tigreal, because that would be one of the few staples. They have time to consider. Another toss over the wall. Unstoppable fourth attempt to escape, but doesn't really have the health to tank up that, but the magic damage from Zeno and Smile is a lot. So Jasmine once more uses Glorious Pathway and revitalize.
Yep, Samo is there waiting just in case if they want to re-engage into the fight. So far, looking at the goal laners here, Cammy has died once, but I feel like he's still having a good enough experience here to actually be able to farm up. And so far, GK, even in the mid game, it's still dangerous for them because so far GK is looking okay. 3 kills to 3 kills. The goal lead, there's really not that big of a difference. Nightmare, the mid game power spike is going to be very strong for them. So GK really has to keep up the discipline and try to catch a lot of mistakes from Nightmare.
Unstoppable force again. Shen looking for a toss. Just displaces Oppa. They want to look for Jasmine, but he's healing up on the Glorious Pathway. Shen with a smart missile trying to do as much damage as he can. Ogi Shadow Q shows up. Good retribution from Zeno to get the turtle. And it takes so long for Shen to fall. And GK finds 2 kills.
That was a very messy team fight, especially from Nightmare, because if we're looking at all the damage dealers, they're all healthy, man. Shen got taken down, sure, but look at Carvey, look at Smile, look at Zeno. Yeah. Everyone's HP is essentially full.
It took Shen so long to die, even though there were 2-3 people on him. And also special shout out to Zeno, his first item is the Blood Wing, so taking him down is even harder than I think Nightmare would want it to be. Cammy trying to shove the wave out. Samo doesn't really care about it. Top tier 1 falls.
Quad's BMI is stripping me, man. Because when he uses the BMI, I thought it was the King's Calling. And I was like, wait, that's from Minsitar. Look at it. The circle reminds me of the King's Calling.
The monkey hologram does look a bit larger than usual.
Right? It's not just me. I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
Wow. What's crazy is that they're trying to gank Samo, which...
Pretty crazy.
That's crazy.
That's pretty crazy.
That's pretty local.
Yeah, pretty local for sure.
I can respect the attempt.
Oh, yeah. And I don't think they had any anti-heal just now.
Oh, they commit so much onto Shen. Poor dude ate at least 3 ultimates, and Oppa now needs to escape. Raging Sandstorm from Samo on top of it. Oppa cannot spin his way out of that. Good change for the lockdown. Carvey finds a double kill.
So Nightmare, honestly, I can respect it using all your skills to make sure that Shen gets taken down, but then that just enables the rest of GK to be like, now we can fight. Zeno is free, the Smile is free, Carvey is free, and now another thing that's free is apparently this turret.
Yeah, 3 ultimates just for a Tim Tan. Feels a bit of an overkill. It felt necessary for Nightmare, but the cost outweighs the benefits.
If I was Shen, I'd be like, you know what?
Sure.
I'll take it. I'll take it. It's like, I died 5 times, but this is one of those games where you don't look at the KDA, you look at what the impact really shows the team.
Another pull. Shannon's ready for that, so let's get the extra shield from the ejector. And Nightmare definitely learned that lesson, but how do you contest this turtle?
I feel like Jasmine has to get on top of Zeno. Get on top of Zeno.
Okay, they just gonna burst it down. So much damage. Now Shen, he's fishing. Good Sanguine Claws. Good stun though. If not, Shen would have gotten the toss.
Yeah, but right now the quad is going down. Final Carvey!
Oh, the RNG so close. Carvey really dancing with that flicker.
Oh yeah. Too easy for Lexi. Something to put into consideration is that he does have the Sky Piercer. So if Carvey was late on that flicker, he's gonna get shut down for sure. Oh, look at that gold difference. A lot of gold on Carvey here.
So much gold. Nightmare really focusing mid-side. Another toss on the offer, so he is gone. Flicker Raging Sandstorm coming up from Samo, forcing Nightmare Esports to disengage with the Glorious Pathway.
Yep, and even look at that. Soul was low HP there. Carvey, I believe, just hit the end of his Ren or Apathy to make sure that Soul was that low. And now with a 3,000 gold lead, looks like Geeky, all this while, they just needed the Sicilian Husky.
Yeah,
They play differently with the Sicilian. It doesn't feel like a late game hero. He's 007.
he is. He is the James Bond from Mena. And Soso is going to get caught again. They have the indicator on him. He is a target. Bounty claim. Monster kill for Carby. Pull back on the stand, but he's going to willingly eat out the damage. They can't even take him down. Double kill for Carby. This guy has ascended. Lexi shows up. The snipe for Carby!
Play of the day.
That's the play of the day right there. Carby is legendary.
Let me just type it out. You just don't.
Unbelievable. We gotta look at the instant replay presented by Kiria Gaming. Just look at this.
We don't need just an instant replay, man. We need a slow motion. We need a slow-mo here because, okay, I'm looking at the Hayabusa. The Hayabusa is not even in the fight just yet. Extended fight. Hayabusa coming in from the flanks.
Look at this one.
All right. Slow down. He hits Mao. Carby.
Ooh, 2 shots in a row.
And both from the Renner. You have to aim for that one. You gotta aim.
Oh boy, that is so crushing. So this Lord is essentially gone.
I'm waiting. Okay, just in case. There's always the outlier where out of nowhere a quad shadow comes in and then it steals it away.
You know what would be impressive?
What
if
would be
the BMI hologram stole it. If Dexter just...
Hey, you know what? That's a good promotion for the M6 skin. You want to steal lores with your BMI? Pick up the M6 skin. It gives you 8 more physical attack. I'm not wrong.
I think that's every skin, but yeah. But if everyone has the +8, then it's fair game. You know?
Yeah, it is fair game.
Fair game. And still, Shen is gonna go for the flicker. Oh boy, Cammy gets caught! Disappears. Mega kill for Zeno. Opera and Lexi shows up way too late. Top tier 2 most likely will go down.
Oh yeah, looks like it's...
Come on.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
I was like,
there we
oh,
go.
they didn't know how to finish the job?
Yeah, it's like Husky cursed it. By saying that you're gonna get it, you don't get it.
If I say that BK would not win the game, would they still not win the game? Hey, wait, no, they will win the game. Almost reverse curse that.
Don't talk.
It'd take a miracle for a comeback. Oh, they do catch Samo. Not anymore. So Jasmine is gonna get caught.
That was a good bait. So far, Carvey is having an amazing time here. Oh my goodness. Oh, stop it. No.
Come on, Carvey.
Carvey.
You have to do that in the final game of the wild card for your team. But hey, that's one way to go out with a bang. Flawless game, 10-0 on the Beatrix. All inhibitors gonna go down. GK Esports will just look for the end. Bennett's Rage, Cammy, one last dance, one last duet, taken down by Cammy, 11-0 on the Beatrix. It is GG. GK Esports comes out on top 2-1.
Hey, you know what? Carvey is saying, you know what? You've been looking so good on the Beatrix. Let me show you how I use it. And if we're talking about MVP performance, fair to say that was an MVP performance.
Truly MVP worthy. And what a way to close out the wildcard run. Again, these two teams have really nothing to lose, right? They are not going to make it to the decider match anyways. This is just that series to kind of end the journey for the year. But still, GK Esports ended it strong on the back of all of their members. You have Samo who played well. Shen also had an amazing game. Carvey stepping up.
We were talking about how, you know, no regrets, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they're talking about, you know what, just let's try the Sicilian. And then they got to try it today, and then they're like, you know what, it worked.
It worked. It was great.
So maybe next time, trust. Even if the Sicilian is not necessarily in the meta, maybe for you guys, it will work out.
Even though early game, he's not the strongest, but the crowd control from the Sanguine Claws is it's pretty annoying to deal with, right? It's one of the stronger crowd controls, and not many majors have that capability. Sicilian is one of the odd ones.
It's like a long-range implosion.
Ah, yes.
Right? If you really think about it, with the right mindset, it's a long-range, narrower, but it's essentially an implosion because you bring everyone to the center. Right? Think about it. Long-range implosion, Sicilian, kinda good. You just gotta hit it.
Which is not that hard, honestly. First of all, you don't need to be in someone's face.
Well, I guess if you're good. What about me?
You're good.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I can probably hit it now.
Oh, that's all it takes? That's all it takes? That's good to know.
I'm a very easy man to please.
I think that's all of us. It's good to know though. I want to look at the post games because this game, honestly, this whole series has been pretty one-sided for the winning team. But for this one, special shout out to Special Agent Shen, man.
Yeah, you know what? Agent Shen. Oh yes,
Agent Shen, Jawhead.
he's just like, you know what? Let me be the sacrificial lamb. I will be the bait. I will be the thing you put on the hook to pull in the fishes.
I think you call that a bait. Wait, you just said that.
Yes, but I want to express it even longer.
In case you don't know what a bait is.
Yeah, in case you don't know what a bait is.
He'll be the carrot on the stick.
Yes, that's a good one. That's a good one. And Nightmare really fall for it. They saw Shen and they used excessive force. And that's one of those situations where excessive force, maybe not that great of an item. Maybe just pull it back a bit. Maybe just... But it's always the argument. It's like, if we don't put everything there, there's a chance that he will be able to run away. But then comes to the question, does it even matter if he runs away?
You get pulled back by the Sicilian, right? Look at this Sicilian.
Long-range implosion.
He's 0-1 and 14.
Kills Schmills, you know? Doesn't matter.
Out of 15 kills, he is part of 14 of them. Just utility is enough.
But I'm pretty sure he does quite a lot of damage. We'll be seeing the damage numbers after this. This time, the game was actually 10 minutes, 56 seconds. So maybe not that big of a damage coming in from the Sicilian. Maybe at most 100 plus stacks.
I know when we look back at
Oh,
this,
never mind. He did a lot of damage.
he actually did a lot more. He did more than Carvey. He did the most damage this game.
And Carvey was one-shotting people, man. Well, two-shotting.
Yeah, they don't have enough health bar for Carvey to, you know...
to scale up
the numbers. So that's on Nightmare. Pretty unfortunate.
Very interesting that Nightmare had a lot of answer for the Sicilian, but yeah, maybe Smile just has to be confident. You know what? Next time, just give me the Sicilian. Let me use it until they ban it out.
That and also the Jawhead Julian, right? I know we saw it at the start of the...
Oh, this is Julian's first win, by the way.
It is Julian's first win. It's also Jawhead's first win, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So I know it's a pretty strong combo for that early game, but we gotta give it to Carvey on this Beatrix, the MVP of game number 3, 11-0-1.
11-0-1. Even having the Weapon Master to scale up the damage, just in case. Just in case if two-shotting people is not enough.
Just in case if anyone survives 2 random shots.
Yeah, but what are the chances of that happening? Huh?
Yeah, it would be cool if you went for Sky Piercer.
Oh yeah.
Then maybe...
Maybe one shot.
Then maybe you could one-shot with a Renner.
Yeah, overall, big congrats to GK, you know, ending their wild card with a good showing.
I think when you consider what was mentioned by Smile at the start of the day, where they decided to take a break instead of boot camping, and they started feeling the impact, and you close it out on a good note, right? This could be the beginning of another chapter heading into next year's competitive calendar. But this was also the start of Carvey's reign of terror in Game 3.
Something to consider as well for Nightmare. They gotta adapt to the speed of the meta, because like they said, like, people are moving too fast. And I feel like what they try to do, what they try to replicate by moving fast, is that getting early kills. They see Shen, they go all for Shen, and then we'll see what happens. But that's not the best way to accelerate the game.
I agree. It's something like what RRQ Akira tried to do yesterday against Legion, right? Where it's all about going fast, but sometimes you stop paying attention to the resources that your opponents have to kind of flip the script. And so many times you see this Jawhead, yeah, he went down 5 times, but every time he goes down, Nightmare loses more.
But yeah, I think it's all about that pullback, you know, because they try to kite away, but the Sanguine Claw is like, no, you come back here. I have long-range implosion. Yeah.
No, brother.
Yeah, now we're going to look at the standings here and really showcase where everyone is sitting so far. And we're looking at Group A. Unfortunately, Nightmare Esports will be the final team in Group A. GK Esports is the 3rd team in Group A, managing to get 1 point. Ulhanar and Demfeng Yaoguai. Final match, we'll be seeing who's number 1, who's number 2. That's going to be the tiebreaker because both teams have 2 points each. After this, one of the teams will be going home with 3.
Yeah. And this, for me, is a highlight of the wildcard group stage. It's going to be happening at the end of the day, the final series. But with Group A behind us for now, we're gonna look at the Group B matches because it's a lot less clear cut. Coming up, we have Legion Esports against the Mongols, right? And Legion, they not only have to win their series, they also need their opponents to
lose.
Win. Technically, RQ Akira to win and Insidio to lose.
One step at a time.
Yeah.
Beat Mongols first, because the moment Mongols wins game number 1 or game number 2, that's
over.
essentially GG.
Yeah, and even if they win, even if Legion wins 2-0, they need the team that they beat yesterday, which is RQ Akira, to win their game
2-0.
2-0. It's pretty tough to rely on someone you just beat to quote unquote, you know, get you through.
I remember, I believe it was M5 when the Malaysian team
Oh no, repressed memories. No,
fought
don't do
against
it.
the Ohio brothers.
No, don't do it.
And then we
Rafael.
lost.
It hurts. It hurts.
Grab your tickets now, and you'll get to witness 16 of the world's best teams compete here on day number 1 and day number 2 of the Swiss stage, where we basically have 8 games, 8 best of 1s. That's gonna be the tempo, right? That's how they start. They start strong and they keep on their momentum, or they start in a bad route, but then how do they recover?
Yeah, and you have to also
Buy tickets now, because when it's over, it's over. We're not selling again.
Yeah, final chance.
Final chance.
Best of 1, so interesting. And again, depending on where you end up on the Swiss round bracket, you might get the chance to play best of 3s, and those best of 3s are the deciders whether you advance to a playoffs or you continue the journey in Swiss stage.
Yeah, and again, just make sure you guys grab your tickets. But coming up next, it is going to be Legion Esports going up against the Mongols, where just win. For both teams, honestly, just win.
Just win. I mean, if you're Legion, you have to win.
Yeah, Mongols, I kind of feel like they want to end on a high note.
Yeah.
And if they can take down Legion, that's a high note in itself.
As a high note, you not only beat your opponent, you also deny them the slot, and you help Insilio secure the slot in a decided match. It's going to be quite a statement.
Yeah, you know what I always say? It's not enough for us to be happy, but it's better when someone else is sad. Was that a good message to send?
It is a good message. Like, I am happy when people are sad.
Maybe you guys don't take that advice. We're gonna go for a break. After this, Legion Esports Mongols.
For ultimate glory starts now.
Welcome back, folks. If you guys just came here, we just finished a best of 3 between Nightmare and Geekay Esports, where Geekay was able to win a 2-1, winning the first game as well as the third game using the Sicilian. But now we're jumping into game number 2, where we'll be looking at the Mongols going up against Legion Esports, where Legion Esports, they still have a chance to get out of the groups, but they need to win 2-0 against the Mongols first.
Yeah, just like we both mentioned it at the very start, one step at a time. Legion Esports, they need to do their part first before looking at the rest of the permutations. And it all has to start with beating the Mongols. And not just any win, it has to be a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, we got to see if they have any more surprises. We've seen the lane swaps and such, but still, going up against the Mongols, we're going to be looking at some of their quotes, but listening behind the scenes, like, they're, like, physically, they're here. Mentally, they still need some more strength to deal with the world stage.
Yeah, I think for the Mongols, some of their players, it's their first time on the international stage, right? So the jitters definitely is going to get to them. We've seen some of the nervousness, like even when you look back at on day number 1, when the Mongols went up against RQ Akira, game number 1, right? Like Renix K had an amazing game until that very last moment. We've seen that loss of composure, and hopefully throughout the entire wildcard leading up to day 3, he has been able to manage that battle.
And for you guys at home, discover the beating heart of Kadia City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub and a beacon of gaming culture. Thank you very much, Kadia Gaming, for supporting M6 and the wildcard. This game is going to be the beating heart, the start for Legion Esports.
Yeah.
So do they go crazy or do they go with what has worked so far?
I think Legion Esports yesterday, they talked about playing more comfortably, right? They say that day 1, Joe hasn't been able to have a good game, so they decided to go back for what's more comfortable. They had a talk about it backstage about what to do and what to adjust, and they beat RQ Akira. So I would say stick with comfort picks, make your players feel good.
Comfort picks is amazing. Now we're going to look at the standings here, and we're going to be looking at Group B. If you guys are watching here, both Legion Esports and RRQ Akira are tied with 1 point each. So honestly, even RRQ Akira has a chance to actually make it out of groups.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 3 potential teams to be moving through. In fact, to the point where if Legion Esports lose 1 game, then RRQ Akira are the ones that has the chance to make it out of group.
Yeah. Both of them have to win their series cleanly, with the other not winning their series cleanly.
So RQ Akira wants Legion Esports to lose 0-2 then?
Yeah. I think if mathematics serves me correct, yes, you're correct. Because if for Legion Esports, if they win 2-0 and RQ Akira loses even 1 game, it's still over for Legion.
And Celio is just here watching the rest of the teams and be like, go for your win. We're very comfortable here. We need 1 win and then secured. It is so secured.
Like we don't even need to win our series. We just need to take 1 point.
Yeah.
One of the easiest tasks compared to what the other teams have to go through.
I'm just wondering for Mongols if they have something up their sleeve, something like the Sicilian that we saw from Smile. Maybe they have a secret pick as well that could surprise. We've seen a lot of ranked heroes, something like the Mia. The Granger hasn't been shown up that much, but again, could be one of the options.
Wasn't Mongol one of the teams that also pulled out a Granger yesterday? It's by Renix K.
Yes. I think it was.
So that could be one of the options, right?
Use once and immediately gets banned out.
I mean, they win that game. So I think it can be an option for Mongols to consider again. I do think that they have very good ideas. Like, they're also one of the few players that plays the 1-1. What?
Look at him. You guys can see it, but we're here enjoying ourselves. But now, qualification map for Legion. How can the Mekong representative advance? As you guys can see, Legion Esports must win 2-0 against Mongols and RQ Akira wins 2-0 against Incilio. So there's 2 win conditions here. One you have control over, the second one you don't. And this is the worst situation for you to have, and vice versa, I would say is the same for RQ Akira, where the Mongols have to win 2-0 and then RQ Akira has to win 2-0 against Incilio. So both teams, RQ Akira as well as Legion Esports, half of the battle they can fight.
Yeah.
Half of the battle they just gotta pray, man.
They just have to pray. They just have to pray and see and hope that the team that the teams that they were their opponents is going to end up benefiting them in a certain way. So this is a kind of a three-way gridlock, I would say, with obviously Legion, Esports, and RQ Akira drawing the shorter end of the stick.
Yeah, imagine this. There's a chance Incilio doesn't make it out. Like, there is a chance. That's crazy to see. That is really crazy to say. But now we have a quote here from RenXKA. This is my first international championship. So I felt nervous whenever we're on stage, and my team members felt the same way. This M6 wildcard taught us many things. We learned about managing our mental state, stabilizing our emotions, and getting more practice on stage. And we also have a quote from Meiki here. To calm our nerves, we gathered together in one room after each match. We had a lot of discussions to help us calm down. I think besides the stage nerves, our approach to the game might not be serious enough. This is from the gold laner and the mid laner of the Mongols.
Yeah, two of their first time appearance on the international stage, and sometimes it does make you wonder, right? Like when we look back in history, last year it was Lil Gun. We call them the Mongolian downloaders. This should sort of quote-unquote be the 2.0 version, at least coming into the wildcard. We've seen glimpses of it, but again, you could see the loss of composure due to how fresh two of these players are on the stage. It definitely showed in on day number 1.
It's always a surreal feeling because you always know the world stage is going to be a big deal. It's going to have a lot of pressure. It's going to have a lot of expectation. It's going to have a lot of challenges. But until you actually reach there, you have no idea what's coming out. And now we have a question. Will we see more teams picking up the Granger? I don't think it's a staple just yet, but I feel like it is one of those picks that could potentially counter certain strategies. Like, for example, going up against Incilio, again, one of the favorites, using a Luyi, this Granger makes the whole field look incredibly bright. No way, no bushes feel dark for the Mongols.
Yeah, and you also kind of love fights that get drawn out a bit because you could keep refreshing your resources and keep using your abilities. Those long-range posts can be deadly. He is quite oppressive in lane against certain heroes that want to take more time to scale up. So I think that's kind of what Mongols would be looking for.
Yep, and now let's reintroduce them. RenXK, Shenlin, Meiki, Zetsu, as well as Ban Kai. And yeah, they were the ones that debuted it, the Granger, showing how excellent the Rhapsody and the Death Sonata is at dealing damage and actually opening up the map.
Yeah. So there's an interesting video about some of the players and how they got their name. And for Zetsu, it is just as you think, right? A reference from the anime Naruto, where...
Sure, Naruto, yeah.
Yeah, so he was stuck with that name because he used to be in a clan. So yeah,
He was in Akatsuki, yeah.
He was in Akatsuki. So do not cross him. He will find your family, and he will buy them. He will
give them gifts like flowers and biscuits. Hello Panda, maybe.
Yeah, Hello Panda.
And now we have Legion Esports. We got day like Nart, Joe, as well as Meow. Where again, Legion Esports, people would say it's an upset that they were able to take down RQ Akira, but they just showed that they had the better preparation. That's it.
Yeah, they definitely did, and they are the only team so far in the wildcard that has been doing the lane swap between mid and XP, right? Something that did catch RQ Akira off guard yesterday, but not just that. Like, Joe had a way better game yesterday. Also had an amazing mid lane performance. Nart as well. Yesterday was just a world-class performance from him on the Franco.
And I was watching the game. Even you guys were like, the Franco is iffy. It could work. It could not work. Maybe Akaja is better, but then he's just like...
He proceeds to win the game all on his own.
That's the reverse Caster Curse. I'm just calling it. You guys made it work.
Hey,
you guys did quite a lot. But now, we're going to talk to Sabo. A lot of anime references here. What is something we don't know about Daylight? Daylight is good when he plays in a serious tournament. But in scrims and ranked games, he plays like a bot. And I just want to slap him. He even nicknamed him Solo Kill God. Sometimes hard work isn't enough. With luck, we made it here.
And you know what they say? Luck is a combination, 99% hard work.
Yep, I agree. Honestly, like, the more hard work you put, the more luck gets attracted towards you.
Yeah, law of attraction, or whatever they call it. It's from the book The Secret.
Yeah.
It's a very popular thing.
My dad watched that. That's how I learned about it, from my dad.
I have the bulk.
Honestly, you could just put it in any region and it will make sense as
Yeah,
well.
I mean, I have the bulk, but it's like the pumpkin spice latte, but bulk, you know. Everyone gravitates towards that. But I do dig it, you know. Good things comes to those who,
Work for it.
yeah.
And those that want it.
It's how hungry you are.
Oh, I'm very hungry, Husky. You don't have to ask me that.
I'm also very hungry.
I'm looking at Hello Panda. And my question is, do you guys have enough?
Good question. We need to check the storage.
Because I
after
want to
this.
eat more.
Me too.
The problem is, enough never feels enough. That's the problem. Anyways, right now we're jumping into the pick and bans here. Coach Sabo banning out Eve. Coach Buyo banning out the Jushin. Probably a Fanny is in our future as well. It's really on Coach Sabo that has more flexibility with the bans here. And they're taking their time.
Fanny and Chip for red side. You could go back down to literally Fanny, Chip, and Jusin.
Or Fanny Cho.
Fanny Cho as well. I mean, the Jusin has been led through by some teams. Hilda banned out by Legion. That one was kind of a given. But I think Legion is also one of the few teams that that sometimes actively goes to the Alpha more than Assassins when they have a chance. So this Hilda ban does give a good indicator what Joe wants.
Probably looking at those assassins again. A lot of assassins that he can use for sure. The Mongols should be able to see this coming, so maybe putting an oppressor down in the EXP lane is going to be a good answer for that. The Fanny gets banned out. Legion Esports, what is going to be the final ban here? If they ban out the Hilda, they got to consider banning out the Cho as well, because going over to Mongols is going to be very, very difficult. But no, they're banning out the Matilda, making sure not a lot of fast rotations coming in from the Mongols.
That does make the Cho more appealing to Legion as the first pick, right? So, because now you don't really have a Matilda Express anymore. So if you want to go for pickoffs, Legion Esports can definitely consider that. But we also know that they now rock the Franco, so that could always be kind of that secret pocket pick. If Narc can play Franco, the Kaja is definitely in that hero pool too.
Last ban here by the Mongols. They're really discussing this one. They're considering what is going to be the trade-off. What are they willing to give for the first pick, and then they get back in the second two picks. I wonder if they want something like a Joe Suyo.
You could take Chip, you could let Chip go. Excuse me. They banned the Gatot, and maybe you pick like Aurora +1, right? Like AOEs to do with the Chip. So the high loss would be the first pick for Legion.
Fun fact: after Legion Esports Game 2 win versus RRQ Akira, Daylight now ranks #1 in turret damage per minute in the game, 3,571, and the 7th in highest gold per minute in the game, 1,000 on the dot in all time. M Series records all time? What?
All time.
All time.
All time highest turret damage too. Wow.
That's one way to make a name for yourself. Let me tell you that.
This could be the last ride in the wildcard, but hey, you leave with a bang, right? At least you bring back some world record.
That's in your resume for sure.
That's in your resume for sure. Maybe remember, every single time we talk about these stats, down the road, Daylight is going to be part of that Hall of Fame. Suyo Aurora would be the next two picks for Legion.
Yeah, you were talking about in Legion, pick it up. Mongols going more traditional here, picking up the Khalid, picking up the Alpha. Honestly, Bruno would be pretty good here just to have that lane oppression to help out the Khalid, to help out the Alpha, because both can be lane bullies in their own right. But if they don't want Bruno, probably pick up a mid laner that can deal with the Aurora. Something like a Vexana if you want more control.
Valentina is not too
Valentina
bad.
is not bad as well.
You can steal the glacial, the frigid glacier, and what do you call it? Glorious pathway.
Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't sure which direction you were going, but now I see. Now I see.
Yeah. Glorious pathway. I mean, the Cho is still open. That might be something that Mongols might consider banning. Yeah, so they pick the Cho themselves, which is okay.
Yeah, well, you've been hitting the drafts here. Very good on you, Husky. But now we got to look at the gold lane here. I wonder if Legion Esports will eventually think about banning out the Granger, because so far the Mongols showed the Granger really for the Lui. I'm not so sure if they will use the Granger like as a staple in like any game you can pick up the Granger, you know?
Yeah, I don't think so too. I think here you could consider Bruno, so you don't ban out Bruno, right? You ban out like Beatrix, Nathan, Harith, and then you get first pick Bruno. But that is under the premise that Legion Esports lets it through completely, so they would keep the the marksman pool open. They ban Tigro instead, which I do like. You remove some setup from Legion.
Yep. The Tigro kind of shows that whatever your marksman is going to pick up does not want to use a Purify. Thinking about a Beatrix here, honestly, even Bruno does not want to use the Purify. Nathan is okay to use the Purify, so maybe that's not what they're aiming for. Whenever I see the Tigro kind of ban, I'm thinking like either the jungler doesn't like it or the gold laner doesn't like it. Alpha doesn't like it for sure, but I'm just opening up my options and thinking that RenXK also doesn't want to use Purify here.
Even sometimes when you play Moskov, you would prefer the Flicker in certain case. So Loi banned out by Legion. This is a hero that, in fact, now that I look back, has been let through in the entire first series.
I mean, it's the same argument as a Chip, right? You're not a good Luyi player, you're a good Luyi team. So not every team is going to be picking it up. I mean, even Incilia lost with it.
That's true. They did. It's been quite shaky, right? The win rate in the wildcard. Get the Edith ban. Also one of the few heroes that...
Okay, never mind. Now I see the ban. The ban is for Alpha. The Alpha wants to have a better time whenever he's engaging in a fight.
Edith really has kind of dipped in appearance rate. Why is that the case? Like, is Edith not favorable anymore?
Is favorable, but not gonna lie, it is one of those heroes that you have to get comfortable with using because there's this very intricate mechanic of making sure that you have maximum damage on your Primal Wrath, and not a lot of players are comfortable with it in the heat of battle. But yeah, we were talking about Bruno. The Bruno now picked up by the Mongols. Both the Beatrix as well as the Natan is open for them to consider. Maybe even consider the Harif. Maybe Harif is not good here.
I mean, you did say that the Edith ban is for the Edith and Tigro ban are for the Alpha. Also helps the Bruno, right?
Yeah.
So when he gets the Malefic Gun, I'm not sure how Legion's gonna get to it.
I don't know about the Beatrix because they're going up against a Cho. You want a Purify.
I think Natan.
Yeah, Natan is solid because Natan is fine with using a Purify here unless Legion they really want to take a risk by picking up a hero like I don't know, Harry.
Harith
can use a Purify, yeah.
Oh, so they take Harith and Jawhead.
So it looks like this Hylos is going to the EXP. And with that information, Mongols can decide whether the Cho is going EXP or Roam. Because so far, Cho has been flexed around for quite a bit.
Who would you rather match the Jawhead? Like in the Roam role? Cho or Khalid?
Khalid. Actually, no. The Cho can escape. No, never mind. Cho. Because I was thinking if the Jawhead mis-throws, then the Khalid can actually deal the damage. Even if the Khalid dies, maybe the Khalid can take someone with him. But yeah, no, it's safer Cho.
Yeah, at least you can sort of negate the toss with the Shunpo. Harder to catch too. I think, yeah, you can sort of avoid the unstoppable force with your Shunpo too, right? Oh my goodness, I've been talking about this, like, I think I've been talking to you and a couple of our colleagues about Veil. I never really thought that I would see him.
I mean, in the Philippines, they've been trying it out. So we'll see. Veil, very strong crowd control. The damage has been nerfed a bit, but not saying that the damage is bad. The damage is still there.
Yeah.
You just gotta hit your skills. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah. Veil has, the crowd control range is actually pretty long. You could reach far targets. And the burst damage is out of this world. Like, you get clip, it's lights out. And I mean, yeah, Harry has to purify, but Harry likes to be up close and personal.
This is the match where potentially Legion Esports, if they win this one, they have the potential to actually go to the decider match. But if Mongols wins game number 1, their dreams will be crushed. Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
One team still has some signs of life, but the other here to deliver the verdict of death. We'll see if the Mongols would crush the hopes and dreams of the last light of the Mekong region representative. Of course, we got Legion Esports on the blue side and the Mongols on the red. This time, the jungling path is the complete opposite.
Interesting. Meow is solo getting the turret. Oh!
Yeah, so the lane swap again. They did the lane swap again.
Yeah. Now Hehe is going to absorb. I mean, like, to be fair, Hehe he was an EXP laner, was a gold laner, now he's a mid laner, so he feels right at home.
Yeah, it's gonna get brought back in, but does survive. Shenlin gets gone on. Smart Missiles almost took him down. Both teams disengage.
And to answer the question, looks like Bankai will be using the Cho as an EXP. So this is going to be a roam Khalid, which is something that I did forget. Shenlin was the one that uses the Khalid, and Shenlin really stops the movement of the mid trio from the opposing side. So this is more about comfort, I believe.
Both roamers even went for the encourage enchantment for their roam boots. It's all about raw power and damage.
Not gonna lie, even roam boots, I just use encourage nowadays. I rarely use conceal unless I'm using a catching hero like a Kaja.
That is true. Or Cho. I mean, Cho probably is the next candidate. So this lane strong, I guess, is a lot more manageable for Cho. It was able to shove the wave in fast thanks to the concussive blast clear. So it takes an early recall just in time for the turtle to spawn.
Oh, right now, Nart goes in.
Hey, Flicker. Freeze Makey does get out. Good crowd control response. Again, a disengage from both teams. Mongols wants control of the turtle, but this Aurora will make it a bit difficult. She's going to catch the bottom wave to hit level 4. Lin loses majority of his health. Flicker kick from Ban Kai. They jump onto Joe. First blood going over to Shenlin. Meow gets the law in order. Shenlin will flicker over the wall. Another knockout onto Hey. He doesn't have level 4. Ban Kai honor him with the Jit Kundo. Zetsu works on the objective. I think Legion Esports will just have to give it up.
I feel like Legion Esports hovering around there is already not a good idea. You just lost your jungler. Might as well go somewhere else around the map and get as much farm as you can. Bankai so far is not getting punished at all by the EXP Aurora in the early game. And now going to the top lane, Shenlin is looking at Daylight.
Punish him.
Whoa, that's a lot of damage even with the Purify being used.
Yeah. Purify actually did nothing. He
he
still,
did nothing.
He
was
still ate
stuck.
everything. So they bring Nart here to try and secure the crab. He's not going to get it, right?
Hold on.
Oh, that's a crit.
Yep. Legion Esports, I would say the previous fight was a little bit messy from their side. Looks like the targeting was a little bit unclear because Nart was aiming for someone else. Hehe was aiming for someone else. Joe looked like he was unsure whether to go for Nart or Hehehe. So they were trying on multiple angles, where I believe if you're using a catch composition, just focus on one. Make sure you kill one person and then you're good.
Yeah. And also because they did the lane swap, so the Aurora didn't hit level 4 since the side lane waves crashed so much later than the mid wave, so he couldn't catch it in time. If he had that Frigid Glacier, that would have made all the difference.
And now the Mongols having 1,000 gold lead. Shenlin again being quite good at managing Legion Esports, making sure that they're unable to move forward. And now they're just camping that bush, waiting for Nart to move through. And Bankai looks like he's sniffing someone is close. He does have the weight of dragon. So honestly, the Mongols, they're a-okay to start a fight at any time because they have a lot of ways to initiate. Meiki can initiate, Shenlin can initiate, Zetsu can initiate, Bankai can initiate.
All these, you know, dark areas, it's going to be a tough thing for Legion to crack. Like, you need Meow or Nart to kind of walk in and open the map a little bit. Like you mentioned, LaFell, so much catch potential. Second turtle will be up. Bankai already in the bush. Winning King and solo killed topside by Daylight.
Yeah, Bruno is the problem. Hey, you know what? One of the OG problems in lane is that RA.
We tossed away from Nart. So no toss for another 10 seconds. Bankai is going to prime up the Jikundo. Flicker. Good cancel. The unstoppable force. Bankai not able to find the kick, but still Mongols wants to take the fight. Split up by the glorious pathway. Meiki on the retreat, and Bankai still soaking out the damage. One last toss. He goes down.
Well, Bankai is doing his job as an EXP laner. He's trying to put so much pressure into the backline, so he's separating the team, and now they're on the Meow.
Re-engage from Shenlin. Raging Sandstorm committed. Meiki doesn't land his abilities. Not go on to him as the turtle gets secured by Legion Esports, and now they go for more. Joe wants the damage. Shenlin soaking it out with the quicksand guard to buy time for Zetsu to get a kill. Misses the spill of Alpha, and he goes down. He fights the kill.
Oh, Husky, that was painful. There were 4 members, and he went in between. Moment of silence.
That was a disaster. Oh my god!
Well, returning of the 1v1.
That's a Haas Claw effect, I think.
Our job is to talk, but I feel like we need a breather here. Just.
So he almost got solo killed the second time. He just healed up off the Haas Claw and found the trace. So that's Bruno for you in a nutshell.
Misplays have been happening, folks, on both ends. Mongols going up against Legion. Right now, it doesn't look like one-sided at all. So either team has a very good chance of winning this one. The Mongols, though, I kind of feel like scaling. I feel like the Veil scales a bit better than Aurora.
I wholeheartedly agree. And again, this Purify from Daylight, they're going to go on to him. No Purify, no Flicker, he is gone.
Yeah, Shenlin wasn't there. Shenlin can't help out. Look at Bankai. Bankai, I wonder if he can catch Suyo, but no, his target is going to be the high loss.
It's going to be a bit tough. They don't have enough damage, even with the Alpha and Veil. So Daylight will cash in on the top tier 1. They finally free him from the Bruno.
Or free the Bruno from him. So far, the score is 1-1, Husky.
Yeah.
You know, like Harv got a kill and Bruno got a kill.
Bruno did die twice. Going order onto Bankai. He's going to get tossed back by Nar with the Flicker, preemptive one. And he will end up going down. Shenlin couldn't get over the wall. Good stun from the Blaze Surge. Killing spree for Joe. 3 down for the Mongols. Renix K just respawn. Uses the Flicker. Dashes away with the sliding tackle. Saved by Makey.
Yeah, but overall, Legion Esports, they got the mid lane turret. That's huge because now they can start controlling the buffs as well. And this is good for Narn. As a Jawhead, having a lot of bushes to work with, that feels amazing. And seeing how the team moves around him, making it so that whenever he does catch someone with the ejectors, a kill will follow suit.
Especially if you say that Bankai has been doing his due diligence, Nart also has been doing a fantastic job. And Renix K, he's just not catching a break.
Ooh, yeah, he needs to be a little bit more careful here. Like, he has to consider that. As strong as I am, the Harv is pretty strong as well. The Harv already has 2 items when the Bruno only has 1. The Bruno only has the Haskelaw, while the Harv has the Feather of Heaven as well as the Starlim Scythe.
Yeah, so that's a back-to-back death in like a 2-minute window, right? So now he's 1k behind Daylight, which in of itself is already horrible news. Doesn't have much map to work with. Bankai forced to use the kick. Joe still chasing it on the top side. As the rest of Legion Esports just a steal possession. Renix K!
Oh no!
Not again!
No! Oh, I mean, this is good if you're a Legion Esports fan, but if you're a Mongols fan, you'll be like, just let him play the game.
Yeah, we just had a quote of him talking
about.
about.
A minion.
He just won on wave.
He just won a minion.
We literally had have him talking about resetting the mental. This is one way to break it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
If you really want to break someone, this is how you do it.
Keep ganking him over and over again. He's like, he'll never see it coming. We ganked him 3 times. What are the chances we gank him 4 times?
Doesn't help that there's a jaw hit, right? So you can't even get away from him. He locks onto you, you're dead.
Oh.
They will try. The choke can get the kick off. Nar will flicker.
Yeah, this time you can see everyone is on Renix K.
The glorious pathway just a bit short, so Zetsu gets to walk out of it safely. Now the problem is, Renix K has nowhere to go. He has nowhere to farm.
His entire team has to move around with him. And now the Lord is going to spawn. So the Mongols, first for me, maybe use this time to farm up.
They have to
I don't
play
know.
on the defense, right?
Bankai can potentially get a good kick, but I'm just worried that any form of engage that the Mongols have will be punished. So this is the better choice. Find farm while everyone is preoccupied with the Lord.
Yeah. It has definitely the game plan will have to shift. It's protecting Renix K. He's the win condition. You gotta somehow allow him to survive. Uh-oh, Jikun don't miss. Bankai is gonna eat it. Good counter engage. The burst is right there from the Mongols as they blow up 2 members of Legion. The freeze will miss. Good pick off by the Mongols.
I was about to say good on Nar using the unstoppable force to cancel out the way of the dragon, but the damage though.
Holy cow!
That
The veil
damage,
Wow, the Daylight disappeared.
Oh, dude, everyone disappeared. I blinked, and that was my mistake. Just to save the itemization for the Veil, in case anyone is wondering, is the Genius one and now the Glowing one. Just 2 items. And once he hits his abilities, lights out.
Yeah. In the
Lights
old
out
days,
for
you
Daylight.
do take lightning function, but he doesn't even have it, and he is blowing people up.
I wonder if he just wants to go for the Divine Glaive or the Holy Crystal Streak.
I think Divine Glaive is. I think both are good if they can somehow keep getting these pickouts. Holy Crystal would be a big bonus. Bankai does have the flicker. So they will try to fish for something. Zaman Force is out. Daylight will do just enough damage to break the top tier 2. But I mean, Mongols put up a super good defense just with the pickoff.
Considering his 6,000 gold difference, they're doing quite good.
Yeah.
They're doing quite good. And the Veil so far is 0-0 and 2. He keeps on getting the levels. And with more levels, the more his movement speed is, the more difficult it is for someone to catch him.
Yeah. Every single assist he gets, right? Takedown he gets. So that's 2 out of 10 stacks for Meiki. That's 16 extra movement speed. Another toss. This time they do found Zensu. The jungler is gone. Malefic Gun just got purchased by Renix K, but the Mongols need to think about escaping. Meiki, Shinlin all on the retreat, and they will be able to get out.
The Mongols need one good engage here by Shinlin. Once that engage happens, they can deal damage.
Hey, with the flicker into a toss. Again, there's just no escape. Shinlin ends up falling. Sanjo!
Oh my goodness!
What clips him on the edge with that? Bankai completely just messes up the rotation. Almost goes down to the synchro fissure. Oh, this Leader just broke one of the inhibitor.
I didn't know 8,000 gold would translate to that kind of damage. Like that looked like they had no fighting chance.
That was a Bruno with Malefic Gun.
Oh, dude,
I thought it was far enough.
Okay, Daylight is impressive, but honestly, Meiki is impressive as well. Being down 8,000 gold and doing that much damage against a team that has a Harif, has the Jawhead, like, not bad. The Veil is doing not bad damage.
This Jawhead is actually a big problem.
I mean, if the pressure doesn't stop, oh yeah, the problem is there.
Such a big issue. Unfortunately for the Mongols, there is no chance of even contesting this one.
It's funny, Husky, you were asking me how Jawhead, like, who would you rather fight against the Jawhead? Is it the Cho or is it the Khalid? And apparently it's neither, it's the Bruno. Their aim is like, you know what, we're just fighting Bruno. It's like, guys, come on, I wasn't even part of the conversation. Why am I here?
He's getting dragged in, his collateral. Well, started as collateral, now he is just the main target. He's going for Rose Gold Median next.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh, he just got the Magic Blade at least.
The Magic Blade, I feel like it's enough for now because he's scrambling for gold. He's almost 2,000 gold behind compared to Daylight.
They should be able to clear out the Lord, but they will have to give up some structures. Spot inhibitor goes down, another attempt to stumble force. Nard finds the toss, Zetsu just gonna go down. He disappears, vaporized by Daylight. They find the kill onto Nard, but they need to take down the Lord. Good freeze, the Frigid Glacier from and Legion Esports will take game number 1.
Legion Esports is one step towards getting out of groups. They defeated the Mongols. They need to do it one more time. But based on that, if my calculations is correct, this means that RRQ Akira does not have a chance to get out of groups.
Yep. Well, the hopes for Legion Esports, for the whole of Vietnam, is still burning. There's still a flicker of the flame, but they have at the same time extinguished whatever is left for RRQ Akira. The second seed from the Latam region will unfortunately have to bid goodbye, despite not even being on the stage to play for the series yet. But Legion Esports have shut the door for one of the teams. Now they've created an advantage, or at least a room of breather for themselves.
Yeah, honestly, like, the Veil did quite a lot of damage, right? It's just that the setup was not there.
Yeah.
This is just me because I just feel comfortable. But anyways, like, Legion Esports is doing so good. I like how in the early game, nothing much really happened. But then once they start applying the pressure, the Jawhead really was a problem.
Yeah. It started with one gank on the top side after both the marksmen solo kill each other once. Nard shows up, kills Renix K, he respawns, gets killed again, and then he respawns and he dies again. He dies 3 times in a row. And that was the end, like he has no space to farm anymore.
This is one of those games where Renix K would just be like, guys, come on, man. I mean, like,
please, I need help, please. What do you want me to do?
Come my lane. Come my lane. Like, at least open up the map. Let me know where the Jawhead is.
Poor guy.
Poor guy. Like, yeah, like, that Jawhead was a problem. Like, Nard was a problem. Like, your scaler can't farm. Like, how can you... Like, Renix K could have played much more safely, for sure. He could have been more careful with his positioning. But at one point, you got to realize that, okay, he's not having a good time. Someone's got to help him.
someone's gonna help him. I would expect that to be Shenlin and Bankai. Bankai is technically having a pretty tough time against Nart because he kept getting they all kept getting cancelled by the Unstoppable Force. And then every time Shenlin shows up, he gets tossed and then he goes down. So now no one dares to fight this Jawhead.
It's actually quite good that Nart has not been kicked by the Cho, even though the Cho targeted him so many times, right?
Yeah.
The Unstoppable Force, the timing is like, at one point even Bankai could have just played around and not kicked him, let him use the Unstoppable Force first and then kick him, but I understand he probably can't survive that long.
Yeah, I mean, Nart is also pretty patient. That is also one of the few times you see that a slight reduction in knockup duration come into play.
Yes.
And on top of that, Nart just, you have that millisecond to respond to the combo from the Cho.
That's a good shout, Husky. I didn't even consider that. Yeah, because the knockup has been nerfed in terms of the time that you actually get knocked up.
Yeah.
You have more time to respond.
Yeah, usually you can hardly respond. I don't think you have enough time, but
No,
now
you don't
you
have
do.
enough time. Yeah.
Small details.
Especially, I wasn't looking at the items. If Nart had the resilience boots,
He had tough boots.
He had tough boots, so yeah, even more.
Yeah, even more.
Definitely can respond to that. So looking at the damage here, Daylight dealt a lot of damage, and Makey almost caught up. 51,000 damage, and Makey was not touched at all. Only receiving 8,000 damage. He was barely, he was able to deal damage without taking a lot of damage. So he played the Veil as best as he can.
Yeah, and the good thing about Veil is that he doesn't even need to be the one that one-shots people, right? Like your burst damage is enough that even if you don't take your target out, you chunk them down low enough for the rest of your team to go in for the cleanup. So this Veil, I can see it working. I definitely think that it has its merits. The unfortunate part was that Legion snowballed a bit too fast for Mongols to recover.
Yep, and now we gotta look at the MVP of the game. The MVP is going over to Nart, man. Like, he makes you have a headache.
Yeah,
And that's the best compliment you can give to a roamer. You know what? You're a headache.
You are a piece of work. I hate you so much. It's like a good actor, right? Like it's someone that plays the villain.
Exactly.
You hate that character, but he did a pretty good job for you to hate him.
Yeah, Nart really played the role very, very well. He's just like, there's no way that he thinks we're gonna gank him again, right?
Yeah.
So we just keep doing it.
I think like compliments have the way that people accept compliment has evolved. Usually people want to hear, "Oh, you play so well.
You did a good job."
Yeah. But now people just like, "Are you hacking?" No, I'm not. I just play good.
That's the way.
If people accuse you of something,
why can't I kick you?
yeah, if you get accused of something, you probably are doing something right.
Yep. Nart, man,
His first item was Dom Ice, if I remember correctly. He was so far ahead. He bought Dom Ice first item, and then the rest was history.
Definitely something that you have to consider within the banning phase. Because if we remember, a lot of the heroes like the Tigreal, I forgot the other hero, but again, all Edith.
Yeah, Edith.
Heroes that you don't want to use a Purify on. And Jahid is also another of those heroes. Like, if you don't use Purify, I'm going to get you.
Yeah. You're unstoppable, right? Literally unstoppable. They follow you until the very ends of the world. And Tigreal used to be one of the answers to Jawhead. Like, oh, you toss me, I'm going to get your whole team in the backline. But there was no Tigreal this game.
I didn't even notice that, but Nart even used the Flicker to reposition so that Bankai is even further back than he was supposed to be. Yeah. And all this
Look at this.
all the good catches, man.
This preemptive Flicker, like, it's so fast from Nart. Like, poor Bankai, man. He's like doing his best to get a setup, but because of this Jawhead, he cannot do anything. I mean, Rinne's case is a special case.
And again, that veil damage was a lot.
It was a lot.
It was Nart's highlight, but we get to see some of Makey's plays.
It just cannot, like, your front line doesn't survive long enough. And Nart is so far ahead that he is running forward. Was it this one that Rinne's K went down? Like, he had a... Oh wait, this was after he went down. Yeah.
Again, I feel like the Mongols could do it. It's just that they don't know how to react. I feel like that's the problem. Where when we say teams have a problem that they just like reacting to something, but this is one of those things where he doesn't react. Like they don't know how to react.
I mean, okay, sure, Mongols, again, they are not making it anyways. They're not going to make it to tomorrow anyways. RQ Akira's hope has been dashed. But the Mongols can still make a difference, taking 1 point off of Legion.
Oh, yeah.
There's still a realm of possibility where they end up stopping Legion and Insidio auto advances without having to play their series.
And RQ Akira as well.
Yeah. So if they take one game, Insidio can literally just celebrate. Because they're already through. How crazy would that be? Mongols have the power to dictate the face of the two other teams.
And now we're going to talk about Hello Panda, but this time we're doing it in Mandarin.
Okay. 你好熊猫，你好熊猫，它的饼干很好吃。
Okay, good enough.
That's good enough. Well,
Good enough. You know what? And now
live translation isn't easy.
We can celebrate now, but actually we haven't had lunch, so this is going to be big for us. 你好
熊猫。
你好熊猫.
Oh yes, yes.
你好熊猫.
Correct.
There you go. We're doing Hello Panda in different languages. I'm just gonna get a few here. Dude, my mouth is salivating.
Thank you, thank you. I can smell it from here.
Yeah.
Is this a good panda? Oh, this is a good one. Is it a panda lying on the couch or something? Oh shit, I'm gonna lean forward. This is the best I can do. This actually looks nice. So I realize they have different designs, different portraits on the panda, of the panda on the biscuit.
This one looks like she's baking.
She's baking?
I assume it's a she, but it could be a he.
It's okay. The panda is baking. I can do this. This is nice. This is my best part, my favorite part of the show.
This is our favorite part of Leaguecasters.
Oh, being the eat.
Guys, you have no idea how great it is to feel eating on cam, and you're not going to get in trouble for it.
We had chocolate on day one. Strawberry is really nice.
Guys, from the 18th of November to the 29th of December, participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claw's new Epic Skin, Challenges Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin, Lightseeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time.
Yep, and I gotta say the Beatrix Epic Painted Skin looks sick. I think it's purple color if I remember correctly.
I'm colorblind.
All right. Wait, you can recognize purple, right?
Apparently I can't because I fought with my wife where I thought it was red and apparently it's purple.
Ah.
I don't know. And she says it's pink, but I'm like, no, that's white.
I would say the color spectrum for guys, we have a very generic color spectrum. Like red is red.
Red is red, blue is blue, green is green.
Yeah, there's no violet, there's no
magenta.
It's purple, it's purple.
I'm thinking one more. I'm thinking as much as I can. You know what? I believe Gideon and Staffa has already eaten, so it's fine.
Yeah, they don't need the hello.
They don't need it. Now we're talking to Joe. If Legion advances to the decider match, who is very likely your opponent? It's saying it's definitely Uhanar. Timfun Yagwai is good, but Uhanar is levels apart. And I'm sure everyone feels the same way. Levels apart.
I mean, even the coach of Uhanar feels the same way, right? Like Coach Osprey did say that, sure, the teams are good, but he feels like no one can come close to them. He feels like they have already secured the ticket to the Swiss stage.
I mean, even BTK themselves, they're looking at the draw, they're like, oh, we're probably going to fight Uhanar.
I think anyone who doesn't get drawn into a pairing for Swiss stage is going to prep for Uhanar.
So it'd be very interesting if they don't make it. Like, that would be very interesting.
But that would be great for any team that makes it, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's say if Denfan Yao Guai or Legion, Insilio, the big Uhanar in the wildcard stage has already made history, you know, in their own way. See game 2, Gatot banned out. First, we got Mongols on blue side this time.
It's interesting to see this year, Turkey is really showing up as a region. Usually people talk about Southeast Asia, but now Turkey is like, hey, they came to play. Now they have 2 strong teams.
2 strong teams, yeah. And I think it's the first time they have 2 teams in the group stage.
Wait. Not happened yet.
Not happening. It could be, potentially.
It could potentially happen.
Yeah, historically the first time if Uhanar makes it through. Good to see that regions out of SEA are really showing up, right? Like ECA showed us something. M3 was N8 and, you know, BTK made top 3.
Yeah, they defeated Blacklist
International. Yeah. That was quite a spectacle too.
Mongols here, like I said, banning out the Gatot. And now they're banning out the Hylos. Interesting strategy here, making sure that there's no strong frontliners which screams to me, burst, burst, burst. Coach Sabo banning out the Jushin
For the ultimate answer.
and banning out the Hilda.
They'll probably let Chip through, so the Fanny should be the last ban for Legion. But for Mongols, I mean, you can go for the show. I don't think you want to ban Jawhead.
Hey, why not? Why
I
not?
suppose so.
Because what else is pretty good ban? Eve.
Oh yeah, Eve, yeah.
Eve, yeah. But
They can pick Eve.
They can
They
pick
can
it.
pick Eve.
I mean, like, Coach Sabo is gonna ban out the Fanny, so they could probably get Eve.
They could get Eve, yeah. They could. I mean, they ban Jawhead, they get Eve, and it's not too bad of a hero into the show.
Yeah, it's not a bad first pick.
Yeah. Okay,
Are they gonna do it?
Are they gonna ban Jawhead?
Ben Jawhead, Ben Cho, something, but then get the
rises when
No,
I
the
give
ban
Ben
Khalid.
Khalid.
Eve is still open,
Yep.
and it's not the best target for Jawhead to go
What's your
on to.
command?
Fanny
Your
ban.
team is picking.
That
Eve
one.
is open.
Get Eve, come on, Makey. Come on, Buyo. Give him the Eve.
They're taking their time. What if they let the Eve through and Legion Esports, they get the Eve plus Alpha, for example. That's going to be very impressive. Eve, Nolan, if Cho.
Suyo.
Suyo, there's a lot of options. The Eve is a good counter to a lot of the meta here. And Mongols, they're really
Among the
taking their
planes
time. They
exists
pick
the
up the Eve.
equilibrium.
You have to take the Eve.
Which
I feel like it's
I
too
was
good of a
made
pick to
for.
pass up. Although Legion can still take something like Valentina, right? You want a direct copy of the RWM, Valentina is your hero. And, well, good news, Hey does play that hero. They take Matilda first, and the Alpha, no,
The
Phobius.
Phobius.
Okay.
All right, so Matilda, Phobius, they can save the Valentina for the third pick, but now Mongols, they have priority over which jungler do they want? Do they want the Nolan? Do they want the Suyo? Do they want the Alpha? There's a lot of choices, but they have the priority here. And we see that Bruno is strong. But if you pick up the Bruno, Legion Esports can fight back with the... oh, wait, no, now they can't, because the Matilda is there.
Yeah,
And
there's no
Phobius
jaw
is-
hit.
So actually, Bruno might be a little bit more safer. And then later on, ban out the Harif.
There's also the Kaja that they can consider.
Ah,
I'm not
yes.
sure if it's worthy in the first phase, but Kaja is definitely on the menu for Mongols down the road if they want it. I mean, Phobius, you like to jump while get pulled away to the edge of the world. Matilda also can't really save you.
The shadows
So they
that
do take the
plague.
Suyo
I will
first,
protect this world. The
and the
forest,
Edith,
sky,
okay.
All of it.
Plenty of control.
Yeah, Legion Esports with the Eden pickup. Now they got to consider, do they still want the Alpha? If it's not an Alpha, then it probably is the Nolan. And if you're really unsure about either, maybe even think about the Hayabusa.
Hayabusa. You could reach the Eve, yeah. It's just not too bad of an option.
You can ignore it first and pick up something like a gold laner, and then later on pick up your or pick up your Valentina.
I think you pick Valentina. I would go for Valentina, but they go for the Alpha, okay. So if
So now for Mongols, they have two options: either ban out the gold laner or ban out the mid laner. That's a good ban.
That's a good ban.
That's a good ban.
We saw it in the first 2 days. I also brought it up just now that the three big suppression heroes, Baratz, Franco, and Kaja. I like this. It's a pick that the Mongols have definitely have mastery over, right? To really hard control these targets. Like even Matilda can save them. So Valentina gets banned out. That one was expected.
Other picks, maybe the Eve, maybe the Aurora. The Eve, whenever you see the real world manipulation, you can drop the Eternal God onto the Eve so that the Eve can't tap for a while. And now that the Harv gets banned out, it does look like Legion, they want the Bruno for themselves. So it's on Mongols. Do they want to ban out Bruno? But then Legion Esports, they have free reign to pick up something like the Beatrix.
They ban Aurora. You can take Bruno, but we can have Beatrix.
Time to take the
So it's
field.
still not too bad of a trade. This one is going to be Daylight on the Bruno. So they save the
They need a
mid
little
lane
bit.
for last.
I actually don't mind Kaja Beatrix here.
I agree.
Kaja Beatrix is so good against Legion Esports.
Like Edith into Phobius doesn't feel too bad, right?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's
It's
very
okay.
good. It's a big decent matchup.
Yeah, Edith clears the lane fast, so in case it becomes oppressive, just leave the lane.
You want early damage? You can fight. She definitely can fight.
We just have to wonder if Mongols has it in them to use the Beatrix Kaja combination against the Alpha, against Bruno, against the Matilda. This is a good pick.
Yeah, like how comfortable are you? So the Beatrix is a no-brainer. Let's see, come on.
Your team is picking.
The
So they go
Cho.
for the Cho instead.
Same concept, different hero.
Same concept, different hero. Slightly harder as well.
Yeah, because there's a way to outplay it.
Southern seas
The
are
angles,
The
right?
Kadita.
Oh, okay.
Eve might get knocked down here.
Whoa.
Kadita doesn't do well against healers, but I don't see any healers here for Mongols.
Yeah. Oh, she turns into liquid, so she doesn't really ignore the chessboard that he puts up.
Yep. And the combination is so much faster now, so very good draft here. But the pressure, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, is on Legion Esports.
Go on Legion Esports. They could have the best draft in the world and still feel the weight on their shoulders. Though this one, if they win it, they have already completed half that journey to potentially overtake Incilio. The other half lies onto Archeo Kira, but for now, they gotta overcome Mongols first. Game 2 with the Mongols on blue side, Legion Esports on red.
Good draft or bad draft. Legion Esports, it's on them now for them to secure this. Because if not, their dreams on making on to the Swiss stage dies here. And we're jumping in to the Land of Dawn.
Pretty stressful for Legion, but of course for the Mongols, all hope is not lost just yet. They have a chance to leave their own mark, a stain on Legion Esports. Kind of back with the hopes of the Mekong region. Both junglers starting on orange buff again, so mirrored jungler, just mirror jungle pathing, just like last game. You got a Yves, Cho, wave clear, just fantastic. Another lane swap where you put the Kadita into the Edith.
Right now, Legion, this is basically being their staple for now. So teams should really see it coming, but no more games for them after this, so it is going to be interesting nonetheless. Shenlin here on the Cho, going to put a little bit of pressure on Bernard, but Nard is able to dash out of there. So far, not a lot is going on around the map, but the Mongols did secure the Little Wanderer.
I do think that this lane swap, the minor adjustment I would make is the minute and 30-second mark right before the turtle, you give the mid lane to the mid laner instead, so that hero can hit 4 first. As we just see in game 1 that Hehe got the Aurora out late just because he wasn't able to catch the top wave, the bottom wave in time. And I would much prefer having the Kadita out than the Phobius out, which in this case, you get the one-shot targets that you catch with the Petrify. So we'll see if Legion makes that adjustment, but for now, it seems like they will stick to what they are comfortable with as the Kadita will continue to take the top wave.
Yep, right now, really looking at all the waves managing here. Legion Esports, most of them are here on top. Bankai sees them, but Bankai is dashing out of there. Really looking at the situation and how they're going to fight for this turtle. Shenlin is there having priority, but Shenlin doesn't have level 4. And between Nard and Shenlin, Shenlin is the one that really needs the level 4. Nard can at least deal a little bit of damage.
Meow and Hehe, they're still looking for their 4, but they don't have time to wait for it, and so Retribution goes over to the side of Mongols. They get the turtle. Joe almost electrocuted. Purify out from Nard. One last shot will do the job. First blood going over to Zetsu. Then orange buff is also going to be gone.
Yeah, the Mongols are moving very fast. They see an opportunity and they're going for it. And this is the one of the weaknesses, like you said. It happened in game number 1 as well. Hey, got level 4 very late. In fact, he still doesn't have his level 4. And this is not what you want from a Kadita because, hey, it's a very strong early game hero. But if he's not there in the early game, you know, it's like, you're not doing your thing.
Between Infernal Pursuit and Rough Waves, it is a clear winner, and who should get that ultimate first. So, I think if it's like a Khalid or Gatot, then sure, right? He can take the mid wave. But in this case, Legion Esports probably, you know, just it's a minor oversight that costed them that first objective. So it gives Mongols a decent lead and 1.3, 1.4k advantage. But for Legion, they still have decent openings to work with as long as they kind of not allow Mongols to take control of the map.
Yeah, so right now, Legion Esports, they need a way to catch someone, right? And my trouble is here, Husky, is that it's good that Nart and Joe are moving as a unit, but they're staying at the bottom lane for quite a while, so they're not being proactive. And Hehehe is not getting out of lane 2. So they're not in good position to actually get any good catches. Like, the movement from Legion is being passive when I feel like their draft is not about being passive.
And Daylight is going to get punished. It's such an odd timing because, like you said, LaFell, Legion Esports, they've spent quite some time on that bot side. The one moment they were not there, their gold laner goes down.
So you see them waiting there to kind of like deter Mongols from moving aggressive. But then once they see the Mongols, they back off. And then after that, the protection for Daylight is no longer there. So I'm worried that Legion Esports, they're playing this draft like it's a scaling draft when it really isn't. It's all about winning the early game.
I wonder how comfortable they actually are. Like this Kadita is still not really moving much, but this is an opportunity. Mel goes in Infernal Pursuit. They bring the guiding wind, everyone to the back line. Rough Wave committed. They want to look for Zetsu to take out the jungler of the Mongols, allowing their own to get the objective. Hey, does end up going down, but at least Legion find the objective and they make it out alive.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Like,
they didn't even find Zetsu, man. That's
it's a 1-for-1. If they got a kill, then I would say that's a better trade. And now, like, I don't know. This is an interesting draft, like we said. The logic is there. It can work out. It can definitely work out. It's just that they're not playing towards their strength.
I think Daylight needs to, not Daylight, sorry. Hey needs to be the one moving with Nart.
I'm okay with all three, but moving together, you know.
I agree. The lack of mid lane prior also is not helping them either. This Kadita is stuck managing the wave, while this Yi, Meiki, is just moving around the map. She already has going on.
I'm looking at Kadita. I'm just looking at Kadita.
What is the first item? Is it gonna go Blood Wings?
I mean, if you're looking at the minimap, very careful movements by the Kadita, which I can respect. I can definitely respect, but
I think Bankai should have seen that. The War Axe for Joe completed. Should be able to clear out this wave. Just a bit of poke. Nar circling Eagle. Brings in here. That's the Petrify. The combo will not be cancelled by the onwards. The Mongols respond so fast.
You were talking about he probably saw it. Well, Bankai definitely saw it.
He definitely did. The Legion Esports won round number 2. They won Bankai. They cannot get it. Renix K blows them up and Meow goes down. Zetsu shows on top side. Daylight is the target. Gets sliced a couple of times. The arrow not in range, but again, Mongols take top tier 1, they take orange buff, Legion just gets nothing.
Legion Esports, their hopes are crumbling here, Husky. The moment they lose against the Mongols, that's it, that's GG. That's GG, they can't get out of groups. RQ can get out of groups.
Yeah, no one gets out of groups.
It's all Incilio.
Incilio players watching this game right now, and they are just crossing their fingers that Mongols now have a good chance of making the rest of Group B invalid.
Yeah, the Mongols are denying the dream from happening. And yeah, I'm looking at Kadita's item as well.
Still haven't completed that first item. There we go, Blood Wings. The thing, Blood Wings doesn't solve the problem though. Genius 1 is kind of what I'm expecting. Good dodge with the flicker by Shen Lin, and not caught by the RWM. That's 75 on damage, he goes down.
Yeah, the way
6k goal lead, in 7 minutes.
Yeah, 6 kills as well.
It's gonna be 7. Another kick from Shen Lin. There's nowhere out for Meow, not even with Vengeance.
Took a little bit longer, but yeah, right now 7 kills in 7 minutes, 7,000 goal lead. This is systematic by Mongols. This is a much different Mongols from game number 1, where Legion Esports made sure that Renix K could not play the game. The Mongols are just making sure that everyone on the team cannot play the game. Like in Legion Esports, they took a risk with this draft, not really working out so far.
Yeah, it is. There's no dividends. The ROI is 0. They are losing and really fast. Renix K is Malefic Gun and the BOD completed under 8 minutes, so starting to work on the third item. 8 minutes in, 8k goal lead for the Mongols. Truly systematic, right? It's like divide and conquer. They take the jungle, they take the side lanes. Legion Esports have no way of not just opening the map, but any early attempts of Matilda plus Kadita engaged, that one has also been denied.
Oh, trust me, I played a Kadita from behind.
You don't get to play the game at all.
I feel like I'm the weakest mage of all because I can't burst anyone, especially first item Blood Wings. Nah.
You feel helpless as a
Yeah,
Kadita.
I feel helpless. Yeah, no, for sure. Look at the goal difference here. 1.8k goal difference in the mid. That's a big difference. Looking at the jungle, it's not any better. 2.7k goal lead.
Yeah, Wishing Lantern and Flowing One for Meiki. Is it too early to say that this game is almost done for Legion?
7-0, 9,000 goal lead. I mean, I don't know. We've seen a lot of comebackable games I don't know if this is one of them.
They don't have the best wave clear too.
They don't have the best wave clear. They don't have the best scaling. That's the other issue. Like, Beijing's one of the best scalers in the game. Eve, one of the best heroes just overall in the game right now. I don't know, not looking good.
No, not at all. First Lord up.
Oh, another one. Even Bankai scales well.
That too, yeah. This Edith war cry. The amplified damage. I don't know who can eat it up. Who can stand stand against the Mongols? I don't see any possibility. At least not at this stage of the game. They probably need to survive for another 5 minutes. It's a tall ask.
Right now, the Mongols, they're just poking out Legion Esports. They're looking at the mid lane while the Lord is marching up top. The mid lane's taking a lot of damage.
It's a flicker, tender flicker kick denied. Good catch from Hey. They blow up Riddick's K. As Shenlin takes a couple of balls to the face, he also falls on Bankai. Pretty strong with the Primal Wrap. You gotta disengage, deal with the Lord at the same time. Legion Esports able to get a decent trade and protect their base.
We said they couldn't do it, but they found a way somehow, some way. Hey was able to get Rinnex K, and Rinnex K was definitely caught off guard. Using the flicker, not using the purify, unable to get out of the petrify.
Almost 1,000 gold swing, I think, in favor of Legion. Baby steps, right? They've survived the first onslaught. That's one way to get to the critical mass. Bruno did get a kill, I believe. Kadita also did. So there's some sort of a recovery.
Oh, I just look at Joe's damage. Look at the bottom of the screen.
Oh my goodness.
That's damage dealt, Husky.
Shenlin did more damage than him. They gotta do this a couple more times.
Joe so far is there for the crowd control.
Yeah.
Like, he can deal damage, but it doesn't look like he's able to really deal out damage. And again, folks, just remember, Eve is the counter towards Alpha. Alpha can move forward with all the slows. He has to expand his Spirit of Alpha to go in or go out. And in this case, he's using it to go out. But again, like, what are the options does he have? He can go in, he might get a kill, but he will die, and he will probably bring his friends with him.
Good surveillance from Naruto. Let's find Shenlin. Again, Legion. You gotta play the most perfect game of your careers. Next Lord in 10 seconds. Bankai is already in the bush. Side lanes need to be managed. Again, Legion doesn't have the best wave clear, so a lot of that responsibility falls onto Daylight. He's clearing bottom wave, and he's gonna have a Nard to bring him to the Lord. He's gonna make it there in time.
Oh yeah, even Shenlin sees it, but Shenlin can't really do much against the movement from Nard and Daylight. Zetsu just gets the Lord, and they gotta do it again.
They gotta do it again.
Legion gotta protect their base again somehow, some way.
I think it's a guarantee that they at least lose one inhibitor, and they should be the top one since it's less than half out. That's where the Lord will spawn. It's not going to charge into the structures yet. That's good news for Legion Esports, but still. So Divine Glaive second item for the Kadita. Really trying to accelerate the burst that she has.
Yeah, right now for the Mongols, again, they're looking pretty good. They're letting the Lord slow push up top again. It looks like this time they want to pressure in the bottom a little bit. Bankai as well as Meow is just hovering around. Sorry, Bankai and Shenlin is hovering around just to make sure that Legion Esports is all accounted for. If they see everyone here, the Lord should probably get this top inhibitor.
Bottom wave is not synced up, so at least Legion Esports only has 2 lanes to worry about. They lose the top inhibitor, but still use the Mongols trying to look for the coup de grace. It's gonna expire, so no engage just yet. But Mongo's really patient. There's no knockout from Hey. He already used it. Bottom inhibitor is going to fall as well. So in one fell swoop, the Mongols take all the structures.
Yeah, the Mongols aren't pushing it that far as well. They're being very patient. And this could be the Mongols' first win here.
It could be.
And their first win can shatter the dreams of many.
The most impactful win in a wildcard.
The most impactful win, yeah.
In wildcard.
The game changer. The standing changer.
You take everyone down with you.
Everyone sit down.
Like Legion Esports shattered the hopes of RQ Akira, well, half of Brazil. The Mongols is about to break the hearts of Vietnam and Mekong.
Who knew in one best of 3?
In one best of 3, we decided the fate of Group B.
Of both teams. They came here with hope. the hope hasn't died just yet. Legion Esports, if they can find a way to turn things around, they have hope. But that's very ambitious. Hey, if they can do it, they deserve to go to the next stage. They deserve to go to the decider match.
If RQ Akira wins 2-0. So
Yeah.
again, half the battle needs to be won by Legion. But they are definitely losing this one. Such a big contrast from game 1 where whatever they did to the Mongols is being done to them.
We were talking about how the Mongols, their spirits, their mental could be crushed. Apparently not.
Apparently not.
Oh, apparently it fired them up even more.
Renus K was like, okay, they ganked me like 5 times in 2 minutes. Let's do the same.
It's like Legion just poked the hornet's nest. It's like, oh, now you did it.
Now you did. Watch out.
We were gonna take it easy, but nah, you just had to gank Renex K that many times. This time, you know what? Different Mongols showing up.
Yeah, you wanna bully the first timer on stage? We'll show you what he's made of.
And now the Lord has pawned. Legion Esports and the Mongols, they're looking at the situation here. I know I just saw Husky. It's okay. It's a very short cooldown.
Yeah. I'm more worried about the sideways, right? Because this is the worst position to be in.
Oh yeah.
Because you have no inhibitors. And Mongols don't even need to rush it. It's like, oh, do you want it? Yeah, get through Meiki first. Get through Shenlin. Joe needs to steal off his lifetime. Bill Baba committed to save Nart. That's the retreat with the guiding wind. Bottom wave though.
Oh, I'm looking at the bottom wave
Bottom
too.
wave.
Oh, that's so dangerous, man. Oh, look at that. Even Joe has to go back.
Oh, he's not. No, you gotta recall. It might be too late. It's too late. They go for the engage. A flicker of shadow. And that is probably the Death Warrant sign. Steal and deliver daylight. You gotta pull off the fight of your lifetime with the help of Hey. Knockup for Shenlin. Jit Kundo in the faces. The base is open.
Dude, look at
Even
the
if they win the fight, it wouldn't matter, will it? Not running away. Daylight also surviving. Shenlin, he's just going straight down mid. Winter crown by Zensu to buy time is all about stalling it out. The minions and Shenlin will end the game. A couple more punches and the kingdom will fall. Legion Esports have officially been shattered by the Mongols.
A moment, folks. Just to get all of this in. Legion Esports was close. But their half of the battle, they did not succeed. We're going to a game 3. Mongols' first victory here just shattered dreams.
You know who's the biggest winner? Incilio just won Group B thanks to the Mongols. They won without playing. But props to the Mongols for really recomposing for game number 2 and delivering whatever poison that was fed to them in game 1 by Legion. They got a taste of it and they paid it back twofold. Oh boy, it's a dark day for Legion Esports fans. Came in so strong.
Yeah, it came in so strong, but now we gotta go for game number 3, and who knew the Mongols had it in them? Like that was a very dominating game. Questionable from Legion there for that.
Yeah.
Draft and the movement.
Yeah. Like you could definitely see the idea with the draft. If it's pulled off, it would be a statement, but whatever that could go wrong, went wrong. And a big part of it, I still think, when you look back at the minor details, that level 4, that priority, the lane swap, actually backfired big time for Legion.
I can see it being used in a very niche situation.
Yeah, but not every game.
Not every game, for sure.
This is definitely not it.
Like, I feel like the Kadito is fine in mid, doesn't get bullied out by Meiki on the Eve. And honestly, the Phobius as well doesn't have a bad time against the Edith on the EXP. So there's really no reason for them to switch it out. Like, I can see High Loss going up against CC, then okay, maybe the High Loss goes mid.
Yeah. I mean, I think the worst part is that you don't even clear the way faster than the Edith at level 1. So you get no priority at all. Remember, like, Hey has spent a good chunk of his early game just clearing waves. Wasn't able to move around the map, wasn't able to open up the map, provide much for the team. And the one time, or at least one of the first times he did, it got completely cancelled by Bankai.
Either ways, Legion Esports does not have any more chances.
Yeah.
So now it's really just a battle for pride. You gotta show yourself here. But I would say Mongols have the very big momentum here. Like it has to be soul crushing for Legion Esports at this point.
Yeah, the last light of the Mekong region has officially gone dark, has gone out, blown by the Mongols. It's the flickering flames on the candle. Look at this. There really isn't, some crazy damage being dealt. It's just Mongols having a full control. Like the stats, they tell you everything.
Daylight doing okay damage, doing quite a lot. 42,000, make it doing a little bit more, but yeah, unfortunately, Joe, not a good time. This is not the kind of numbers you want to see from the Kadita.
Yeah, and of course with this, actually now that I think back about it, Legion Esports might be out. RQ now have a chance because they need to 2-0 in Cilio. Then they will have the score. Because Cilio did drop one game.
Yeah.
So they would win in that terms, right? Like game wins, losses. So RQ's
so
hope
there might be
is still
chance,
there.
there
It's
might
still
be a chance,
there,
yeah.
but not for Legion.
Yeah, not for Legion. So Incilio just wins one game and then that's it.
Yeah, so Incilio still has to win one game. But again,
RQ needs to win two. Oh yeah, you're correct.
So it's still easier for Incilio for sure. We will see how that pans out later on. But for now, it's our Eve. It's Makey. Just one of the easiest Eve game.
1-0-10. Like we saw the Eve coming up, and there's nothing that Legion Esports could do. They have to ban out the Fanny. Right, so they have to let go of the Eve, and we see Eve so far honestly has been quite the curse in grand finals for many different tournaments, but this is the patch that Eve really does well.
Yeah, it is. At the start of the patch, I was just focusing on heroes that do a lot of damage, so I was like, okay, control mage, maybe not. But over time, Eve has definitely proved that her value goes beyond the damage, right? The amount of control that it provides. This one is the first fight. Like, hey. Didn't even clear the full wave. Felt like he needed to join the fight, not at level 4. And yeah, the rest is history. The rest was just a Mongol snowball.
This is unfortunate, but this is one of those games that ended before 2 minutes.
I sort of agree, actually.
Yeah, I mean, like, they could do things to possibly get it back, but the way that people always say it's how you finish, not how you start. But sometimes getting a good start catapults you to get a good ending.
Yeah.
And this is one of those cases where your win condition is so tight, it's so narrow, that any kind of mistakes really just closes the window. And once the window closes, it's really hard for you to open it back up.
Yeah, wanting to play a perfect game in what seems to be the decider game for your run as well. It is extra pressure. But again, just to remind everyone out there, Legion Esports have been officially eliminated from contention for decider match. Even though the series isn't over yet, but that loss to Mongols sealed the deal.
Honestly, I have nothing to add on to that. Besides, now we got to talk about game number 3. Everything is free now.
Everything is free for all.
Yeah, like no regrets. If you have a favorite hero, time to showcase it on the world stage. Use this opportunity to show the best version of yourself.
Yeah, just one last hurrah. Like, clearly we can see that the Mongols played with nothing to lose, right? They just went all out, stuck to their identity, but I think now it's time for Legion Esports to get into that headspace. Like, can they do it in such a short time frame before they have to go into the game again?
Yeah, and we saw how Mongols, despite having quite a rough game, they were able to really recover, reset, and able to win that game very convincingly. We have to see whether Legion Esports can do the same. After that loss, can they recover? Can they actually fight back against the Mongols? Or will the Mongols have their first match victory here against Legion Esports with a 2-1? Because, again, this is their first time here. They're feeling very nervous. But after that game, I'm pretty sure they're feeling much more confident.
It's their first game win in the wildcard stage, right? First game win, knocking out a team. That must feel quite different. So again, game 3 is going to come up in just a little bit. So for both teams, Mongols have already taken the gloves off a long time ago. Now it's for Legion Esports, right? Just don't think about the aftermath first. Finish this run, and then you can think about the rest afterwards.
Give Joe a more aggressive kind of hero.
Yeah, I don't think it's even on him that the alpha didn't work out. It's just 10 other reasons. But I do agree, give him that, just go back to the Assassins, right? What Joe is very comfortable with. But it is a more dense atmosphere on the Legion side after that loss.
Honestly, we can feel it from here.
Yeah, like it's sinking in really fast.
Yep, 20 seconds left before we go into the draft for game number 3 here. I don't know, at this point, I can't really call the draft because so much has happened so far. I just want to see if Legion, they want to continue with the mid EXP swap. There's a reason why EXP goes to the EXP lane. There's a reason why mid lane goes to the mid lane. And we covered it before.
Your team
There are
is
situations where it's good for you to do a swap, but not every single game. Not every single game. Legion Esports, banning out the Eve, banning out that Matilda, and now Coach Buyo, banning out a Fanny, as well as Gato Kacha. Probably going to ban out the Jushin as the last ban.
I think you go back to basics, right? Just go back, just stop thinking about the complicated, harder to execute comp. Go back to what you're comfortable with, something with decent wave clear, decent control. You don't need to think about the technicalities of these very specific timings and what if I fall behind. There are enough heroes in the pool to make it happen. Like for example, in Aurora, even Vexana wouldn't be too bad of a choice. So Cho gets banned out by Legion as the third ban. The Chip and Tusin are still open. I'm expecting Mongols to consider banning out the Tusin.
They have to, right? I mean, if you don't want to ban a Jushin, Jushin is not like 100% win rate.
Yeah, no.
We've seen games where Jushin lost.
I mean, Legion beat RQ Akira with their Tusin, and then they won with Tusin in the next game. So, comes full circle. It would be interesting if Mongols let it through.
If they ban out the high loss here. Because that's their ban in the first game. They ban out the Gato, they ban out the high loss.
That is true.
Or ban out the Khalid. Oh wait, no, Khalid, they want the Khalid.
They probably
Legion,
would.
Legion could first pick the Khalid as well. That could be part of their strategy just to make sure that they deny Mongols from getting it.
So you're trading that for a potential Tusin? Let's see.
Trust. Alpha
So he
is
banned
online.
Alpha. Okay.
Personally for me, I don't think the Alpha was bannable. I feel like they could pick it up.
I feel like you could just let it through.
Yeah.
Tusin, it's like a no-brainer. You just take Tusin.
Do you want to go for dive here?
That's one way to deal with her for sure.
Pick up the Khalid because it's good. Let's see here.
Hayabusa. Maybe not this fast. I think Khalid plus...
Honestly, no. You can pick it up before it goes to Legion, right? Pick up the
that's-
Nolan, pick up the Hayabusa. Because the Alpha is gone now. Pick up the Suyo.
We saw RQ Akira attempted to put Joy into Tusin, but
Oh, he had
the
a-
Hilda,
oh
we
my
completely
God.
forgot about the Hilda.
We forgot about the Hilda. Jushin was picked so fast, we forgot about the Hilda. Now, Hilda, Suyo, and now Hylos get picked up by Legion.
Okay. So Hilda still a potential flex, but most likely will go into the XP anyways. Is this an Aurora? Oh, not Aurora angle. They already have Tusin.
Okay, now what jungler? You can't pick up an assassin now that there's a Hilda. Right?
No
Nolan.
You can't Joy, you can't Nolan.
That's why I love
Yeah,
Alright.
so they take Bruno.
They take Bruno first. They want to look at every single pick first. The Bane still hasn't been picked up.
Yeah,
Bane.
true. There is Bane. Honestly, it's not too bad, right? You technically have the anti-dive, anti-engage with your deadliest catch, kind of the knockback. And if you're like Sutsujin, you could just poke structures with it.
Yeah. Just keep gnawing down on those objectives.
It's pretty funny because it took him a few attempts in MPL ID.
And some of them don't even hit.
Yeah, like he missed the first few ones. It was funny. I learned that if you stand, like on the enemy base in front of inhibitor, if you just stand at where the edge of the wall, the jungle wall is after the purple buff,
You can hit it.
you can hit it right on the edge.
Oh. Now Luyi gets picked up. So now a lot that Legion Esports have to think about because now there's a lot of exploration here. They could even go for a Claude and then being very obnoxious with handling the side lanes as well.
Chip is still up. If it doesn't get banned, then I would see it go to Mongols.
Cheap Luyi. Hoo-wee.
Chip, Loi, and Claude. I mean, they are on blues. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, and Claude, right? They're on red side, so they can go for it.
Now in terms of the ban, Mongols can just start batting out those junglers. Heck, I'm even considering an Akai. Probably not. But that's how far I'm thinking here. If they don't want to bait and such.
I think you just start banning out assassins, right? You ban out the Nolan, you probably ban out the Hayabusa next. And then Legion will be left scratching their head.
For honor!
They probably would have to go back to the Akai.
I don't know. There are other options. Brethren.
Yeah, I suppose so.
A crazy one. Bad choice, but crazy one.
What? Granger?
Yeah, Granger jungle.
There is also Bane, you did point that out.
It's in Chin. Heck, it's
Yeah,
it's the last game, man. It's the last game.
yeah, sure.
You have the right to be crazy. You have the right to be local.
What is the
I
crazy
am
jungler?
not the
Saber,
only
Saber,
one
Saber.
bound
Your
by
team
these
is
chains.
Oh, but not again into Hilda. Okay, bad choice.
It's like because the Hilda is there, every
Yeah.
choice looks like a bad choice.
Yes, everything is a poor decision.
Lunong's jungle.
Oh boy, shout out to
Chiku.
some of the pioneers, Chiku guys.
All right, so last ban here. They ban out the Tigreal. Do they even want to ban out the
Time and
Edith?
tide wait for no
No, they
man.
banned the
Team
Beatrix.
Ignore, girl.
Right, Beatrix. The Hyrule is still
Hyrule
up
is still open, yeah.
if the Mongols want to pick it up.
Or you pick Chip, if they know how to. If they play Chip, you pick Chip, and then Claw is a free for all. That's just my
Wait. It doesn't even have to be the Claw. It could be the Moskov as well.
yeah. That's the perfect lineup. But it's like a fantasy, right? Like maybe in practical sense, it's not good enough. See?
Very low
Sun
chance of
rises
Chip gets
when
picked
I
here.
give the
So
word.
yeah, it's a Kadi.
Oh man, we missed our best chance for the Loi Chip yesterday. Well, actually no, on day one, we missed that.
Now Legion Esports. My only question is what jungler here? The Hayabusa is up, sure, but not great against the Hilda. Not great against the Hilda.
We've seen how often our punish Mongols when
Karina?
Karina, Hellcurt. Oh, but then every time
Every time.
there's an assassin, it's the Hilda. Hilda is the big problem. Hilda, Khalid,
Oh yeah, Hilda and Khalid.
Hilda and Khalid.
Oh, they pick up the Hayabusa still.
Your team
They're gonna
is
risk it. And they pick up the Edith. They're
Oh.
risking Husky. You know, it's like, whatever. We're still picking up the Hayabusa.
All or nothing. Probably the better pick out of all the assassin choices.
This one, if they want Jushin EXP and Edith mid, I can take it. Let Edith get level 4.
Ah, the Granger. We forgot about this
I mean, we talked about it, but we talked about it for Legion.
for Legion.
Rhapsody, Death Sonata, Rondo.
You know, if it find it hard to reach the Tusin, well, you can just shoot her from 10 miles away. I think Granger gets the job done.
Yeah. He's not a Leslie, but damn, he can snipe. He can snipe for sure.
You get.
Right now, I'm jumping into the game. This is going to be the final draft of this match. Final draft of this series. Legion Esports, they got their hand on the Jushin. The Mongols got their hand on the Hilda. With this game, we're going to see which of these prio picks will have the bigger impact as we jump into the Land of Dawn for the final game. Mongols going up against Legion Esports.
No more stakes are on the table, so this is purely one final game for Pride and Glory. Legion Esports this time will find themselves on the blue side with the Mongols on red. Jungle Path will be parallel. First time in the series for these two teams. We got Zetsu starting purple and Joe on orange.
Right now looking at the movements of the team. Looking at the EXP, and yes, they're doing it again, but like I said, okay, never mind. I thought that this Edith was going to go EXP, but no, it is going to be in the roam, so we're going to get the Primal Wrap a little bit slower. I would prefer the Edith, you know, to be a damage dealer. But oh well. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Just have the constant charge. The test for the Little. I think they got it, but Nart forced the flicker away. Hey, just tosses Bankai back. Yeah, this is the power of the Tusin. So much control. But this bottom side, I wonder how the interaction between Bruno and Granger will be. Both are big lane bullies.
Oh yeah, very much lane bullies. Only I would say that Daylight will have an easier time because he can skip the minions and then just use his auto attacks to actually hit the Granger, where the Granger, if he can avoid the minions and use the Rhapsody onto the Bruno, that'd be great, but I don't know, I kind of feel like it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
Like
Consumes a lot of
bullying a
resource.
Bruno is hard.
Bullying a Bruno is hard. especially when you bully him when he has passive stacks. Then you're just asking for it.
Right now the map is quiet, which is good for Joe on the Hayabusa. But usually we will see the ties change whenever the turtle does spawn. That's where the draft coming in from Legion is going to struggle a little bit. I hope that Hehe as well as Nart get their level 4 first. Oh, sorry, Meow get their level 4 first before considering anything.
Get the yin yang reaction into Blazer. Stun Nart get first blooded. Meow jumped on, but get chopped in half. Picks up Mongols, finds 2 kills early on.
Well, it looks like the Mongols have understood the rotation coming in from Legion Esports. Like, okay, you're probably going to go mid here. Easy
Also,
gank.
Okay, I'll keep that question for a little bit. Yeah, could commit the flicker. So that would be the 3rd kill for Mongols taking turtle. But yes, I was about to say, does Warcry work on 2 sticks? Because like the mechanics of Warcry is if you have a spell
Three
that does,
different,
that does multiple instances. If a single spell, it counts as 1, right? So how does the lantern actually works?
Honestly, that's a very good question, and I don't know the answer because
Does that rule apply? Because if it does, then you technically need to commit all your skills to proc it, which is a huge commitment.
I've never tried Warcry on the Jushin.
Me neither.
But yeah, I know that there are a lot of skills where it hits multiple times, it doesn't count.
Yeah. Like, I think Xbox is a good example.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I have no idea.
Oh, I didn't check that bush, so he will end up going down. There's going to be a trade most likely. Zetsu will take out Nart, Raging Sandstorm, right on top of Daylight, point blank, double kill for Zetsu.
Yeah, so obviously not a good trade there for Legion Esports. They got 1, the Mongols got 2, and yeah, not much to say. They're good on Mongols for understanding the rotation and actually getting to the goal lane as fast as they did to get those return kills.
They do move slightly faster than Legion Esports, even without diversion, which in of itself is already an advantage. Look at me, Shenlin on this Khalid. It will constantly be a problem.
Yeah, honestly, the Shenlin doesn't need a diversion. He can probably get there by himself.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going to wait for you. I will get there first.
Yeah.
And then there's the Hilda, who is proxying the wave, so that is another issue.
Yeah, it's like the diversion is public transport, and the Khalid is just like, yeah, I got
a private jet.
I got a private jet. I'm good.
I'm good. I don't want to be cramped in with 4 other sweaty guys. I have my own magic carpet.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I just realized as well, Mickey having the Brave Smite. But now, Meow.
This fight feels like it's already done. Legion doesn't have the Hellfire. A couple of lives from hey. Meow still somehow surviving. Ogi Shadowkill flickered away. The Ring of Punishment takes down the mid laner of Mongols. Maybe there is going to be a decent chance as Renisuke shows up late 2-4-2.
Yeah, the Mongols, like, at the end of the day, it's an even trade 2 for 2. But yeah, it does look like the Mongols, like, overstayed their welcome. The fact that Joe hasn't been punished so far on the side of Busa is actually good for Legion Esports.
Yeah.
Like, they could probably do this.
I'm surprised that with how much the lane is moving around the map, and Bankai, he was more focused on proxying the wave, the lane, than he is moving around with the Khalid. That's a silver lining for Legion Esports. They get the 2nd turtle of the game. Now focusing on bot side once more. Conceal. So he'll get the turret.
Yeah, they're aiming for the turret right now, and it looks like they're going to get it for free. Right now, the game is looking more equal compared to the early game because as we're going into the 5th minute of the game, does secure his glowing wand. So more anti-heal here, able to deal with Shenlin as well as Bankai. Whereas before, they didn't have any form of anti-heal. So now Legion, if they want to go for a fight, now they're in better position for a fight.
Moving as a unit of 4, so they give space to Joe, but the rest of the team, they stick together. They know that they will have more than enough damage to take out the Mongols. So the Granger goes back bot lane. Renix K eats up the wave. And Legion Esports continues this rotation. I do like this, right? This step ball composition, looking for Meiki. Joe stacking out his passive. Ogi Shadowkill. Meiki somehow still makes it out. And now a turnaround. Shenlin with the Raging Sandstorm. But it's just as a means to disengage.
Yeah, again, so far Bankai hasn't been really involved in anything so far. Hasn't seen him slowing down anyone, hasn't seen him continuing with the fight. Renard Bruno is up top. It looks like Legion Esports, they want this top lane. Zetsu probably needs some assistance.
Bigger. He's over the wall, so the armor will not connect, but still, Primal Wrap damage is going to be there. Meow running straight at Nart. And Zetsu gets out with the Blaze Surge, good iframes, Bankai in the midst of things, and right now Rinke shows up, couple of bullets to the face, unstoppable straight for Zetsu as Bankai looks to disengage, gets pulled back, but Zetsu with the Blaze Surge stuns up Daylight, Daylight falls, Mel also to the grave, double kill for Rinke. Joe wants to look for Zetsu but couldn't find it, so the Mongols wins that fight.
Yeah, the moment Joe sees that he's at an off angle, he's not going to take the risk because we see that he's like, okay, I can probably take one. But the moment the other two members from the Mongols came up, he knows that he won't have enough damage when it's split up with that many. But now the Mongols, about 3,000 gold ahead. And Rin XK on this Granger is starting to show up again. 2-1 and 4 in 7 minutes of the game.
This is a plus point for the Mongols. It's going to be a bit scary, right? Malefic Roar Hunter Strike for the Granger already.
Yep, right now looking at the itemization for everyone, even the Suyo having the Hunter Strike as well as the War Axe. Meow is hovering around it, but Daylight is taking so much damage from the yin-yang reaction. And now even Bankai is chasing after them. It looks like Legion Esports, they have to go back. Joe is taking too much damage from Min XK.
Yeah, they really got to think about if they want to take this Glorious Pathway to delay the push. Clear out the minion wave. Mel blocks the Death Sonata. So mid-turret still stays up. It's not going to look to protect this purple buff. Mongols will be looking to invade.
Right now, the Mongols, almost 4,000 gold lead ahead. Joe finds Ren XK, but the damage is going to be separated onto many different people of the Mongols.
You not only have to worry about the poke from Ren XK with the Death Sonata, but also the Quell the Evil, the immortal form, that big bow and arrow from Zetsu. So the Mongols, they still gain possession of the map. Like this entire jungle area is cut off from Legion.
And now they're even leaving the little jungle camp of the purple buff to make sure that it doesn't spawn fast. So Joe is in trouble right now.
Yeah.
Joe is going to get his purple buff way later in the game. But 30 seconds in, the Lord will spawn.
Starvation for Joe. Mongols will take out mid-tier 1. 20 seconds before the Lord spawns. Wave in their favor, at least for now. It will stabilize on the side lanes in a little bit, but see if the Mongols want to focus on setting out for the Lord. Doesn't seem to be the case.
Looking at the boss, Ren XK is, I think he has enough stacks to just spam his Rhapsody to open up the map, even the Death Sonata. Now the Lord is up. Zetsu is going to grab his buffs, but looks like they really want to rush the Lord. Everyone goes there.
Oh, they do see Shenlin. Legion Esports, they realize that it's a feint, but the Mongols, they only started working on the Lord. The timing is slightly late. I believe they do have more than enough damage. Joe will go for a check. Glorious Pathway, that's a good line, good carpet. They take out Shenlin. Rin XK forced away, has to flicker, but Lord goes over to Zetsu. Mongols claims the objective, and now Death Sonata, Rhapsody, Nar eating all the shots. Rin XK is a masterful sniper. Killing spree for Joe, flicker forward for Daylight. Joe comes in, finds the Shadow and the Shuriken. Couple of soccer balls, takes out the Granger. Legion finds 3.
I would say it's amazing from Legion because they understood they had to make a choice. Either go for the fight or go for the Lord. They sacrificed the Lord, understanding there's going to be a little chance for them to secure that. Instead, going for the fight. And now they're rewarded with the mid lane and turret as well. And now on top, they let Joe solo handle the Lord. And very good choice by Legion Esports. They had a chance, they took the chance, and they got it.
Yeah. Very decisive. So that's another diversion. Going to be...
Oh, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know.
Hey, get him! But actually able to get away with his own flicker, so that's going to be Battle Spell out. But Legion basically loses nothing. You get a Shadow Kill mid to clear out the minion wave, so Joe stops that push.
And on the bottom lane is pushing as well. And if you're looking at the turret, it's very low. Nard now having the immortality as the first item. Rin XK is just poking with the Rhapsody as well as the Death Sonata. Meow is trying to hold on to that turret, but looks like Rin XK is going to be securing it and probably securing the orange buff as well.
Yeah, that actually hurts. One shot took almost a quarter of the his HP. It's only going to get worse from there. Sea Halberd, Malefic Roar coming up for Rin XK. Mongols is still almost 4k ahead. They didn't lose too much off of that.
We can see that Rin XK is still being very cautious in his own side of the map. Looking at the win rate prediction here on our screen, 66% for the Mongols. Zetsu now having the Queen's Wings, going to be a little bit more tanky and more spell vamp in case he gets into trouble. So right now, the Legion Esports, what they can do is wait for Nart to have a very good engage. But so far, not so many good engages coming in from Nart.
Because he requires the commitment of the flicker, right? It may have to set up a good glorious pathway, just like the previous fight where it completely catches the majority of Mongols in it. See, I mean, Mongols overall are still controlling the map. They are moving a lot more actively thanks to the mobility that they have. Look at that Death Sonata damage. That's Shenlin. That's Flicker. Right before Lord.
Yep, Lord is spawning in 20 seconds. Legion Esports, they can make the gamble again by saying, we're probably going to be losing the Lord. Might as well get some kind of kill. Renesque is being a big problem here.
Yeah. And the bounce, unfortunately, not enough to take out Meiki. He will go for the recall instantly. Can join the fight with that diversion. So not too big of a downside, not too big of a disadvantage aside from losing Flicker. He's going to walk right back, realizes that there's not enough time. Can still use Glorious Pathway. Shenlin is going to eat all the spells. How long can he survive? Raging Sandstorm to get out alive, but the balls follow him, so Daylight finds the killing spree. Mongols are now down one man.
Legion Esports, they're fighting back. Joe forces the flicker out of RinXK. But now look at Bankai.
He's gonna full commit. They need the damage from RinXK. RinXK needs to go huge. Rhapsody onto Meow. Death Sonata also committed. They do take out 3 members of Legion. Meiki finds a double kill, and now Daylight unfortunately falls. Good snipe at the very end as RinXK finds the double kill and a shutdown for Zetsu.
RinXK is making Granger look very good here, Husky. Like, he's been hitting the shots, and now they're looking for an end angle. They have a wave. They just cleared that. And looking at the timers, hey, might spawn. No, I don't think he has the time.
I don't think there's enough time. The Mongols, in the dying breath, the last series in the wild card, will secure their first and last series win, taking down Legion Esports.
You know what? RinXK had a very good game there.
What a Granger performance.
Now I feel like I want to use the Granger.
Truly the Death Sonata, of course, played out to the ears, and the fall of Legion Esports. Again, this is the last series, the last we'll see of them in the M6 wild card by the end of 2024. Both of them have now officially exited the tournament. But still, what a showing from Legion at the start. But it was the Mongols who finished strong.
Yeah, we hope to see more of both teams moving forward in their professional careers. But yeah, what a series here. Like, that was an amazing match, but RinXK on the Granger really did perform very, very well. It really shows the playstyle of a Granger, just like moving around, dodging, and then hitting those skill shots. I really see Granger as a high skill cap hero, but if you can do it, it looks good.
Yeah, when you don't have a way to get on top of him, or you have expanded your ability, your mobility ability, you can see that RinXK is just chasing you down. It's pretty tough to deal with the RinXK when he is dashing around, when he's been able to quickly, constantly replenish his resources to go for Rhapsody, Death Sonata. It's with so much damage, it's pretty hard for Legion Esports to deal with.
Yep, after this, we're going to look at the itemization. And again, because Granger is a skill-based hero, so it focuses more on physical stats as well as the penetration instead of like attack speed and blah, 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 and all those kind of things. So really, I like those kind of marksmen where it really tests your ability. And one of the weakness of using a skill-based marksman is that once your skills are out, you're basically out of damage. Well, not the Granger, because you basically have 0 cooldown. All you have to manage is your energy. But if throughout the early and mid game, you just clear a lot of minions, you just get a lot of stacks, so you can just keep on pumping out the damage. Interestingly enough, looking at the itemization here, I'm not so sure about the corrosion side. Maybe that's just an end game item to just clear the waves faster and maybe
to hit the crystal faster.
Hit the crystal,
right?
yeah.
He can buy whatever he wants at that point. Even has rapid boost, because he doesn't really need attack speed or anything. So
just movement speed.
If I can move fast, then it's good enough.
And he definitely moved fast. Like, we see Legion Esports try to catch on to him, unable to work out. We do have to test out the Warcry on the Jushin though, because I am very curious. I've never used it before, so I can never really say whether it works or not. I'm so tempted. I want to try it now.
Because the moment I saw the Warcry description, the first hero that I eliminated was Jusin. Jusin and X-Ball.
Yeah.
Well, we'll figure out after this one. It was even for a good chunk of the game.
Oh wait, this is interesting. I didn't catch this, but Rinix K used the fighter emblem. So
in Pure Rage.
And in Pure Rage, so yeah. So a lot of survivability for this Granger, probably thinking that he might get bullied by the Bruno.
And Spell Vamp. That too, right?
Yeah, the Spell Vamp from the Fire Emblem, and because he doesn't have mana, the Impure Rage changes it into HP.
Yeah. Every single shot that lands not only crits, but also deals with your max HP percentage damage with the Impure Rage.
Very interesting build here. So far, Rinix K has used Granger twice, I believe, or 3 times, and has used different emblems and different items for both times.
Yeah, he actually has. I remember he used Assassin Emblem first time we saw it. So this is an interesting approach from Rinix K. Hey, that's one way to leave an impression. Maybe more teams would look at this and take reference from it.
Yeah, but either way, congratulations to the Mongols. This game is much closer compared to the first 2 games. 16 kills, over to 10, definitely looking much better. Looking at the damage, Rinix K doing okay damage, 52,000. Zesu still doing more, 53,000, and Meiki doing 49. Hey, I don't know if this is an indication of the Warcry working or not, but not doing a lot of damage, only 23,000 damage dealt. Joe tried his best. He made the Hayabusa work where it didn't look like he was pressed so much by the Khalid and by the Hilda.
Yeah, could have gone so much worse, right? And also, due to Mongols, they didn't really focus too much on shutting him down. He got a decent start, but it's just pretty tough. The game goes late and Mongols started scaling up. This Granger was a big problem. Remember that last fight happened when the Mongols were down 1 man.
Yeah, and now the MVP of the game, Rinix K. 52,000 damage dealt, 5, 2, and 5. Itemization here, Hunter Strike and BOD, as well as the Sea Halberd. I feel like those are the first 3 items where the items are good, but the one that's really interesting for me is the emblem setup, right? The extra Spell Vamp, Impure Rage, very interesting stuff here.
Pretty. I think it probably has its merits to survive lanes, though. Maybe he wasn't really focused on bullying the Bruno as well. You get some extra durability to survive somehow. But, I mean, good on Rinix K. He definitely did kind of redeem himself. Like, when we saw him on day 1, there were some questions on how he's going to fare, right? Like, he has some glaring moments of mistakes, but today, he definitely felt like a different man.
Yeah, looking very, very much comfortable on the Granger. Makes me want to see what other players, what other goal laners can do with the Granger. So far, we haven't seen any Granger in the jungle, but again, Swiss stage, anything can happen. And these are some of the highlights from Rinix K, our MVP highlight here. And the way that he moves around, it really does look like he's dancing gracefully. Like, how can he dodge all those skills while hitting those skill shots? This is why I look at Granger as a high skill cap hero.
I mean, when you combine musical performance, it really feels like he is playing as a pretty good Rhapsody. This is again the final moments of that game. Just look at the footwork of Rinix K.
Oh yeah, like dodge like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Oh,
feels more like a Paquito thing, but it applies, right? It applies.
Yeah, flow like water, something like that. Let's take a look at the standings after that. Again, for Group A, just to reiterate, down to Openar and Tianfeng Yaoguai, who will be playing their series as the final series of the day to see who represents Group A in tomorrow's deciders match. But for Group B, Legion Esports and the Mongols will not make it. Now it comes down to Incilio and RRQ Akira.
That's going to be one exciting match. If RRQ Akira can 2-0 Incilio, then they have a chance. They have a shot. Legion Esports, they missed their opportunity, but RRQ Akira, doing the numbers, crunching the numbers again, it looks like they do have a chance. But it's just a 2-0.
Yeah.
A 2-1 won't do it.
Yep. There are a couple of permutations, but just like Doctor Strange say, right, in a million possibilities, only one will work out for RRQ Akira, and that has to be a 2-0 over Incilio, which is also an opponent that they have explicitly mentioned that they prepped a long time for. And now this is their moment to prove themselves.
By the way, just I'm looking at the graphic here. It looks like RenXK, they actually went for the Hunter Strike first and then Warrior Boots. So he went Warrior Boots first and then going for the Malefic Roar and then the Sea Halberd. After completing the Blade of Despair and then sells the boots, the Warrior Boots for the Rapid Boots.
Yeah, he actually sold the boots after he bought the boots to get into lane fastest and then sold it for the items and then bought it back.
Yeah, very, very interesting here. Now we got to talk about the Asian Esports game from 25th of November all the way to the 27th of November. AEG, Asian Esports Games, the largest MLBB women tournament in Southeast Asia, will be held in Bangkok, garnering participants from 20 nations from various regions spanning across different parts of Asia and the Middle East. It is the last MLBB women tournament of the year, presenting itself as the perfect platform for MLBB women players that are eager to prove themselves. Make sure you guys catch it because it is during our break, so the action never stops.
Yeah, if you want to fill
That's
in
the thing about MLBB, the action never stops.
Yeah, if you want to fill in the 3-day break between 25th to 27th November, we got AEG for you. So you'll never run out of MLBB action.
Right now, good working with you.
All right.
After this, we are changing the shift. It's going to be RQ Akira going up against Incilio, and I feel like we hyped it up enough, but it is going to be on Gideon as well as Stafa to re-hype this matchup because it is for whoever wins this one, essentially goes to the decider match.
And just to make it even more, raise the stakes a little bit, right? Again, whoever wins this one, Incilio just needs one game.
Just one game.
But RQ Akira needs the whole series clean.
Anyways, thank you very much for watching, guys. My name is Lofel. This is
the last one.
It's the last one. I saved it for you. Thank you to our sponsors. After this, it is going to be Gideon and Stafa. But both of us, we're signing out.
For ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
「
Meiji.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
The penultimate chapter of the M6 wildcards is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, with only a few paths remaining open for that single M6 Swiss stage slot. You are watching the second half of day 3 here. My name's Staffa, as well as Gideon, taking over the desk from LaFell and Husky for what is going to be 2 amazing series.
Now, these series are going to be extremely important, and hopefully we're going to see a full showing of what these teams are going to be capable of. At least we are seeing teams start to experiment, and Granger has come out in the past 2 days already, so today I expect nothing less.
Yep, we can definitely tell though that the meta has started stabilizing a little bit more. While some surprises come out here and there, the general hero pool for the wildcard specifically has definitely been cemented in stone somewhat. So we shouldn't see anything too unusual, but you know, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. I mean, I do like the way that the meta is kind of shaping up to be compared to what we've seen during the regular season, but with that being said, hopefully you guys are staying at the top of your game like these players are going to be trying to at the stage when they're unleashing unmatched gaming performance with ROG Phone 9 Pro, a mobile masterpiece that seemingly blends high-powered gaming with a sleek and modern design.
Ooh, ROG Phone. Big fan of ROG Phone. Been using them a while myself. So definitely recommend. I know all of our players are enjoying using them as well, and it is what keeps them tip-top when you have a single ticket to M6 main stage on the line. Your gameplay has to be stellar, so you gotta make sure your tools are just as good.
Honestly, I hope that the 9, I didn't look too deep into it, but I do hope that they still have the Type-C coming in from the top side, because man, when you're streaming, it can get a little annoying when you want to charge and play at the same time.
I getcha. That's actually a very convenient feature. But for now, let's go ahead and talk about the current standings. We've only got 2 matches left before the grand finals.
Of course, we're going to be looking specifically towards Group B. The very first match that's going to be happening here is going to be Incilio up against RRQ Akira. And honestly, it feels like that Incilio wants to be able to take Group B entirely, but all they have to do is take 1 point away from RRQ Akira in this best of 3.
That means a lot of pressure on RRQ. They can't even just win the game anymore. It needs to be a clean sweep, because Incilio, as long as they get 1 single game, doesn't matter if they lose the match, they will get to move on to the next stage. Whereas on Group A, Ulfednar and Tianfeng Yaoguai are going to be facing off at the end of today to determine who will be the team from Group A moving on to the wildcard finals.
Yeah, honestly, I love the way that Tianfeng has been playing generally. I mean, it's been a very big change from what we saw the last time we saw a Chinese representative make it all the way to an M series. If they were in Group B, maybe things could have been different. It could have been an entirely different storyline, but at the end of it, only 1 team gets to go to the Swiss stage.
I think they've definitely cemented themselves as the dark horse and the team to watch, right? There was a lot of people hoping for them to reach new levels of potential after witnessing what they did, their first international appearance last year, right? But I think
think what they've done here at the wildcards has already surpassed all expectations. And this is only the second place team as well. We still have Keep Best Gaming to keep an eye on in the main stage. Would be huge if the FYG can join them, but Ulfednar is no easy cookie.
It really isn't. But let's focus on our very first match here today. We got a quote from Lovely from Incilio. We don't have a single shot caller due to our lack of experience. Personally, I try to communicate more, but the pressure can make it difficult. It's easier when everyone is active in discussion, but it can also affect our discussion and outcomes during fast-paced situations. Hopefully, we can find a balance where we all communicate, but also have someone that can make quick decisions when needed.
Well, there is a reason where the majority of teams will have a single determined in-game leader. Having a single voice of direction helps a lot. And while you could argue that many hands make light work, there can be mess-ups. There can be miscommunication when there's too many voices coming out at the same time. But Incilio has been able to make a good job of this.
I mean, this comes with a couple of nuances. I can definitely understand that it helps having many different voices to make the best decision possible, but over-communicating can also disrupt the flow. Imagine 5 people shouting at the same time to do 3 different things. How many of these voices do you listen to? If not, can you even hear the individual voices making the correct call?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why having a proper leader, a proper shot caller is so key. But I'm glad that the team does recognize their own inexperience. It's actually impressive how far Incilio has come, because this is the team that has the least international experience among almost all other teams here. They've only participated in 1 or 2 international lands in the past, and yet despite that, have been able to put up strong showings against more established lineups such as Team Spirit and even Aurora from Philippines.
Exactly, and which really begs the question of EECA as a whole. Their region is starting to get stronger and stronger, but at the same time, there is definitely a huge gap. Well, I wouldn't even say a huge gap, but at least the gap is shortening between the top tier teams compared to everybody else in the EECA.
But of course, we've been talking quite a bit about Incilio. What about their opponents, right? RRQ Akira right now pushed against the wall. The same way that many people expected Ulfednar to be the favorites in Group A, many people expected RRQ Akira to be the favorites in Group B. And yet, they find themselves in a position now where a 2-0 is the only way they can secure their place in the finals.
And it's going to be difficult because, again, a lot of their strategies is very centralized around whether or not Takashi is able to create the space so that they can make the decision to work. Most of the time, we're not seeing too many secondary win conditions for the team, and even when we look towards their goal, their jungle, or even their mid laner, right, I can't dedicatedly say that one of them is good enough to be able to outclass their opponents on the other end.
In fact, from what we saw of the quote from Lovely, it almost feels like RRQ Akira are the team that has multiple shot callers, because there's so many situations where the players just overextend on their own. But speaking of Takashi, we did get a quote from him as well. He said, "We knew that Legion's early game was extremely aggressive, but what caught us off guard was their rotation. Their mid laner went to EXP lane, while the EXP moved to mid. This put a lot of pressure across the map. We tried to find a way to counter them, but what we did was bad." In the second game, the Franco just sort of won the game on his own.
Yeah, I can understand the Franco sentiment here, but with the lane swap, we did see a little bit here today when Legion Esports did it one more time, this time with the Kadita, and that's where you see that when you don't have priority and you're giving up pressure in the earlier stages of the game, your opponents are able to do so much more. I love that Takashi is able to give this quote because at least he knows and is self-aware as a team that when you are going up against X Factors, LE, they got to have some preparation because it feels like they're putting a lot of their eggs in the basket to focus on this matchup against Incilio rather than Legion Esports.
Yeah, RQ Akira definitely underestimated Legion Esports because based on what we've heard from their players as well, they did specifically do a lot of preparation against what they thought would be their strongest opponent in Group B, which was Incilio. And because of that, Legion Esports caught them off guard with slightly off-tempo plays, the swap of mid and EXP lane, and the Franco pick that worked incredibly well to disrupt their rotations in game number 2. However, I feel like cleaner play would have gone a long way for RQ Akira regardless of this. So there's still flaws in their own gameplay itself that need to be resolved.
I think they need to just fix a couple of things. Fundamentals they need to focus on, and also some of their setups. Because again, Luis coming into the previous game against Legion Esports, the fact that he decided to go for Vengeance on a support as well, not exactly the best option. You don't have the base health to actually protect yourself. You don't have the gold income to be able to supplement that missing HP. So why not go for a Revitalize, which is actually right now the more effective spell unless you're a Phoveus.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there just needs to be more forward thinking as a whole, right? RQ Akira has come this far off of the micro potential and experience of each and every one of their players. This is a lineup that has made many appearances in the M series, and they have the confidence to back that up. But because of the new meta and their ability to adjust to being affected, you can tell that a lot of the players are making individual decisions. Fights are being initiated way too quickly without first making sure the rest of the team is ready to follow up on it, and a lot of leads being thrown away in that fashion.
Yeah, they need to, well, forward thinking is one thing. I think their setups in the early game need to be predetermined, right? There are set plays at the very beginning of the game that you can actually deploy against their opponents, maybe defensively, but it feels like right now our RQ Akira are extremely reactive and sometimes not completely focusing, well, that's a bad way of putting it. You know, I take that back. I would say that RQ Akira are caught most of the time in autopilot modes, especially when there aren't key objectives on the map to fight for.
Yeah, because RQ Akira is a team that likes team fighting, but their style of team fighting isn't the usual front-to-back 5v5.
Yes.
They like to split the fight up. They want to take independent battles and kind of work together in that way, connecting their scattered engagements into one full initiation. But because of that, there are risks that are taken, and there is disconnect if they're not able to find these connections in the first place that other teams can take advantage of. So since they've mentioned they've done extensive preparation for Incilio specifically, we should hopefully see a very different RQ Akira.
Two things I'm hoping to see in this game. Number one, I want to see whether Gusta Lagusta, after hitting a 3-item power spike, depending on what marksman that he is going to get, really start to press the tempo. Second thing that I want to see, I do want them to make very decisive decisions here. Let's look at the lineup for RRQ Akira. It's Gusta Lagusta in the gold lane, Luis as your roam support, Sagan as your mid laner, King your jungler, and Takashi for the EXP.
I feel like all of these players are mainstays here on the international stage. They have the experience, they have the maturity, but you can also see some flaws that need to be ironed out. I think Gusta Lagusta, definitely a key player that has been holding his own and making comebacks happen when his team doesn't have the lead. But other players, such as Luis and King especially, need to know when to step on the brakes to try and make sure they are not starting fights where it doesn't need to happen.
Well, let's look at their opponents, because now they've been preparing so much against the EECA runner-ups in Incilio, with Don't as your gold laner, Lovely as your roam support, Reaper as your mid laner, Justinian as their jungler, and Maniac as EXP. And Reaper, of course, is able to create some pretty incredible plays. Day one taking the play of the day. Hopefully we might see a repeat of that performance here.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see the aggression coming in from Incilio, despite their lack of experience on the international stage. There is a clear connection and chemistry between these players. Besides Reaper, I do think that Lovely has been doing a great job as well as the roamer, opening up the map and setting up situations that Incilio can capitalize on. But it's not a flawless team. They have made mistakes in the past. Their record is not perfect, so they've still got some work to do themselves.
Now, we actually quoted and got Reaper. We asked him, many see Incilio as wildcard underdogs. What are your thoughts? And he said, we also think of ourselves as underdogs. Nobody knows much about us. Nobody believes in us, but I think we can perform well. Of course, the biggest threat in our group would still be our RQ. So there is recognition from their leader, Reaper, themselves on Incilio, recognizing that at least for our RQ Akira, if they can beat them, they basically won this group.
And right now, that is the matchup they're going to be facing. When you consider the fact that Incilio see themselves as the underdog, you can really see the direct parallels between them and RQ Akira. And that RQ is weighed down by that pressure. Many people expect them to be a team that makes it into the main stage, while Incilio doesn't quite have as much to worry about in that regards, but they share that similarity. Both want to move on to the finals, so let's see what kind of draft they can pick up in game number 1 to help them along that path.
All right, let's have a look. It's going to be Incilio on blue side up against RRQ Akira on red side. Yujushin ban, we're seeing the atypicals coming out very quickly. I'm curious to see whether Incilio is going to consider banning out the Cho. Takashi had a strong showing on day number 1 with it as well, and slowed down in day number 2. So they're getting rid of the casuals, they're getting rid of the usuals, no focusing on the jungler, or maybe even Karabal might be thinking, hey, since they banned out the alpha, we might as well get rid of the Suyo.
Yeah, it could be the Suyo being banned out here, with the Hilda and Zeusin already gone. Looks like we are going to see a little bit of a shift because RQ Akira is the team that ideally wants to get a bit of a snowball early. The Cho being banned out against them ever since day 1 when Takashi showed that he was able to set up plays as the primary initiator.
My mission.
Next ban going to be the high loss this time around. First pick going over to Incilio. This is going to be a free Suyo for them if they wanted to, unless they've got other power picks in mind. I mean, we've seen some teams have been opting not to take the chip entirely, not even bothering to ban it out. Others don't mind trying, but we've seen a huge dip in usage of chip.
Yeah, Chip still really depends on having the proper lineup to take advantage of his map presence. He's no longer as strong as an independent hero as he used to be after the recent nerfs, but in the right hands, still a terrifying foe to worry about. But is it worthy of a first pick? Looks like that's the answer. Khalid going to be locked in by Incilio.
Okay, so they set up entirely to maybe get the Suyo, even banning out the counterpick themselves, but they decided to give it over to RRQ. Okay, going to be quick work here. Yep, Gatot and as well as Suyo. Pretty good opener coming in from the side of RRQ, but it doesn't predetermine what the composition looks like just yet.
Yeah, keeps things more open. I think a lot of teams have been leaning towards that style, where we're seeing a lot of these safer opening picks, like the Gatot, like the Suyo, like the Valentina, in the first phase, so that you don't reveal too much early on. And speaking of, the Valentina will be locked in by Incilio here to potentially steal the avatar of the Guardian alongside the Nolan.
I'm pretty okay with this. You know, I think that Incilio, really good idea with their draft. They have that strong initial flex pick that can go EXP or even into the roam. They've got the Valentina to steal some big ults, and honestly, with Gatot already available, I think usually that would be enough, but let's see what else RRQ Akira is going to throw out and give to them. Because now with Valentina, you got to think, what resources do we want to deny from Incilio? And Loyi, very good idea. Because now, if you are Valentina, you're thinking, man, GOA sounds like a great idea, but if I could TP into the backline, that could be another possibility.
It's the second way of dealing with a Valentina, of just overloading them with powerful ultimates. In this case, you're going to have to choose between Diversion and AOG. And if the Valentina does steal the Diversion to play with, and they mistime their engagement, they would set themselves up to be hit with the Gatot Kacha instead. So it creates a difficult challenge for Reaper.
Now going into the second phase, we have to worry about gold laners because again, so many haven't been touched, not even banned just yet. Or could they be looking to kind of limit down on the EXP pool? We do know that Phobius is still available for play as of right now and wasn't picked up in that first phase. Ooh, Natan ban coming out from Coach Cabral.
Oh, Natan going to be the focus. Still a very powerful goal laner, even if he's one of the few marksmen that doesn't benefit as much from the Malefic gun. Bruno and Beatrix being the big winners in that regard. Chip also going to be banned out by Incilio to make sure that RQ doesn't have 2 teleports.
I think right now, gold lane, it's kind of difficult to play no matter what you have. There's not much setup for Beatrix specifically, so I'm thinking about independent gold laners. I'm thinking along the lines of Harith, I'm thinking along the lines of Claude, Moskov.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think having Moskov, even Harith is okay here because you already have the zone control in the Gatot, so you don't have to worry about that as much. I do want to look a little bit more towards the EXP lane though. We know that Tekashi, a question that we've posed throughout this wildcard is how deep his pockets are in the EXP lane, because it's not the usual meta he's more comfortable with. He always goes to Cho, the Terizla, and made the Arlet appearance yesterday, but besides that, we haven't seen anything else.
Yeah, Glue Band coming out from RRQ Akira. They could just go first pick in the second phase, Phoveus, and then afterwards look to try and go for the counter pick at the very end towards the gold lane. Hopefully G sees this, because at this point, banning out the Phoveus isn't too bad of an idea. You already have 3 heroes that do a good amount of dashing, 2 from Valentina, infinite amounts coming in from Nolan, and guaranteed 3 from the Khalid.
I will choose
The glue ban is very, very specific, so it makes you think that they want to go for heroes like the Phoveus, but Arlet will be the one that they get rid of instead, just to deny RQ Akira more initiation ability. I guess they're expecting it'll be more simple to handle a Phoveus in comparison.
I don't know, because I think the problem is going to be Loyi. They're not going to take traditional front to backs. They want to get into your back line. They want to be able to kind of intercept you mid-buff as well. So something to keep in mind for Incilio here. Coach Cabral going to maximize the time to decide where it's going to go. Are they going to focus towards Gusta Lagusta for that final pick, or is it going to be Takashi? And it looks like Gusta Lagusta comfortable with the Bruno. It's a lane bully. It's a decent matchup. I think it's all right.
RQ Akira has left Takashi's pick for the final pick almost every single game here in the wildcard, so it looks like they're sticking to that pattern. As for Incilio, if they want to deal with this Loyi, there are things like the Belleric, the Tigreal still open, Carmilla maybe a little less popular nowadays, but good AoE front lines that can handle things. Though if they want to flex it instead, the Khalid can still go into the roam position. They decide to lock in the Harif themselves to somewhat match Bruno in the gold lane, but Harif doesn't match up very well into Gatot.
Ooh. Oh boy, this is real interesting now. Now they're really gonna put the test to Takashi. What is he going to play now? He doesn't have his usual Cho. Hilda is gone, and now that you've got rid of the lane bullies like Khalid, playing Phoveus into this might not be such a good idea, because he can get bullied out by the Thamos, one of the best level 1s in the game.
And even if he does end up going for his classic Terizla, it might be difficult for him to unlock himself from lane against a Tamas as well. So Incilio specifically making sure that RQ cannot play for their Takashi-Louise combo that has given them so many good early to mid games so far.
Yeah, I totally agree with you here. Let's see what this final pick is going to be. 7 seconds left on the clock.
Make some
Is it going
noise
to be
for
CC?
yours.
Yes, CC instead, just to make sure that Takashi has some lethality in that lane. 67% win rate so far, and honestly, does pretty good in combination with the Loyi. You throw that curtain call, they're stuck together, you can get a lot of weird yin-yang reaction moments.
Yeah, but it does mean that RQ is heavily relying on Louise to start team fights, and I've already said this, I don't really like the Gatot as the main engager. It can be hard to land AOG without something else to set it up. But as we jump into game 1, what are your thoughts, Gideon?
Well, I like the fact that you brought up about the Avatar of the Guardian here, because again, that curtain call is going to be that secondary way to bait out engagements from the side of Incilio. So I'm expecting Incilio to play a little bit more reactive here unless they get an early lead. So keep your eyes on Lovely.
All right, let's keep our eyes on Lovely. Let's keep our eyes on the Land of Dawn here, because this is going to be game number 1 of our 3rd match here at the M6 Wildcards. RQ Akira versus Incilio, with Akira backs against the wall.
Let's see how this is going to play out. Jungle start is going to predetermine where we're going to head onto the map, and it looks like it's going to be the same side. Incilio on the blue, starting on their purple. King from RRQ Akira starting on his orange gold lane down on the bottom side of the map. Oh, what a chunk out from Lovely.
That's already to be expected. This is a Khalid after all, but since he's disrupting mid lane, he's not really disrupting King.
They're going to be disrupted. Let's see whether or not they're going to do that. And keep in mind that the M6 pass is now available. You can complete all the activity tasks during the events to reach level 75 for free. Hold on, the fight breaks out.
Some trouble, but has revitalized, so he'll be fine. Though because of that, Justinian gets the Litho for free.
All right. Losing out your Revitalize, not too big of a deal here. He won't have it for the upcoming Turtle fight, I would imagine. He used it pretty early, so actually, I take that back. He will have it for that Turtle fight. and maybe we might see an actual rotation from this mid lane. Unfortunately for Lovely as well as Reaper, they're trying to chunk out this Loi as much as they can and even put some hurt into Luis's side. But in terms of rotations, they're looking for somewhere to punish. In both side lanes, not really giving too much info.
Yeah, both side lanes are playing it safe because they know how important that can be in the first stages of the game. I do also want to ask you, Gideon, about this Impure Rage on the Nolan.
Impure Rage on the Nolan, well, I think it's all right. I mean, against some of the tanks, I think it's totally fine because it does max health damage. But generally, you would have imagined him to go for something along the lines of... what would have been better in this?
Like, normally it'd go like Lethal Ignition.
I mean, yeah, but I was thinking of like something that might... I would say even Warcry might have been slightly better in these kind of situations, but it's about the burst, right? You want to get the initial burst.
I guess that is fair enough. For now, both junglers could be matching each other in pace, getting their final buff, but Justinian is the one who gets it first, immediately jumping onto the turtle. The rest of Incilio is here to back him up. Louis is gonna get taunted. Yin Yang reaction on Lovely, has to flicker back out, but Takashi is there to catch him with the curtain call. Links him and Reaper together. Justinian gets the turtle, and Louise jumps way too far forward, so he gets the first blood on the enemy road.
I don't know. I don't know how that was supposed to be played out. Louise knows for a fact he's not level 4 and he doesn't have Flicker, right? So going for a taunt like that basically means that you're just giving yourself up as a free kill. At that point, you need to start walking away and make a decision whether or not, if you are going to contest, you have to do it a lot earlier. And if you're going to give it up, then why go in the first place?
Yeah, it was a bit too messy, especially with Incilio. Justinian got his buff earlier than King due to some slight mismanagement in the rotation. So he was already in a much better position. So without level 4, I think RQ needed to just cut their losses.
Oh, how interesting. This doesn't decide. Goes for a Hunter Strike, first item from Justinian. He wants the extra movement speed rather than the raw burst that he could have been getting from Sea Halberd.
Interesting indeed. Impure Rage and Hunter Strike instead of Lethal Ignition and Halberd means that he wants to go for prolonged engagements instead of just in and out bursts.
Tough call here, because again, I don't see these fights dragging out super long unless I mean, if the engagements are clean, it should be pretty quick overall, right? The only big difference makers, I would imagine at this point in the game, are going to be the mid laners and maybe even the junglers, specifically for King. Not so much for Justinian, because I don't see him starting the fight that often.
I guess he's just expecting it's gonna take him longer to take down Louise or Takashi. We'll see whether this decision does end up working out for them.
Oh, wait. Actually, no. If he's not looking to fight, the next best thing when you have that Hunter Strike is to outperform the enemy jungler in terms of the economy. Stealing away his camps, being twice as fast on the clear, on top of having the movement speed to quickly transverse across. So right now, previously it was a 2-level lead. Justinian currently maintaining a 1-level lead over King so far, and a single kill. Let's see if he maintains that for the next 4 minutes.
I see. So the idea actually would be to avoid fighting in general and just try to out-economy RQ Akira. Could be a good idea, especially since RQ Akira is a team that likes to get advantage through teamfight victories.
If they play this slow, it should be alright, because again, keep your eyes on Takashi. He wants to start this off with that curtain call before anything.
Gusta Lagusta survives the gank down bottom. Vengeance already used on Takashi. King comes in, gets the turtle. Avatar Guardian zones him out. Raging Sandstorm lands on one. Louise gonna get caught. Revitalized though, keeping him alive. Yin Yang reaction pops the Vengeance on Maniac as well. And now RQ Akira getting their objective.
Alright. Interesting. The timing of the AOG could be a little funny, but oh no, no.
Can he survive this? No, it doesn't even need the extra TP. King goes in, gets the kill. Sagan, for some reason, continues the diversion and gets caught.
Where is the faith? Where is their faith in the teammates here? Somebody needs to communicate how likely this dive underneath the turret was going to go. And honestly, when the Purify came out initially out of Don't, that should have been pure confirmation that there's no way we can fail this.
Yeah, there was more than enough time for Sagan to see the kill and walk out of the diversion circle. He did not need to continue on that, so bit of a mistake. Still a win for RQ because the gold laner is a bit more valuable, but that did not need to happen.
For now, as the game continues to progress, we aren't seeing major leads just yet. We're not seeing hyper-aggression, we are just seeing very technical plays from both sides.
I think Justinian's actually going for a very late game build. I think his second item might be a BOD based on the way he's building.
I mean, he's got the Hunter Strike first, right? So it's about outmaneuvering your opponents. And also doubling down on your economy. So far, really good stuff coming in from RRQ Akira. They broke bottom tier 1, now they're looking for top tier 1, and from this point onwards, I'm hoping that RRQ Akira really starts pumping up the gas.
Yeah, they've made some mistakes, but overall still look a lot cleaner. There's a clear direction in how they want to approach the map, and now King catches out Reaper in the mid lane, just instantly disintegrates to both him and Sagan.
Beautiful stuff here, and that's what one
Justinian pops the red tree to slow Takashi, but not able to get the kill, so they'll have to settle for the tier 1.
Yep, they just gotta keep on trading here. RRQ Akira cannot get caught up with what Incilio wants to do. If they want to keep it pace with them, could be a little difficult because their composition is just a little bit more mobile all across the board. So RRQ Akira, they don't mind trading bot tier 1 for bot tier 1. They will take turtles, invade enemy jungle, vertically jungle, but most importantly, they need to play around their ults.
A good sequence of events here from RRQ, but good response from Incilio as well, pulling their whole team over to make sure that Justinian is still able to secure his purple buff away. Net worth now even on both sides.
Well, hopefully it starts to progress a little bit faster now. Since they have their ults, doesn't seem like there's much information on the map. Even bot side being completely untouched here.
At this point, with tier 1 already gone on the bot side, both teams can allow it to just leave itself alone for a little while to focus on the rest of the map. Diversion was spotted out by Lovely there. 3 members go through, not going to be able to find anyone.
BOD complete for Justinian here. He's going to have some pretty good cleanups later down the line, but Gusta Lagusta has basically been untouched this entire game. He is scaling up at a very good pace right now, and if he keeps the track for this for another 2 more minutes, I think he should be able to get his 3rd item. Currently, 2 already finished in the Berserker's Fury, as well as the Haas Claw.
Yeah, this is the position RQ wants to be in exactly, with Gusta being able to farm freely, Don't already affected a little bit from that gank initially. And while the net worth difference doesn't seem all that much, RQ Akira will be able to play for a bit more late game because they also have Takashi on DPS.
Well, for now, it's just going to be a wave clearing party between both of them.
Louis is going to be spotted in the jungle, able to heal up with Revitalize. AOG probably not needed, but may as well play safe here. And Cilio not going to be able to find any other targets.
I don't know, Luis feels a little jumpy today. A lot of the decisions that he's been making so far, I mean, he's made mistakes, he's trying to recover from it, but he's trying to minimize the mistakes that he's doing.
Mid lane, 4 players from RQ Akira. I don't think Incilio really wants to force anything. They don't have the numbers advantage, and RQ are starting to really build up that gold lead.
I mean, Takashi is already a problem that Incilio need to think about because he keeps pulling them away from that front line. Because keep in mind that attention is also a resource. Now, they might just look for a potential all-in here. And you can see that RQ Akira, they don't really want this Lord.
Stolen AOG, not going to find anyone. Sagan going to be the first target of Maniac, but he jumps very far. Has to use Vengeance early. RQ still holding on to many of their resources. Justinian tries to burst Louise. Not able to do enough damage though. And that means Ilzilio have to just back it off.
Man. Without their ults, and especially since Maniac also used this ult as well, he's not going to have much value. They quickly TP from base just to maintain pressure over this Lord. And I think that RRQ Akira, if they want to force it, now is a really good time to do so.
Especially after seeing Justinian topside. The Blade Surge from King just to scout out the brush. Not going to connect. They'll try to work on the Lord, but actually taking their time with it. This should give Justinian time to come back over. Maniac on top of Louise, Revitalize use, Raging Stamp from Flicker, lands on 2, AOG used defensively, and a huge burst from the left side with the flank. Justinian picks off Sagan, but King still secures the Lord.
Okay, at least they still got the Lord. The decision could have been made a lot faster there. All the information was laid out, but RQ Akira was still hovering around that line of maybe we can take the Lord and still get a couple of kills. They're greeding out too much. They need to decide what's the bare minimum of what they want in these scenarios and then move from there.
Yeah, absolutely. But right now, the game state's still pretty alright for RQ Akira. They'll have the first Lord of the game. Shouldn't be too difficult for Incilio to defend, since at this point, net worth lead's still actually not that different anyway. But this is the stage of the game where we have witnessed RQ Akira make mistakes in the past. If they can clean it up, they'll look pretty good.
Let's see how they're going to clean it up, though. King now getting his third item. Gusta Lugusta already finished his Malefic Gun as well. So this is a very big item power spike for RRQ Akira. If I look on over to Isilio, it looks like Don't hasn't gotten the Holy Crystal just yet. A little sad, but he'll eventually get to that point. We look over at Maniac and even his build, going for a Thunderbelt, then into the War Axe, and I think he's building up to a Dominance Ice.
So pretty greedy build from Maniac here, not focusing on defensive options. Diversion to bot side, not looking for a gank, just looking to push as many waves as possible while Isilio are distracted with the Lord. Blade Surge connects on Lovely. He'll be able to walk away, but RQ get a free tier 2, just zoning Isilio with their presence alone.
This is how you play a Siege-style composition, and RRQ Akira doing very well so far with it. They've now developed a 2.3k lead, but that's not enough to finish the game on time, which begs the question, who scales better in the later half of the game? And it's tough to say, right? Because the Malefic Gun is such a powerful tool to outrange the Harrods, so unless you fall into the center of the Synchro Fissure, then you're in a lot of trouble.
I do definitely think in terms of damage, purely RQ Akira definitely has the better late game because they just have more sources of DPS, but it also means that they're overall more squishy, so positioning matters a bit more for them.
I mean, then there's also the case of the fact that Sagan is playing Lo Yi, and the biggest problem, like, Lo Yi does a lot of damage, but she's so dependent on her charges. If she has no charges, you're basically out of the game until you get it back up.
Well, Holy Crystal was just completed on Dawn, so he finally has the damage necessary to contribute to these team fights, but is it too late at this point?
I don't think it's too late. I mean, he needs to get it eventually, right? It's his core item. It's so important for him to have it if he wants to have relevant damage, and not to mention that I'm not seeing a lot of magic resist coming from the side of RRQ Akira, so his damage will stick. Maybe not on Takashi because he has the Athena shield, but everybody else is free game.
Speaking of diversion, once again they catch out Lovely, instantly bursted down by a 5-man gank. Very surgical from Akira.
Very good stuff here. And now, with a man advantage, this Lord technically should be free.
Maniac gonna try and engage on Luis, but Takashi just gonna zone them off, and Luis even finds Justinian in the brush, surviving with Revitalize. RQ Akira still 5-man strong, and Isilio cannot find an angle to enter. Takashi's just doing such a good job. Maniac finally uses the Vengeance Reaper, jumping too far forward. They'll trade for Luis and Takashi. 2-for-2 trade, actually. Isilio, though, still has to give up the Lord.
All right, that just happened. As long as RQ Akira get the Lord, it's completely fine. We do see that Justinian is doubling down on that burst damage, and his item build so far is looking real nice to one-shot some targets here. And I think that even Takashi needs to give respect over to this Nolan. It's not like he's the tankiest hero in the world, considering that his build is more catered towards chasing his opponent, sustaining, rather than dealing with specific bursts from physical damage.
Despite that, though, he actually held Isilio back for a really long time during that Lord fight, not giving them a way of entering the Lord pit and maybe contesting King. It's because of that Akira was able to get it in the end, but there are overextensions happening on both sides right now.
Yeah, it's the push and pull isn't as clean as I'm expecting it to be, but it's fine as long as they maintain that lead. A 3.1k is still a valuable lead for RQ Akira.
And with the Lord pushing out top lane, they should be able to get this mid tier 2, leaving Isilio with only inhibitors standing. They'll probably lose this top one as well, since they just don't have enough resources to handle every lane at the same time, though RQ actually keeping it safe, not gonna try and push their advantage too far.
Should they be dragging this out longer than it should? Probably not, but at the same time, these inhibitors are really hard to take over. Everybody's generally short-ranged.
Stolen Curtain Call used on both sides. Top inhib will finally fall. We can see Maniac now not really able to hold the front line anymore. The DPS from Akira building up to dangerous levels.
Yeah, he's falling off at this point. He has to play around his ult as well as that Vengeance. Those are his only two defensive options at this stage of the game. But looking at the kill score, it's 5-5. It's highly technical between Isilio as well as RRQ Akira. They're not really forcing mistakes upon them. They're just utilizing the tempo that they generate.
A surprisingly slow game from two aggressive teams, but a Raging Stance from Flickers lands on 4, but there's no one to follow up. Lovely just abandoned again. A free kill to RQ Akira, and Isilio just back it off.
Why? What was it? Was he expecting Reaper to try and steal the AOG to try and make that combo combo work out for them? I'm not 100% sure as they look for an inhib.
Luis nearly 1v1ing Justinian by himself on
Whoa,
the side, but
whoa.
Maniac doing a lot of damage, forcing Flicker out of Gusta Lagusta and don't finishing off Seiken. And now RQ Akira missing all of their abilities, but King finally finishing off Maniac in the mid lane.
Okay, a little messy fight, but they stole the TP. Can they intercept
Stolen
them?
diverse and they go straight in. Gusta Lagusta is scouted out and eliminated instantly.
They didn't react fast enough. They totally forgot that Reaper stole the initial TP, and now the punish almost.
Oh, Justinian with the second follow-up. Killing spree for the Nolan, finally getting the kills he needs.
Hopefully that teaches RRQ a lesson here. Akira need to keep in mind all the small details that are happening in this game. These guys didn't come here to wildcard to lose. They're here to make it to Swiss stage.
Yeah, that's a big reversal, and it's a very familiar thing for RQ Akira because it has happened to them more than once here at the wildcard. A free Lord for Incilio, and a much needed one. It would have been hard for them to defend it if RQ Akira got their hands on it.
Personally, for me, I'm thinking that Incilio, as of right now, are better at taking advantage of RQ Akira with these small opportunities compared to the other way around, where we see that RQ Akira is more likely to overextend. Now, I do hope that, Incilio really make clean calls here because they cannot just leave Lovely and Maniac by themselves anymore.
Yeah, it would be a shame for this sudden comeback to amount to nothing. You can see they're scouting out the mid lane, allowing the Lord to handle bot on its own to see if they can sync up as much structural damage as possible.
What?
RQ Akira are going to be sticking very closely together.
How close do they want to stick together? They just need to space out enough to make sure that the Raging Sandstorm doesn't connect on multiple people, but at the same time, they can't really check these bushes effectively.
And now Lovely looking from the flank. RQ Akira playing very defensively, and they already popped Lovely's immortality, so that's a bit of a wasted resource for Incilio, but they're able to trade mid tier 2 for it, so it's still not too bad.
Wishing Lantern completed by Reaper. He wants to make sure that he can punish Louise, maybe even King in these small moments, because Reaper doesn't exactly have the longest range. More of a mid to short range style of play, and even taking the Brave Smite, knowing that he's going to have to face off against King the majority of the time.
Things are coming to a heel here, ladies and gentlemen. Game state very, very tense. 18.5 minutes in net worth difference is negligible, and the cores on both sides going to be fully built at this stage.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a winning scenario for RRQ Akira, and a lot of it just bends on whether they can get some proper battle spells out from Incilio. Like, yes, we've seen the Raging Sandstorm being thrown out randomly, same goes for Maniac, but I think the battle spells are by far the most important resource from Incilio to guarantee their engages.
Both teams looking to see if they can find any person that might be isolated pushing the lane, but there's a lot of fear in the land of Dawn right now. Both teams giving a lot of respect to the other. In fact, maybe a bit too much, as they're not really willing to macro the map.
Oh, look, it's a cold war right now. It's a battle of information, and it's difficult because even if you're in RRQs, oh, here we go. Where's that TP heading to?
It's down bottom, and there is no one down there, so...
I mean, if they wait long enough, somebody's gonna have to show.
I mean, but they already know that Gusta Lagusta's down here, and they know that he's not going to be halfway across the map by himself.
Also fair, but they're going to lose position over the Lord. There's only 20 more seconds here, so taking that recall probably wasn't necessary. They could have just kind of hovered around that mid lane if worse comes to worse. If not, they still could just kind of throw Louise and Takashi into these bushes.
I guess both teams are just being very, very concerned right now. Incilio knows one game guarantees them a final spot. RQ Akira knows they cannot give it to them. So it's a little bit of a tense conflict, a bit of a Mexican standoff here in the land of Dawn, as neither side willing to give an inch.
Yeah, look at the slow pushing waves on top end as well as bottom side. One answered on the bottom side, but I think that RQ Akira are perfectly fine just to let it build up.
If they continue letting the lanes build up, Incilio is going to be forced to respond to them eventually. And right now, they're positioning together because they're expecting RQ to go for this Lord. But the longer they do so, the worse it's going to get.
Look, 1.5 waves on that top side. Keep in mind, there's a missing inhibitor as well. So the Siege minions are going to be extra thick and bulky. Oh.
Maniac starts the engagement, pops the Vengeance, still has immortality. Actually forces RQ Akira back pretty far. Still able to survive as well to recall back the base and actually go for the defense. They try tried to go for a diversion with Gusta Lagusta, but Justinian's already back there, so they do not commit to it. They're gonna go ahead and go for the Lord instead, since the enemy jungler is no longer here. But they're not actually blitzing it. They really should be trying to force this down with no retry on the other side. Incilia finally engaged. King will secure it. Raging Sandstorm comes in. Luis already picks up Toad with his Almond Sword, doing a lot of damage. Yin Yang reaction, not enough poke in return. Gusta though responding with some damage, but jumps right into the blade of the Grim Reaper.
What is happening here? What is happening? So they knew that the jungler showed down on bot side. They're worried about that Raging Sandstorm of a potential steal if it does boil down to it. They can just pull the Lord to their side. If not, just keep it within the pit. King can easily dodge it unless Lovely guarantees the initial flicker. But let's look at the instant replay, right? I just want to see a couple of details here. When the Raging Sandstorm actually, where was it targeted to? Towards the back line anyways. It was headed towards Gusta Lagusta. So again, it feels like RRQ Akira are overthinking these scenarios.
I think that's exactly what is happening. They are overthinking. Because Justinian was back in the base. They could have blitzed the Lord right there, and then as long as they just stood far apart enough to not be caught by Raging Sandstorm. But while they did get the Lord, it was just such a scared approach from RRQ.
I think they're playing a little too rigid here. RRQ Akira need to relax a little bit more here because most of the time they have winning scenarios. They are put in very advantageous opportunities. And I think it's on Incilio to actually make the motion first. And I think that RRQ Akira knows that.
And Incilio, they're no strangers to this position. They already consider themselves the underdogs of the wild card. So I think they're fully ready to deal with the pressure ahead of them. Their positioning's pretty good overall. They just gotta up the macro play a bit to put pressure on RQ.
Yeah, and it's not like Incilio's engagements are super clean as well. A lot of the time, it's just Maniac or even Lovely jumping in, buying a little bit of time, finding that information before Incilio finally pulls the trigger.
This is going to be a long haul here, as right now, even though RQ Akira has the structural advantage, it doesn't feel like they're playing in a good enough way to keep that going. Luis will get scouted out. Maniac takes so much damage from the Yin Yang reaction. Gonna back it off straight away. They're not really able to find more space here.
I think it's totally fine for now. They just need the Lord on their side, and then they can start pushing out and making things happen across the map. Just have to wait just a wee bit longer here. In the meantime, at least for Incilio, having to play reactively, not much of a choice in their eyes, because there's just so much counter-engage coming in from RRQ Akira, mainly coming in from Luis, but the timings of his AOG, I would say, is a little questionable and honestly punishable.
And that's why I said Gatot as a primary initiator really isn't the best thing. You gotta have a bit more crowd control. And because RQ Akira went for the CC to match the Tamas, Luis doesn't really have that sort of setup. So the positioning can be pretty awkward. And that's something that Incilio has been able to take advantage of.
Well, I mean, their composition is more designed for Siege. I think they should be utilizing that AOG. Oh!
Raging Sandstorm flickers in, finds Sagan in the back line, and now they jump on top of King. Immortality gone, shut down by Justinian. Mega kill for the Nolan. And that is the enemy jungler gone.
Interesting. Interesting. No commitments of ultimates. Nobody wanted to try and bail King out of that scenario. Something is not working out for RRQ Akira, and I think it's their communication. That's just an assumption here. I'm not 100% sure. But for now, Incilio have the advantage and should be able to take this Lord without any contestation.
Should be an absolutely free Lord. King is still dead for another 40 seconds. In fact, RQ should be making something happen on the other parts of the map instead of just hovering here, looking for something that isn't there.
The pressure is mounting. RRQ Akira, they cannot afford to lose this game. They will lose their ticket to the Swiss stage. If they do, they've got to win this 2-0 against Incilio if they want to stand a chance. And I think that Incilio, minimal pressure on their side.
They know that even if they drop this game, they'll still have other opportunities. But they're still playing very, very effectively right now. A free tower up top. Lord will be pushing bottom. This is going to be a defense for RQ.
Yeah, man. It's all about making decisive calls, and right now Incilio, initially at the beginning of the game, it's still a little shaky here and there, but now they're really finding their footing, especially since the RQ Akira positions themselves, well, mispositions themselves a lot of the time.
You can tangibly see the momentum building up on Incilio's side of the map. 7k gold lead, though, at 25 minutes, that actually doesn't mean as much as you would think. Lord will finally collide down bottom. Only 2 waves for RQ and Akira to deal with though, so they don't have to worry about it for now, but Incilio, still 5-man strong, gonna be going in. Bottom inhibitor's already gone. Louise almost bursted, but pops to revitalize. Maniac able to jump out, still has immortality standing, and Quicksand Guard keeps Lovely up against Tekashi as well. Surgical approach, Incilio not able to do as much damage as they'd like though.
Yeah, I think at this point, once the next wave start pushing through, they might want to consider throwing Lovely to try and use that Raging Sandstorm to zone out the members of RRQ Akira, maybe even force a reaction. He's got Flicker to get out of AOG range, if not, at the very least, just pull himself away from tower range.
Something else I've noticed is that Sagan has not used the diversion for the last few minutes. RQ Akira has been put in a position where they're actually too afraid to do any sort of risky play because they know what is at stake.
Too much is at stake if you make the wrong call, right? When you have structure advantage against your opponents and you're playing as a Luoyi, at least you know that 50% of your map is a safe space to play from. Well, I mean, give or take depending on the scenario, but now going into the backline could be a good idea if somebody shows from Incilio, and most of the time they are just walking as 5 to guarantee that they don't fall into that trap.
It can certainly be a strategy to not use diversion for a while to make your opponents forget that it exists, but I'm not really sure if that's the strategy RQ is going for here. They're even starting to buy the magic potions actually on Incilio's side, not saving for item swaps. They just want to push in the next chance they get.
Yeah, they just want raw power at this point. If not, maybe they just have way too much gold, right?
That's possible.
I mean, we're already in the ultra late game. It's been 27 minutes already and a 7.3k lead, as you mentioned. It looks big, but really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
What does matter is Incilio is controlling most of the map. RQ Akira are not willing to split themselves up to deal with the lanes independently, which means that they're nowhere close to being able to contest the Lord Pit.
Well, now they use their Magic Sentry, open up that top side. Love how they're making sure that they have a good split as well. There's a lot of possibilities for a backdoor to happen, but unfortunately, Lord spawning on that top side allows Incilio more control. And this is what they've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, they do have to worry about diversion still, though it was actually just used to bring them up to top lane, just to make sure the waves are pushed up. Conceal does come out, though it doesn't really amount to anything, as Justinian and Reaper will scout out RRQ, walking through the mid-bush flank.
Can't do much about that. Again, this Valentina is making Gatot's life really, really difficult. To find an effective engage is also asking a lot from Louise. But even so, even Tekashi realizing, man, it's really hard to zone away Justinian, especially since that his ult, that fracture, it comes off a cooldown way too fast.
Something RQ Akira has to worry about, though, is Reaper has just stolen the diversion. So a backdoor play is now possible for Incilio as well. No. And they are doing exactly that! They're going bot lane! They're looking for Sagan! When the crown comes out, he will survive. He has immortality swapped over as well. Incilio not able to find the pickup they were looking for. Avatar the Guardian used, not able to cut anyone off either. So that doesn't amount to anything.
All right. I mean, it was a good idea coming in from Incilio's side. Don't get me wrong there. But luckily, Sagan, he's got the mechanics, able to hit the Winter Crown just in time. And now they have first position with a huge wave, actually, on the top side as well.
But they're not blitzing the Lord once again. Justinian is actually close enough that he can come and connect with the right timing. RQ Akira still knows the risk. Tekashi buying a lot of time against Maniac in the mid lane, but they're still not really trying to force this Lord down. Justinian has to clear the wave down at the base though, so they'll finally commit to it. Raging Sandstorm comes out, King gets the Lord away. Don't jumps in with the Zaman Force. Diversion try and get out, but Sagan not able to do so. Louise is gone, however, Tekashi shuts down Don't. Sagan gonna be stopped with the unstoppable streak from Justinian. Lord still going to RQ.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. They were able to stop Reaper from actually getting an effective engagement here. They sacrificed 2, but at the same time made sure that King gets to live in that fight. Tekashi is doing as much as he possibly can right now to zone away the members of Incilio, and finding that kill into Dode, you can see that even Incilio is feeling the desperation.
Yeah, the desperation is plain and clear, but at the very least, RQ Akira were able to use the diversion to set themselves up for a better place in the Lord after Incilio's failed backdoor. Now it is Incilio who has to deal with the Lord pushing up top lane.
Yeah, it looks like RRQ Akira called for the pause here. Let's see whether our marshals would be able to take care of it. It looks like it's something with King that's going on their side. But don't worry, our marshals already at the bay, ready to solve the problem.
Ooh, this has been a marathon here, Gideon. 30-minute game 1. We know the stakes. We know a single victory from Incilio, disregarding the rest of the game's results, will put them into the grand finals. RQ Akira very aware of that fact, and so they're just not overextending at all.
I mean, that was their initial problem at the beginning, and I think that they're like thinking too hard about, oh, I don't want to be out of position. I got to make sure that our battle lines are always in formation, and it's more important for RQ Akira to maintain battle formation in comparison to Incilio, who would rather like to approach from multiple different angles. They've got a lot of good independent pieces, but it's heavily dependent on their battle spells, right? Without that Vengeance, without the ult coming in from Maniac, he, again, really, really squishy overall, and even if you decide to swap your entire build to full tank, you just lose the kill pressure.
Yeah, there's so many decisions that have to be made right now, but at the very least, RQ Akira have finally forged themselves a slightly more advantageous position. Having to deal with a Lord 30 minutes in is a tough obstacle already, and Incilio doesn't have many towers left.
They really don't, and I think it's going to come to who makes that very first mistake. We're not seeing mistakes being forced upon each other anymore. It really just boils down to who gets tired first, who is caught sleeping at the wheel, maybe if somebody is just, you know, on autopilot walking through the jungle.
Well, considering what has happened here, I gotta ask you, Gideon, is this how you expected this game to go down?
No, absolutely not. I think that, you know, Incilio is a more reactive team. I would say that RRQ Akira, this is surprising for me because I would expect them to at least have some hunger when it comes down to the fight, to these small duels, especially with the amount of space Takashi is giving the rest of the team. I can't understand why the call just can't be take the Lord and let's walk away. Or if they're going to engage, which we know that they're going to do, we could look to fight once they start throwing bodies.
I guess it's probably a combination of a few factors, right? Because RQ Akira has said that they specifically prepared against Incilio, so they don't want that preparation to go to waste. And they've been humbled multiple times this wildcard, so not a good combo for aggressive play.
Yeah, but I mean, they've missed their timings for aggressive plays, right? It's really going to come down to a full 5v5 since we're already hitting the 30-minute mark. Now that I think about it, wasn't the longest game? Actually, never mind. I'll double check with Zipper later on. But this, so far, looking to be in contention for the longest game here at Wildcards.
I think it definitely is going to be, especially since without Luis and Sagan, RQ Akira aren't able to do anything with this Lord either. Game gonna be prolonging for a little bit longer here, with both teams not willing to take risks.
Well, I mean, there is the second wave, so let's see whether they do anything with the second wave. Maybe force a fight, maybe look for a potential pick here. I think at least for Takashi, the scenario that I see happening is Takashi getting on top of Don't, locking him down with the curtain call and a +1. It would be ideal if he gets Reaper, but it really doesn't matter. As long as you anchor Don't in a spot, Luis can come in big time in a huge fight, and as long as they keep it to a traditional front to back, they should win these fights easily.
Interestingly though, I think Reaper did steal the curtain call himself too, so if he is able to do the same thing and lock down Gusta Lagusta with King or Sagan, that would actually be really good for Incilio.
It would, because the opposite combination will be steal the curtain call and then having the Raging Sandstorm flicker from Lovely to lock down too. That also works as well.
So many possibilities, but fate has decreed a single winning path for both these teams, and neither of them willing to diverge from that one road to destiny. 32 minutes, another 25 seconds until the next Lord.
For now, both teams need to be patient. Nothing much they can really do at this stage of the game. They could look to try and bait out some motions, which I hope that they would do, right? They have the pressure to push them all the way up to their inhibitors and then look to TP out, worst comes to worst. And, whoa, Conceal being thrown out.
Incilio's too far away for this to really do anything, though. They were expecting them to be guarding the bushes in the Lord Pit, but Incilio's playing a little bit further back.
The frustrating thing that I'm seeing here is the fact that they are taking space, but they're not looking to hold the space. So what's the point of taking the space if you're not looking to hold it in the first place, right? You open up these bushes, and now guess what? You have to recheck them again just to make sure that nobody is there, and you are uncontested for the Lord.
But the macro still in favor of RRQ. They're able to more easily shove out the lane, so Incilio has to actually respawn. And that gives RRQ information on where their opponents are. Lord at 50%. RQ Kira gonna reset it once again, not willing to risk it. Maniac in the backline, but does get scouted out by Takashi, and now they catch out Lovely. Gonna be stuck in place within Yin Yang reaction, but RQ not overextending to break that immortality.
Okay, now RQ, they see this. Clearly that Reaper has the curtain call, right? So now they gotta make sure that their backline doesn't get locked down. Oh, wait a minute. They're just giving this up.
RQ Kira either looking for the re-engage or giving it up, and it looks like the latter is the case. Justinian gets it for free. Maniac now wants to run away. AOG lands, knocks off the Tamus, but he's able to jump out. Still has immortality remaining. RQ Akira are playing too slow, and now Justinian is re-engaging on Tekashi. Vengeance comes out, Raging Stars from Flickers, fight too, but Gusta shuts down Justinian in exchange for his own life, and the minions are in the base, but King will be able to recall to clear it up. Takashi and Sagan, will they be so lucky? Lovely still on top of them. Reaper finishing things up. Immortality pop on the Khalid. Maniac very low, not willing to walk up as Sagan is still very high HP. He's able to diversion them into the base actually, but Don't is there to stop them. Does he have Summon Force? He does not, but he just got it back up. Takashi is down. Winter Crown on Sagan. Immortality swap, but he doesn't have abilities. Double kill for Don't.
Oh man, and Don't still has his Purify, so even if a Yin Yang reaction were to connect, it would not have mattered. He would still get that last auto off. They trade 3 for 1.
This is now a 4v2. King and Louise don't have enough wave clear to deal with the Lord, and the Crystals at 30%. Reaper and Don't are coming in to back up their teammates, and that's Louise down. Killing spree for Don't. Finally, the game is broken open as Incilio take the game and the direct ticket to the Wild Card Final.
Woo! They've done it! They've done it! Extreme patience and the right opportunity presenting themselves in a long, drawn-out marathon game here, coming in from Incilio. What a match to kick things off for this group.
A grueling 34-minute game, and it is only the first of the series. RQ Akira taking every possible precaution to avoid giving the game over to their opponents, but in doing so, gift wrapping it to them on a silver platter.
Oh my, you could definitely tell this was territory that both teams were not comfortable playing in. Both missing an inhibitor, both having minions walking into their base as well to threaten that crystal. The backdoor potential just because Loyi is in the map on top of the fact that they had the Valentina. But man, it's tough. It is a exhausting game to watch.
Undoubtedly breaking the mold though. We've always said we want to see something different. We want to see something interesting. I don't think it gets more different than what we saw here. And it is quite an upset as well. Incilio, a team with very little international experience, stealing the final slot away from none other than RRQ Akira.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part. The fact that Incilio is so reactive in these fights, but are better at taking advantage of opportunities in comparison to RRQ Akira, very much going for technical plays overall. I mean, let's look at the item builds first of all. A lot of swaps happening in this game itself, and you can see that even King, pretty sick of the Queen's Wings, right? You get that passive initial proc, and you're like, okay, dump this item, let's pick up an Immortality instead, and even a Malefic Roar to double down on the one-shot potential towards the carries in the back line, which he never got access to.
I was just thinking like whoever's in charge of producing Immortalities and Winter Crowns is getting like really high stock profits in this game specifically because of all the swapping. 35 minutes. And despite that, the kill score is only 17-9.
17-9, and for the longest time it was 5-5, you know, 9-9, keeping it pretty even across the board. When we start looking at the setups and especially the gold, overinflated numbers, of course, but I think that when you get to that ultra late game stage, I was expecting Gusta Lagusta to eventually pop off. He has the Weapon Master on top of a full build. He's naturally out damaging majority of the members from Incilio.
But I think he did mistime his flank in that very last Lord fight. He went in, got the kill on Justinian, which that was his only death of the game, so it was pretty valuable. But he also exposed himself because the rest of RRQ Akira was playing separate from him and expecting him to enter at a later timing.
I don't know. I think that unfortunately for RRQ Akira, when we're looking at the post-game stats, I'm expecting decent damage all across the board. But yeah, don't completely out-damage it. He had the space to actually weave in those auto attacks. And this just goes to show, right? Because again, it's not like Harith is a consistent DPS. It's not every single one of his autos is going to be a banger like Gusta Lagusta. But when he does drop that Zaman Force and does start to press his advantage forward, you can see that RRQ Akira just give up way too much space and expose their backline when they do.
Harith typically has a terrible matchup against a Gatot Kacha because once the Zaman Force comes out, you just drop Avatar the Guardian right on top of it and you can't use it. But RQ Akira only had the Gatot to engage, so they had to save it for other circumstances. And they were playing pretty safe the whole game anyway.
Our MVP of this game going over to Don't in the gold lane on his Harith. Full build and even going for rapid boots just to make sure that nobody is able to backdoor and is able to keep up with the rest of his team as they rush down to the enemy crystal.
I think Incilio could tell towards the end of the game when there were so few diversions happening that RQ Akira was trying to save it for potential macro play instead. So having the rapid boots, I want to check again whether more than like the other players had it as well, because they definitely want to navigate the map faster than RRQ. But a very smart choice, and him being there to stop the final diversion by Sagan and Tekashi basically saved the game.
Yeah, they did. Although I would like to see RRQ. Unfortunately, I think that Sagan, he needed to utilize his ult a little bit better, and not in the sense of TPing his entire team for a potential backdoor, but instead of having to commit the conceal, which is a much better tool looking to engage your opponents or chase your opponents down with the extra movement speed that it provides your team. Utilize it. Throw the diversion out. Get information through vision.
RQ Akira just did not play like themselves. This was a change in approach that they felt was necessary to make sure that they wouldn't give up the final slot to the finals here. But their slow pace and decisions being made in the heat of emotion ended up costing them.
Yeah, and I think the early mid-game, RQ Akira played it pretty well. They had a good idea. They knew exactly how they wanted to kind of push their opponents off from these turns to get structural advantages. But then when there were too many options and too many priorities not being set in the right places, then the option paralysis comes in. What do I go? Do I go for this flavor or this flavor? There's too many options here.
RQ Akira was outpacing Incilio in macro play the entire game. So many times key players like Justinian being forced to respond to a wave pushing into the base on the opposite side of the map, and yet RQ didn't use those timings to push Lord and objectives.
Yep.
So many missed opportunities.
Yeah, and worst comes to worst, especially in the early game, just sacrifice Louise if you have to, right? Just drop the AOG just to create some space, and maybe then they'll have that level of luxury to enjoy the game. Simply like Fairy, because again, Luxury meets gaming with Fairy's first M6 Swiss watch, a special jewelry collection for Jushin and Mia, and a brand new champion rings as well as medals. So follow our friends at Fairy World on TikTok and our website for more updates.
I think an M6 Swiss watch would be a great way to tell that time has run out here for RQ Akira, but they do still have more games ahead of them. But with no stakes on it this time, I think they'll just go back, go ahead and play the game they want to with no pressure on their shoulders anymore, and we'll see if it's a little bit more active.
Yeah, please. I would love to see that, because again, this is clearly not how RRQ Akira usually plays. At least, let's try to see if they can just out-mechanic their opponents alone.
But let's remind you guys once again that from the 18th of November to the 29th of December, you guys can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. You can join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin Challenges Flare and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity because Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins are returning only for a limited time.
For those of you who are complaining to me in my DMs about, oh, when is the M4 Skin Prime going to be coming back anytime soon? I only got the Beatrix exclusive, but not the Prime. This is your opportunity. So I don't want to see none of that in my DMs later.
Yeah, don't say we didn't remind you, because we reminded you right now. We're going to be holding on to this moment. But game number 2, I think it's time to just throw the gloves off. Just have fun. This isn't really even about pride anymore at this stage. It's about making a statement, and sometimes the best way to do that is just to enjoy yourself.
Yeah, they got to enjoy themselves. I would like to see them come up with their comfort hero picks. I would love to see a Takashi Benedetta. Get rid of the phobias, have a good time, see whether or not he can make it work.
If they're able to bring it to a game tree, then at the very least they can feel a little bit more prideful in the fact that their preparations did mean something in the end. But Incilio, they already made it to the finals, right? They don't need the clean sweep, but it would be an even bigger statement.
It would be an even bigger statement. And I would like to see a different side of Incilio because, again, I would say, if I were to categorize them, I would say that they are very big opportunists. They're very big reactive players. Similarly, like Lovely. And we asked Incilio, Incilio seems to be experimenting with heroes a lot. Why is that? And his reply is, we practice many heroes in scrims, but we don't always know how they'll perform in tournaments. For example, we had success with Matilda in scrims, but here, teams know how to pressure and invade. Our lack of international experience makes it hard to predict.
Well, you could say that the opposite is true. Their lack of international experience makes them just as difficult to predict for their opponents. RQ Akira put so much work into preparing against Incilio specifically, and it still did not bear fruit. So I think Incilio can feel very proud about the fact that they have achieved so much here, and that their path to M6 main stage is still open. But for now, let's see what happens in game number 2 as we jump on into the draft.
All right, let's see what weapons we're going to arm these warriors with as they're going to head on into the Land of Dawn right after the draft. RQ Akira going to be on the blue side this time around against Incilio on the red side. And I would have to say, amongst the wild cards, in terms of win rate of blue as well as red side, things have been a little up and down. We've seen both sides doing pretty well thus far, with only the biggest difference being the level that they have in that draft, the power that they're able to bring in the draft.
I think generally that's exactly how you want the draft phase to go, right? It always feels bad if blue or red side has some kind of advantage in the meta. So when there's so much creativity, so much flexibility that you can exercise with hero pools and draft order, that is when the meta is the most entertaining and most complicated as well for our players and their coaches.
Yeah, that's why it makes it real difficult to kind of figure out or to crack the code. For an example, if we're seeing Alpha being banned from the side of Vincilio, does that mean that they want us to go for that first pick Suyo once more, and do they have answers towards that? And I would think that in the previous game, the same, pretty much the exact same thing happened, right? Yeah, the Hilda ban, the only difference being the Lo Yi here, Jushin and as well as Alpha were also banned in the previous game.
I think for the same reason that teams have been consistently banning out Cho against Tekashi, Alpha is being banned out here by Incilio just to prevent Luis from having an easy-to-play early game dominant jungler, so that it's easier for Incilio to make sure to pressure them.
Well, at least this time around they're going to be getting rid of the Gato Hacha. Yi finally going to get banned out as well. All right. Now, Fanny hasn't been touched by either one of these teams.
Yep.
And it was wide open the last time. Same goes for Fulvius, same goes for Chip. There's a lot of power picks not being utilized here by these teams.
In fact, this is the first time the entire wildcards that Fanny has not been banned. So with the hero open, it poses a question to RQ. Do you want to lock this in right now? With the recent buff, Fanny is kind of ridiculous.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, Cho is also open, and it's I don't know.
And Cho is a Fanny counter.
It's kind of good. I think he's really nasty in this meta. Great. Usually they want first pick flex picks anyways, It looks like they're gonna go. Ooh, interesting. Valentina for the side of RRQ Akira.
I think at this point, keeping things open is not a bad idea, but Incilio can also go for the Cho Fanny combo now. We'll see if they want to do so. Ooh, no, going for Suyo.
All right. Fun fact: the Incilio versus RRQ Akira's 35 minutes and 13-second game 1 is the second longest game in M Series
history.
Next to RRQ versus Blacklist International's 35-35 game 1 in M3 knockout.
We were so close to breaking it.
Yeah, I was thinking whether or not it was RRQ Akira or whether it was RRQ Hoshi that had one of the longest games in the M Series. I couldn't figure out which one. Thank you, Zipper, once again for pulling up the fun facts.
It's just RRQ wanting to prolong games, you know? We like MLBB, we want more game time, so why not do so? But it looks like Fanny and Cho just completely left open by both teams so far.
Hey man, they're gonna stick to what they know best. The Suyo and High Loss locked in for the side of Incilio. I would expect the response coming in from RRQ to be the Cho. At the very least, you can kind of kick your opponents out of the way. You can steal the glorious pathway. They might even consider even going for a Edith Hayabusa instead. All right.
Edith is a pretty safe option when paired with Valentina. It keeps the game state pretty open for you and allows you to adjust your draft to whatever your opponent does decide to pull out. But the Hayabusa can be pretty risky. If Incilio goes for more tankier heroes or high mobility options, then no snowball means no effectiveness.
Yeah, and I think there's two heroes come to mind, but I'm thinking about whether or not it's worth keeping the flex pick and high lots still hidden until the second phase here. I think that's the decision being made by the Incilio staff here with Reaper and as well as their coach discussing the options.
Let's see, it looks like it is going to be the Lunox from Incilio. This is a hero that can be pretty effective against Hayabusa. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, you just pop the Brilliance, and it does kind of deter the Harif pickup, but I'm not too sure if they needed to pick it so early.
I guess they can still utilize it as a flex pick, right? As long as they have a concussive blast user as their support to walk around with this Lunox in the mid lane, I don't think it'll be that bad because it could be a hard read on Incilio's side to say that this Edith is almost definitely going into the EXP.
True, true. Lunox has been played as more of a gold laner these days, but mid lane is still a possibility, especially since Incilio knows they can lose the next 2 games and not have to break a sweat at all. They do ban the Khalid to prevent a little of that early game harassment to keep the Suyo ahead of Hayabusa.
I think that's totally fair. I think that's an okay ban. At the same time, Chip is still out in the open for both of these teams. Although, whether or not the Arlet should be a consideration for the side of RRQ Akira would be interesting though, because at this point it's about whether or not you have enough ways to kind of bypass the front line, if not disengage and look to counter-engage your opponent afterwards. So those are the 2 options that they have, either flanks or counter-engage.
And those are things that RRQ Akira has traditionally been quite good at doing. So I want to see a little bit more of that personality again. They ban out the Tigreal to make sure that Incilio cannot punish them if they do end up being grouped up.
Okay. Get rid of the Tigreal. And if they're going to be leaning towards supports, they really want this Hylos to end up in the EXP. And I think that's totally fine because Takashi can still play the CC into it and still have a winning matchup. Not to mention that Cho is still wide out in the open. When we've seen him already, he's proven himself that he knows this matchup well.
It's still a very solid option for both teams actually, as Hedif and Hylos are pretty flexible options right now. Neither team really revealing much in this draft, and that just makes it very difficult to predict what is going to happen. The chip is gone. Luo Yi removed earlier on as well, means we won't be seeing the same teleporting shenanigans in game 1.
Yeah, we're not going to see as much global presence this time around, unless we see things like Xavier or even like maybe the Moskov. I think those were the only 2 who would have like a relevant global ult in this case, but even so, haven't seen either one of these teams actually pick it up.
Yep. One final ban for the side of RRQ Akira. What are they going to be the most worried about at this point?
I think they're just thinking about the way that the support is going to influence this game, right? I think at this point, if you are in RRQ's position, do you even consider getting rid of the... Oh, okay, there we go. The Arlet finally gets banned out. Interesting options here.
Yeah, getting rid of Arlet and Tigreal does mean RQ wants to basically group together, but there we go. There's the show. 100% pick ban, 75% win rate. And we still don't know which of them is going to be Roam and EXP with the Hylos.
I think it's fine because now, at least for Takashi, he gets his hands on the Phoveus. Phoveus does pretty okay here, especially against the Cho. Even up against the Hylos, he has a very good laning phase as well. In terms of the support, though, that means Edith would have to go into that sector. Is there any way to punish it? Is there a setup they can punish the mid lane? I don't think so here. Yeah, it should be pretty straightforward for RRQ.
Well, let's see if they feel the same. The final 2 picks here for game number 2 from the side of RRQ. Akira going to be, I do hear the Jawhead actually, alongside the Wanwan.
Huh. Jawhead Roam? Jawhead EXP? Jawhead Roam, right?
Probably Jawhead Roam. EXP is possible, but a bit more of a pop game pick. Ooh, Lunox is going to be mid lane for Incilio.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I think Incilio still remembers that early gank in the mid lane previously being set up by RRQ Akira. So maybe this is the adjustment that they were looking for to maybe help transition from early to mid. Good luck to both of these teams, though. I think that the composition is interesting coming out from RRQ Akira because now they've got would I say a wider toolbox? I think they've got an interesting toolbox because now they can either double down on the speed of their composition if they do find an early game lead, but where is it going to come from? I'm not too sure. Incilio, pretty straightforward, survive early, win late.
Their late game potential is so strong with Moskov and Lunox, but RRQ can build up a snowball because of how much displacement and setup they have for the Wanwan's crossbow of Tang. Either way, the pressure is completely off here as the rest of this series will have no bearing on who moves on into the grand finals. So let the land of Dawn become a place of joy once again as both teams just challenge each other in a battle of wits.
All right, it's going to be RRQ Akira on the blue side up against Incilio on the red side. Same start, probably heading towards the gold lane anyways. Yup, right to the top side of the map. But the early proxy coming up from this high loss as well. Very nicely done by Maniac to identify that he doesn't really care what Edith does at level 1.
I think this is very smart as well because when you have a Jawhead on the opposite side, it's very common for them to start leashing the second buff to try and accelerate their jungle. So by Maniac doing this, he knows that Luis will probably not be around to stop him, and it will counterbalance the speed that King farms.
Yep, and so far that means King is not going to hit level 4 on time, and opts not to invade for the core ball camp. Instead, runs up towards his Beetle side where he will meet Suyo.
Justinian's already here, both junglers at level 3. King starts the battle. Justinian taking a lot of damage. The Retry is being used on both sides. And we're going to jump into a pause.
Oh boy, what a dangerous scenario that was for a moment. I don't know, charging up for the arrow there was a little risky in hopes that he was able to steal away the camp at range and still walk away from it. And I don't think it would have mattered anyway because Suyo doesn't have like an ult. He unlocks all his abilities at level 4. But at the same time here, I do like the motions we saw from RRQ Akira. They noticed, hey, one of our camps is going to get taken away. Instead of going for the invade, let's match the Suyo on the top side of the map, deny him that camp, and bring them down back to our tempo.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Justinian didn't try to directly fight the Hayabusa a little bit more, though he may have been in an awkward position in his cooldown.
Yeah, I think he already used the Soul Sever, the hold version of the Soul Sever at that point of time.
Yeah, we know that Suyo just got his overall cooldowns increased. Especially in the early game, you're going to see this affect him quite a lot. So probably just a really bad timing there that the Hayabusa was able to do a lot of damage.
Not to mention, he was not in immortal form, so he doesn't have the added damage reduction as well. Warcry is surprisingly really effective in the early game, especially on Hayabusa for some reason. It's super easy to proc, and it's super easy to get multiple reactions from it.
I mean, Warcry is just a very universal emblem, right? The condition to hit it is pretty simple, and its effectiveness will be present throughout the game.
I think personally for me, Impure Rage is the most universal one. You just need to touch the guy, that's it.
I mean, I'm not saying it's the most universal. It is a universal emblem.
It's true. I mean, the extra damage once you trigger it is very, very fun, and it feels nice to be on Hayabusa, trigger your Warcry, and your autos feel like you're throwing out at least touching somebody with one of your shurikens with each punch he throws.
Yeah, it's a very good feeling here, but starting things off already, we are seeing a little bit more willingness from RQ and Kira to engage. Unfortunately, their plan was stopped initially to try and speed up the Hayabusa, but being able to chunk out Justinian this early is also pretty good.
I mean, they pulled it back to their level, right? Their level of tempo. Both junglers are at equal level at this point in time. Both hitting in level 4 exactly at the same time as well. The only slight advantage I would expect to be seeing is probably from Reaper and as well as Sagan, right? The slight EXP lead coming from stealing away that one camp.
King, though, gonna have his eyes on Don't. I get the feeling Don't knows the possibility that he is around, but it's gonna be difficult for him to position anyway. Not able to flicker out of the Ogi Shadow kill, but not quite enough damage from King to finish him off either.
Right, they're still alive for the time being here. And ooh, good. Louise using the ejector. It looks like the potions haven't been popped down. They still want to make sure that the ejector can potentially save lives, if not grief them.
We all know the possibility of that in our Puffs games. But with the first turtle up, both junglers still going to be matching each other in pace. Just going to be taking these final buffs before they commit to it.
Oh, they're just waiting for the right amount of, waiting for the right time here. Both junglers, at least for King, it looks like he's positioning himself to actually try and take this away. He's going to hit level 5 first. I don't know if he wants to get his purple buff real quick, but at this point, Justinian knows which side of the map that he's already started on, and probably recognizes that he will go for his purple before touching the turtle.
Yeah, both junglers gonna go for the more economy route, not trying to take the turtle at level 5, instead shifting to the buff and hitting level 6 first. So the game state being slowed down a little bit, which I think is quite good for Incilio, since with an Edith and Jawhead on the opposite side, Akira's early game is pretty scary.
See how this plays out, right? Because, again, they don't necessarily have to fight for this turtle. They see the turtle spot, and now, look at that. He's heading towards the top side. King trying to set up for a potential dive here.
But Lovely already rotating up just to make sure that Don't doesn't get targeted again. So RQ Akira still sticking to a more farm-oriented pathing, which I don't really like when you have setup heroes like Jawhead and Edith.
Yeah, and I think that Jawhead eventually will fall off. So, there we go. That's what we want to see. Yes, I looked at Louise and saw, hey, wait a minute, where's the green little dot? I'm like, I don't see him on the map using his unstoppable force anytime soon. And finally, first blood already coming through.
Literally right after we said it as well. Being able to catch out Lovely in between rotations to the gold lane, gonna be pretty nice, but not actually that valuable since it is the roamer on the side of Incilio.
At the same time, Lovely, he needs to make sure that the Shunpo is up if he's targeted by the unstoppable force. Having anti-CC is a powerful tool, but if you mistime it, you could lose everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Jawhead can be a two-pronged spear here, depending on how well he is played. It's a hero that has already found some success in the wildcard so far, but isn't actually the most popular pick due to how quickly he does fall off once you get to the mid to late game.
Agreed. I do think that right now, Luis should be hovering towards the top side of the map, right? Every single time he has that unstoppable force available, he should probably be forcing it onto Don't to guarantee his battle spell. If not, and that's
that was close. Yep, unstoppable force actually gonna miss on Lovely. Good flicker timing, but battle spell gone on Cho.
Yeah, that's fine. Just means that if Cho is eating the ult, that means Don't can survive and just keep playing his lane.
Yep, we can see though that Gusta Lagusta putting a lot of pressure on him in this lane, so a bit difficult to farm, but he's still keeping up in EXP. Game state still pretty passive right now. Neither team looking for engagements. Tekashi gets the onward on Lovely, but not gonna commit.
Louise, though, forces out the Brilliance at least.
Yep, Louise not going to be targeted by Maniac. Glorious Halfway comes out, has to flicker out of air. RQ Akira with the instant reversal. Brilliance stolen by Sagan, so he's not able to get the kick in from a Lovely. Both teams doing a good job of responding right now. Turtle at 50%, unstoppable force on Maniac, throws him back into the rest of RQ Akira, but he still has Revitalized, so he's just tanking all of it. Primal Wrath comes out, Justinian gets the Turtle. Maniac still surviving, but gets terrified. Ogi Shadow Kill. Sagan finally puts the nail in the coffin.
Interesting choice of target priority there. Very interesting choice.
Oh, he misses his tap skill too on Luis.
What? Unfortunate. That could have been a really great trade kill coming in from Incilio's side. Don't worry, this is what we do expect from Incilio, especially for the early stages of this game. Probably doesn't want to get too involved just yet, but RQ Akira, hopefully they start pumping up the gas, right? Now Luis is missing out on his flicker, big deal. He still has that unstoppable force. He just needs a volatile target, and Don't is currently missing his flicker right now. So if they can start this dive and set it up nicely on that top side, and I can see Sagan hovering around there too, this could be a free kill.
Yeah, it's a pretty big timing with flicker still on 50-second cooldown. Luis not gonna commit ult yet. Lovely is here, gets the kick onto the jaw hit, into the tower. Glorious Pathway cutting off Luis's escape route, and that's gonna be an easy kill, sniped by Justinian.
Interesting. Luis unable to get his ult off in time, and Don't positioning very, very well. He did initially trigger the activation for the crossbow attack, but Gusta Gulugusta did not have any minions to work with, so going underneath that tower, he didn't want to take any shots, especially with potentially trading his life away later down the line.
Yeah, but I'm surprised Luis didn't commit Unstoppable Force a little bit earlier. If he did, then Don't dashing into the bush wouldn't have actually mattered. Takashi can avoid the way of the dragon by putting the onward Lovely behind him. Crossbow of Tank is available. Ejector gonna throw Maniac back towards Gustav. Pops the Revitalize, but he's not gonna be able to live for much longer. Here comes the Brilliance, just to zone him away. A beautiful flicker wave the dragon onto Takashi, throws him back in, but Justinian has been picked off in the backline with the Ogi Shadow Kill. Double kill for the Hayabusa, and Sagan picks up the killing spree on Reaper.
And that's what you want to see from RQ Akira. The initial engagement seemed a little funky there, but Incilio tried to take advantage of the opportunity. Luckily, the reinforcements came in time to find this counter engage, and King specifically getting into that backline, utilizing the extra distance he can get from his quad shadows by using the wall of the turtle pit.
These are all little micro mechanics you learn when you've played enough of a hero. But this is a kind of similar issue to game number 1, where RQ Akira did have more momentum in the early game. Especially with a draft like this, it is expected that they would be more comfortable taking team fights. Incilio still going to be focusing on scaling.
I think as of right now, RQ Akira are making less mistakes. I think their target acquisition is a little funky at times, but the execution seems to be going well, right? A 3.4k for now. Let's see how long they maintain this.
They're going to try and contest orange buffs. Sagan makes his presence known, but Justinian still able to take it away. RQ, this is a much more balanced game state for them.
Yeah, and maybe for Incilio, is there a way out? Can they find... I mean, Lovely can go for some kicks. I think it might just be worth kicking Luis to a certain degree here. Oh,
Unstoppable Force onto Lovely. Avoids it with the Shunpo. RQ Akira are pretty deep, but Incilio not quite ready to fight yet. Justinian's coming in. Tower being targeted by Gusta. Glorious Pathway comes out. Incilio now chasing Luis down, but getting terrified. Onward, going to miss with the Earth Shatter. Brilliance as well. Not doing much poke damage. And now, King waiting for the ultimate opportunity. Picks off Reaper with the Yogi Shadow Kill.
Huge opportunity there. Nicely done by RQ Akira. Again, bait your opponents out, let them utilize their abilities, and then go for the big kicker at the very end. King currently at level 13. He's a level ahead of Justinian, and he's at a pretty big power spike in his build. He opted to go for a Malefic Roar early on as a more cost-efficient item compared to the BOD to get that bit of oomph that you want to see pre 10 minutes.
And we know how scary a Hayabusa can be once he has those kills under his belt. King now in a very comfortable position, and a 5k net worth lead for RQ Akira in 10 minutes means that they are looking way better compared to game number 1.
Well, actually quite a significant amount of gold. I thought it was just one level, but he's also 1.2k ahead of his opponent in Justinian so far. Looking at the rest of these items as well, we do see the Gleaming Gen and a couple of components being utilized by Maniac, but he finally finishes that Dominance Ice to reduce the amount of health that this Wanban is going to be getting back.
Now RQ Akira grouping up on the Lord. Incilio knows that they're not going to be able to contest this, so they go for some macro play instead. Get the bot tier 1. Shouldn't be too hard for them to defend against this, but RQ Akira, now is the time to step on the gas.
Yeah, I think that RQ Akira, now that they're playing a composition that's very heavy on their ult, at the very least now their tempo is much better compared to game number 1. I think a lot of their pressure is off their shoulders, and this 5.1k lead is looking real nice for them.
Yep, looking really good in fact. The pressure off their shoulders now means that RQ Akira can play a lot more similarly to their usual style. It may be a bit late, but at this stage, you may as well put it all on the stage since they're not going to be moving on.
Yeah, for now, we haven't seen too many hard engages just yet. They're just playing the technical side, focusing on the macro, focusing on structural damage against Incilio to create an economic lead. If they can break the holy barriers early, that would be nice, but Lovely is going to try his best, but he won't take too much damage here. That's the barrier down, and they still have a big siege minion ready to go. I think that Takashi was thinking about flickering there for half a second. Luckily, RQ, they decide to call it off.
I think they're calling it off for now. Looks like Incilio should be able to defend this as we expected. They are able to run back out, but you can see the poke damage coming in from RQ Akira. Their presence is pretty oppressive.
How oppressive can it get, right? Because again, they're pushed all the way back to the inhibitors, but no inhibitors are falling. With all the barriers down, at this point, it might be... Are they willing to take a 50-50, try and get a pick off here? I think that the smarter option is probably not to, and considering that RQ Akira, they've only got a 5.8k lead, which is pretty significant, but a large part of it is coming in from both King as well as Sagan.
Yeah, the map pressure RQ Akira has right now is pretty oppressive. Incilio gonna find themselves in a very similar situation the previous, where they can't really safely extend outside of the base. So this is very easy for RQ Akira if they just continue holding on to this pressure.
Yep. For now, looking at the way the items are currently built, I love the fact that Gusta Lagusta is going for a Corrosive Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, and then going for the Malefic Gun, but making sure that he's staying really, really safe with the Winds of Nature. Now, as I mentioned before, a large part of the gold was pretty much the Hayabusa as well as the Valentina, but now looking at it, even Wanwan is starting to be part of this conversation. The final items are going to be coming through real quick, and I think that Incilio, they need to find Lovely to find an incredible kick here. And I think at this point, if they can't get anybody, might as well just try and go for Louise at this point, who is posted up pretty far up in this matchup. Here we go. Conceal comes through from Lovely's side. Unstoppable Force as well. Unfortunately, no ship ball for him. Finds the kick towards Sagan, but it's too late. Immortality down, and the pick is through. RQ Akira is able to find one for themselves. Incilio will not have the man advantage dealing with this Lord. It's going to be a slow build up here from this point onwards, but at least we look down towards the bottom side of the map and not going to be wasting any time. He needs to get to his own max build, if not a Winds of Nature. Despite throwing the SOD, will not be able to steal the Lord. As we see this game progress, Windtalker already complete from Gusta Lagusta's side. Our RQ Akira are slowly trying to choke out Incilio. Don't let them walk out of their base. Don't give them any jungle farm. Don't let them walk out further than the river. As long as RQ Akira has drawn this tough line against the sand, Incilio probably will not make a play just yet. But that's an assumption here. For all we know, they could look to make a flicker play of their own. Lovely, in about 58 more seconds is when we expect to see this flicker actually pull through. But so far, we need full commitment. If he's, oh, here comes the play.
The flicker from Louise, not going to be successful though as he gets caught out. Glorious pathway inside the base. Jawhead, going to be the first one gone. Wind of Nature just purchased by Doan. Brilliance used by the Lunox to make sure that the Ogi Shadow kill does not come out.
They still have the Lord, it's Luminous, and it's going to go for the charge. They're guaranteed at least one inhibitor. Let's see if they get all three.
Bottom inhib gone, mid inhib gone, and Incilio wants to hold on to this last one. Lord gonna be made short work of. They're able to defend this for now, but for how long?
They should be able to hold on for a little bit longer. Their high ground defense actually isn't too bad, but it really depends on the position of Reaper. He's 0-2-1 so far, and he only has the Blood Wings alongside... Oh, wait. Are they going to...
Brilliance comes in, Glorious halfway. Incilio wants to try and punish them for this. But King, almost gets caught, able to blink out. Reaper, though, not as lucky. He gets picked off. Wind of Nature used by both marksmen. And now Gusta gets the crossbow of Tank Maniac. The first one down, Lovely, gonna be the next target. Gets the double kill on the 1-1. Incilio with only 2 players remaining. Don't able to shut down King, but he will lose Justinian. Triple kill.
Oh my
Fear of
god.
Destruction comes in. I don't know if he wants to commit for it. It's probably not a smart idea. It is 1v4. He has to hold 15 seconds for Reaper, but the double force has already been committed. RRQ Akira gets the mega kill and the crystal. We are going to a game number 3.
RRQ Akira choke out Incilio in game number 2, making sure that they're keeping it competitive here. We are seeing at the very least they're minimizing their mistakes and more importantly punishing Incilio on their opportunist play style.
This is the gameplay we needed to see. This is the RRQ Akira we needed to see in game number 1. I think even they can tell it. They just needed to stick to more natural styles of gameplay. But now they will still have one more chance to maybe get just a little bit of revenge on Incilio.
Just a little bit here. I like the way that this game was played. Very, very technical, but also the execution level needs to be extremely high. We've seen a lot of whiffs actually happen. Whether the Shunpo is not available, that's when you see the commitment coming in from Luis, and it goes vice versa. A flicker ejector coming in from Luis, and still just not enough distance with the Moscow pushing him back at the perfect time. So again, it really is starting to boil down to how these supports eventually take advantage of each other.
And I think we saw the supports coming in from RQ Kira being much more aggressive, much more willing to play make, basically, right? Game number 1, they were so afraid, they were so rigid of trying to initiate. In this game, they have Jawhead, they have Edith. It's a lot easier for them to start fights, and when you combine that with an aggressive early game snowball jungler like the Hayabusa, it allows you to really punish Incilio for going for a greedy Moskov Lunox late game core.
I mean, that's the thing, right? When we look at the item build here, I'm curious to see where Reaper finally ended up. And yeah, unfortunately for him, he just got that Wishing Lantern, wasn't able to build any other items, and unfortunately, despite having the right tools to escape, gets caught out by Takashi right at the very end when he hits that peak.
I mean, Takashi, we've always pointed this out. He wants these set up EXP laners. He wants to be able to start fights with them. The Cho, the Charizla, the Arlet, now the Edith. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see this hero from him a little bit earlier. Don't know if they've been saving it this whole time, but it's also something that allows RQ Akira to set the tempo of team fights on their own.
And even so, I think that at least we are seeing the version of RRQ Akira where they are trying to be as clean as possible. Like, I think that King's job in this game was going to be really, really difficult if Lovely was able to kind of figure out what the pattern was earlier, as well as finding information with the help of Maniac. But all of them, even their side laners, got locked in their lanes extremely early on. Now let's look at the emblems here, right? Hopefully there shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. Tenacity for both Don't and as well as Maniac. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here, but at the very least we're seeing that Gusta opting to go for pull yourself together.
That is actually quite interesting. You wouldn't normally see that, but I guess he just expects to be participating in more team fights, so having a lower cooldown on the Inspire means that 1-1 just has access to damage more often.
Yeah, that's also true. But then again, I feel like Inspire is already pretty short overall compared to something like Flicker, maybe even comparable to like Petrify as well. But even so, that's his preference here. I think I'm okay with it overall.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept and honestly something I kind of want to try myself when I get the opportunity to. But RQ Akira look way more comfortable in this game. Were there mistakes? Definitely, but much cleaner while being willing to start fights on their own turf. Incilio, I think they also were wondering where was this RQ Akira in game number 1.
Yeah, I don't think they were caught too off guard here, but I think they also understood, they kind of put themselves in their own position because of the way that the draft works. It's really, really difficult, especially when we're talking about specifically Lovely having to try and man-to-man defense Louise all across the map and to try and keep King in check at the same time. He can't always be hovering around that mid lane to allow Reaper to move, because even if Lovely and Reaper were able to move together, there's a very high likelihood that they wouldn't be able to burst their targets now until Reaper gets his 3 items.
Yeah, that's why you don't usually see the Lunox being comboed with heroes like the Cho. It's just, even with the setup, you just don't have enough inbuilt DPS to burst someone down early on. Lovely needed the play with Justinian, but he was also kind of stopped early.
And all of this because of Sagan. Every single time they try to go in towards melee range, Valentina really punishes close range combat, especially with that Terrify, really disrupts your flow on top of being able to kite perfectly. And you can see that even he's getting pretty greedy at the end with a lightning truncheon of his own to spice things up.
Yep, why not, right? When you are already at the lead, when you know that you need to end the game before the opposing cores can get their farm, you may as well all in on the burst, punish them as much as possible, and pick up squishy members wherever you can. Sagan, I think, has always been one of the more solid players on RQ Akira, just doesn't get as much chance to shine since he's just doing his job.
Yeah, he is doing a very good job at the same time, right? I mean, the fact is, he's been stealing ult whenever, depending on what the scenario needs to be. Sometimes he's even taking Brilliance just for the fun of it, right? Just to keep himself alive, despite having Brave Smite as well. But based on what we've seen so far, RQ Akira, I mean, I do miss their previous, chaotic playstyle, but the clean way of playing the game can be very taxing on the mental.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work, even though it feels like it should be less, because you can't just throw yourself at the opponent all the time. I think it's very clear, though, for most other teams here, that the combination initiation from Louise and Tekashi is very, very crucial for RQ Akira. If they're not both playing some form of engagement, you can see that it's very difficult for them to start fights.
Yeah, I do think it's difficult to start fights, but at the same time, I feel like their drafting pattern is kind of interesting as well. It's not I don't want to say that it's not the usual, but it's very clear that they don't change too much from their drafting periods, right? They still are looking to hold off on the EXP until the very end. The most they'll do is show a flex pick and be like, we'll decide at the end to see whether or not we're going to give it to Tekashi, if not Louise.
I think it's a symptom of RQ Akira still trying to fully realize what their identity is in the current meta, right? Because their playstyle was still very much similar to what we saw in previous metas, where you want to have the EXP lane be very involved and very active, not necessarily as a frontline sandbag. They still want us to lean towards that style. That's why they want to lead Tekashi to last pick all the time, to make sure that even though he's playing on less tanky EXP laners, he's not going to lose out his lane.
I don't know, just give him the Cho. I think the Cho is perfectly fine. And not to mention, there was even Phoveus in that picture as well. So there are ways to kind of find these overlaps in the draft itself. I just think that the crux of the composition is leaning away from Tekashi's side, but he needs to be able to kind of open up this map to allow that playstyle to work. And I think it's definitely revolving specifically around Sagan as well as King. Although, I will say that King's performance on the Hayabusa looking a lot better compared to the Suyo.
Yeah, I think RQ Akira does kind of have an issue when it comes down to hero pool, because a lot of their players are quite dependent on certain comfort pocket picks to really make things happen, right? That's why you can see a pretty inconsistent behavior in the way they approach the game. When they're good, but I think we've seen the alternative.
Yeah, we definitely have. Let's have a look at the players so far. None are going to be discouraged just yet, as they're preparing for our very third game in this best-of-3 series, currently equalized 1-1.
1-1, game number 3 for the third time today on day 3 of the wildcards. It feels like 3 is a reoccurring thing here. Let's have a look at what will happen in game 3, though. Like, there really are no stakes at this point. What'll even happen?
I'm not entirely sure here, but I do hope that Incilio might just double down on trying to power farm a particular player, maybe be their gold laner, if not their jungler at the very least. It feels like he's definitely got the mechanics to maybe hard carry a game, but at the same time, in this meta, it can get pretty tough once you start involving the mid trio.
Yeah, the mid trio plays a very, very crucial role nowadays because with the increased aggression of the early game, having the mid lane and roam have a strong connection and start assisting the side lanes, it will eventually snowball to really, really big leads. That's why we see a lot of focus towards the mid lane pickups and why they lean more towards utility, so that even if something happens, they will still have some value.
Yeah, let's head on over into the draft to kick game number 3 off here. Let's see what compositions they want to play, but most importantly, which side of the draft do they want to be on?
All right, let's see what it's going to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, RQ Akira on the blue side, Incilio on the red side. Hilda and Lo Yi being banned out by RQ.
And we're seeing the Jushin as well as the Yi from the side of Incilio as a response. Now, we expect Chip to get banned out in the second phase, not the first phase. At the very least, even Fanny wide out in the open, but both sides refused to use it.
Yeah, I think after game 2, both teams have realized that their opponents actually don't really want the Fanny, so it has become a bit of a gentleman's agreement. But who knows, right? Maybe the surprise pick will come out at the end, since no matter what happens, the results are already set in stone.
Yep. Let's look at what this final ban of the very first phase is going to be. As Cabral is going to take the whole time here with the help of Sagan to ensure that they're planning ahead for what is to come. Looks like they're going to go with the Gatot ban this time round. They're going to stick to the exact same bans in game number 2.
RQ Akira are probably most afraid of playing against straight up zone denial. This is a team that wants to always be the ones dictating the tempo of any team fight. They want to control how scattered it is. They want to determine who their target is. Things like the Eve real world manipulation or the Gatot avatar, the Guardian, are very effective ways of just disrupting that.
Do you think they're going to start with the Valentina opener again from the side of RRQ Akira? Or do you think they're just going to lead into a flex pick?
Honestly, I don't see why not, right? The Valentina is kind of flexible, just not in the role sort of sense, right? It keeps the draft very open.
Yeah, she is the Swiss Army knife of the mid lane, right? Has a couple of bad matchups, but generally is decently useful in all compositions. Now, first pick going over to RQ Akira. Let's see whether it's going to be that Valentina early on. If not, maybe even a Cho early flex pick?
Well, Incilio did finally let go of the Alpha as well. They banned out the Hayabusa instead, but it's not really first pick material. If we're gonna see it, it's gonna be in that second phase for RRQ. It is the Valentina start though.
Valentina start for the side of RRQ Akira. Let's see how Incilio is going to play this, because again, whoever picks Suyo first, you are expecting Alpha to be on the opposite side, and considering that red side actually has that final pick, it makes sense for them to kind of just wait, avoid picking their jungler up first. They probably don't want the Edith because Valentina is on the other side. They could still look to get the Cho once again just to deny. And also, I think that Lovely was finding a couple of good angles. However, we need to see more proactiveness from Incilio if they want to abuse mechanics like that.
Yeah, I think the top picks open are Cho and Hylos, but you also don't really want to pick them together because it reveals too much too early. I think going for Alpha is fine. And then the Aurora comes out from Incilio.
Aurora this early on, especially when you're up against Valentina. I mean, the laning phase is getting so much better for Aurora at this point in time, but you're giving Cho over to RRQ, who are happy to oblige. Both Louise and as well as Takashi can play it at a high level, and they're going to be locking in the Suyo despite Alpha being on the other side.
Alright, RQ Akira once again leaning a bit more towards that early game, but
there we go.
Incilio stealing away the chip at the last second. RQ though actually don't have to be worried about this as much because, well, they have the Valentina.
I mean, yes, the Valentina is great, but the annoying thing about Chip isn't just his ult. His passive, why
That's
walk?
True.
When you think, oh, I show up on the map for 2 seconds, the next thing you know, he's in my face on the opposite side of the map. That's when you start boiling up.
That's true. Chip is even harder to keep track of compared to Lo Yi because he just always has access to a way of going to different parts of the map for free, and unless you scouted it out somehow, you just have no idea.
Yeah, but it's too frustrating to deal with. I think if you want to confirm that this Cho wants to go into the EXP, they get rid of the Khalid here for the side of Cabral. Coach G decides to get rid of both Hylos and as well as the Eden. That's kind of interesting. Why ban out the Edith this time round?
Probably to deny Tekashi playmaking ability,
rises
though
when I give the
there's
word.
still plenty in that regard. I was thinking that Incilio could maybe go for the Khalid themselves in the EXP lane, but looks like RQ Akira not gonna allow that anyway. So let's see what Incilio will go for here.
Are there any decent options? Fove is already banned, and that was probably one of the better ones. The Cho into the Kali would have been so good as well. But at this point, you can see that they're really having a tough time to think about this.
It might also be worth Incilio considering whether they want to deny the Arlet away from RQ Akira, since that would be a very good response to the chip ult. But to go for Tamas instead.
I mean, they just want to make sure that they have pressure on the EXP side of the map, which I think is totally fine, right? I think teams who have no other options and are capable of playing Thamos and they need early pressure should do so. Now, all right, Benedetta gets locked in for the side of RRQ Akira. I think this is totally fine. What's this last pick? Harith as well. All right, so at least we're going to see a signature coming up from Tekashi.
This is very formless from RQ Akira, which is their classic style. And you did literally say earlier in this series you wanted to see Tekashi's Benedetta. So yeah, since there's no stakes on the table, why not pull it out and have some fun?
I'm down for it. I'm all down for it, at least at level 1. At level 1 is where it's going to be the most scary. Level 2, at least you have eye for an eye to get out of there. But now we see that the Wan gets locked in from Incilio. Great response to the Benedetta. You're up against the Harith, which can be a little difficult because Harith will eventually outscale you to tap you even. But even so, hopefully the laning phase goes well and maybe the Inspire could give the advantage over that Incilio is looking for.
But you typically also want to combo 1-1 with something that has a really long-term lockdown like Cho or Edith, and they don't really have that this game. They're very reliant on Aurora keeping people in place. So that could be difficult.
It could be difficult, but don't forget, even Chip has a mini stun. He has a knock-up as well. Let's not forget about Alpha too when he uses the Spirit of Alpha to sweep people, all of which can combo to maybe get 1-1. The opportunity she needs to activate the crossbow of Tang.
Well, that is true, Gideon. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here because this is the epitome of a show match here. RQ Akira versus Incilio in their final game here at the Land of Dawn. Let's see who comes out on top in the end.
All right, it's going to be the same start here. RQ Akira going to be starting on their orange buff on the blue side of the map. Incilio's Justinian going to be starting on the purple buff on the red side of the map. They're going to be ending up towards the gold side as expected here, but now without the Jawhead, the curious thing is, are they going to keep up with the same pathway? Is it going to be a double buff into an instant invade for Justinian, or is it going to be a full clear?
Well, it's a little bit more difficult to do that when you have something like a Chip. Yes, he can be on the map at any time, but he doesn't have the same amount of annoying pressure that something like Matilda would have. So Tekashi doing a great job of trading against Maniac so far.
Oh no, he was doing so well until the very end where he got hit by the empowered auto. Oh, sorry, not the empowered auto, but the molten explosion there. But at this point, looking towards the top side, I'm specifically looking at Lovely. You don't know when he's going to gank.
And speaking of, he ganks right now. Does a great deal of damage with that concussive blast, already forcing the recall. And Blaze Surge not lucky enough to land on him.
Okay, he still has access to his Don't Walk here, so he's looking for critical moments. He could be potentially set up a dive on the bottom side of the map, and Louise just making sure great coverage here from RRQ Akira.
Already some harassment towards Sagan as well to unlock Reaper from the lane and start rotating down. So the Litho will scout them out. Blade Surge going to miss. The Spear of Alpha not going to be able to connect on King. Louise not quite level 4, but still going to get the 2-man Jikundo knock-up, and Justinian and Lovely. Maniac has to jump into the Turtle Pit away to safety as well, but no death here.
A really awkward time to fight here. Oh man, if Justinian was able to connect the Spear of Alpha, it could have been a different story. But at this point, whoever is low needs to hit their level 4, maybe even look for a recall here, but the regeneration is actually enough to get them into a pretty healthy state. So no resets just yet for Incilio.
And Justinian does clear his buff a little bit quicker, so he instantly rotates over to blitz down the turtle with Lovely providing scouting. Louise will catch it out, but it's a bit too late to respond, so the first objective goes to Incilio.
Yeah, but totally okay here. Lovely has his ult, quickly heads on up to the top side of the map. He knows Gusta Lagusta doesn't have Flicker.
Lovely wants to go for it, has his ultimate, but not gonna full commit. Gusta Lagusta is actually far away enough in his lane that he's pretty safe.
Well, for now, early proxy coming in from Takashi. I mean, Lovely, he's going to keep hovering around this area of the map. He is forcing RRQ Akira to move away from this side, and at least for RRQ Akira, their response is correct, right? Push out that mid lane, make sure that Incilio can't walk back for free.
In the meantime, though, we see the shortcut come out, but in a pretty bad position. Justinian able to get Spear of Alpha out, actually dodges the Electro Final Blow, but Takashi will follow him anyway and get first blood. Frigid Glacier on 3, but not enough burst damage left on Incilio to punish RRQ Akira. Don't trying to take the 1v1 against Gusta, but he's already popped the Zaman Force, and the rest of RRQ Akira are now looking to collapse. Gusta will finally get the final hit, and Maniac not really able to do anything either, as the Blade Surge gonna CC chain him under the tower. Gusta, though, has the flicker out, nearly gets taken out by the tower. They will eventually finish off Maniac and Lovely as well.
That's what you want to see from RRQ Akira. Good formless play. Takashi jumping in with the Electro Final Blow to chase down Justinian, just to make sure that they can even out the tempo against the junglers. But at the same time, we are at least seeing... Oh, hold on.
Yep, Luis maybe a bit overextended here. The Way of the Dragon defensively, not gonna save him from the Alpha.
A little sad, alright, but not the end of the world just yet. RRQ Akira is still at a 2.1k lead against their opponents, and now I'm expecting at least an EXP lead for King eventually, because he's going to be having a full clear from bot all the way to top side.
But just look at how active Takashi is being. A Tamas is usually meant to keep their opponent in lane, but a Benedetta, just how are you going to do that? Takashi getting to play the meta that he is way more comfortable with.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him already holding that priority. He doesn't mind losing a bit of gold down on the bot side of the map. He knows he's not going to lose the structure at a bare minimum.
Yeah, he's going to stop Lovely from coming in and getting a free shortcut. Electro Final misses on Reaper, but keeps him locked down in the corner, so he's not able to walk out either. Incilio going to contest the turtle, but not able to steal it away as King secures it. Spear of Alpha lands on Luis, but he shouldn't pose back out. Lovely actually gets pulled too far forward, and now that's a killing spree on Gusta Lagusta as he finishes off Maniac. Takashi following up with a kill onto the chip, and Reaper almost getting sniped by the ult from King. Still alive though.
Very, very close. One more time. I mean, even Sagan tried to flicker and Shadow Strike Reaper, but just didn't have enough range, unable to close that distance. At this point, King has full control over the jungle, and as well, forcing these resets, he could look to try to start another fight, but he's got to wait for Takashi to have that Electro Final Blow.
It really does feel bad looking at this, though. It's clear that RRQ Akira has the potential of taking down Incilio. If they had been playing this way from the beginning, that 2-0 may have been possible from the start.
Yep. Bot side, a sliver of HP on that turret. It's basically as good as gone, but Takashi, smartly enough, trying to Electro Final Blow underneath the turret was a little interesting. He probably could have waited between the turrets to do so, but at least he gets a free reset off of this.
Yep, and a stolen shortcut from Sagan means that he can actually now start invading and starting fights against Incilio as well. I think he will spot out Justinian in his rotation. Does he want to start on him? He's already moving forward. I think he actually will commit. Yep, shortcut comes out. All of the members of RRQ Akira take it, but Justinian's able to walk back into his tower.
I'm surprised Luis didn't try and just flicker for it, right? Flicker, go for the kick, make something happen. Okay, Gusta Lagusta ends up using his flicker.
He got a little bit freak there. Lovely went for the portal instead. Drop shortcut against Takashi, but he's still able to dash out with the Electro Final Blow, and Incilio not able to catch him.
Yep, Gusta Lagusta gets a free solo gold on the turret on the bottom side of the map, and completing his Feather of Heaven thanks to it. So that's some good stuff coming in from RRQ Akira. Very nicely done. Just make sure that if you're going to put somebody on the map, make sure it's Takashi.
Yep, Takashi on the Benedetta actually outpacing Lovely on the chip, and now Justinian even being chased down halfway across the top lane with King finishing him off.
And with that being said, a War Axe complete for King. This is where we expect to see Suyo start rising up in terms of how proactive he can be on the map. Obviously, he doesn't want to go in first, especially if Spear of Alpha is available, but definitely keeping his eye out for more opportunities for those who overextend. Oh, no.
Yep, down here in the bottom lane. Not actually gonna commit his Crossbow of Tang. I think knowing Takashi still has quite a few resources there, RRQ Akira clearly outpacing their opponents.
actually, let me just double check. How many items does he have? Yeah, don't only have the corrosive scythe at that point in time, so that was a good decision. If he had maybe 2 or 3 items, for sure he goes for the crossbow of Tang.
So you gotta recognize those situations, that a 7 kill score to 1, 7 minutes in, with a 5k gold lead. This Benedetta pick against the chip actually working out so much better than we could have expected.
Exactly, because now it is clearer and more effective for RRQ to actually trade against Incilio. He's able to proxy, he's able to not only cut these waves, but at the same time keep pace with the rest of the team, despite Lovely looking for these opportunities.
Kakashi, you can see his experience, his comfort on this hero. Literally everywhere on the map at once. You need him, he is present. And now he is present in the top lane as well. All 5 members of RRQ are here. Conceal comes out just to scare Incilio away. And a free tier 2 goes to them.
Yep, and you can see that Lovely still trying to cover, making sure that if anybody does show up on the bottom side of the map, honestly, this is probably how you should be playing Chip, right? You're looking for backline access and dropping the portal onto targets who don't have a lot of mobility options. Gusta Lagusta will have to flicker away if that shortcut does end up being turned up online on top of him. And at the same time, I think that even for Sagan, right, taking the portal may not necessarily be the best bet. I do think that the picking up the Glacier is probably the better option.
It just gives you a lot more teamfight control, especially when we have to highlight again that Incilio doesn't really have the best ways of engaging, right? With the Tamas on the EXP lane versus... Oh, hold on, shortcut comes out. The flicker from Gusta into the Lord Pit, but he gets caught with the Spear of Alpha. But now, Rigid Glacier on 2 members of Incilio instead. Vengeance comes out from Maniac, keeping him alive. He's sitting on 10% HP. He's able to jump back and engage on Louise, but King catches out Don't on the bottom side of the map, and it's gonna be Reaper who steals the Lord away.
Oh no. I mean, at least Incilio was still able to get it. Both King and as well as Justian they used their retribution super early on. They were both teams were just looking to just throw down and fight.
In this case, though, Incilio was able to prolong the game just a little bit longer. The fact that all the resources were used by RQ Akira and their targets were still alive at the end is what allowed them to regain control.
All right, let's look at the instant replay. I'm pretty sure that they're going to get into another fight while this happens, but as this TP initially came in, it was a really good idea, right? Because Lovely decided, I'm going to go conceal first, take that portal, and if people don't notice me, if they don't see me on the minimap because they're too focused looking on anything else, they can make the engagement work out. So these are the types of plays that you should be looking out for as Chip.
Yeah, the fact they were able to get Gustav first in that fight as well was huge because it meant that RQ Akira just didn't have enough consistent DPS after that. And again, another concealed play comes out on the top lane, finding King, trying to go for the split push. So that means Maniac is by himself. Reaper will be here to back him up, but is it enough damage? Sega dropping really low. Zaman Force comes out from Gusta. Maniac just gonna try to commit to the fight to stay in it as long as possible, but Don't is just blown up instantly, and the passive on Reaper gone. Triple kill for Gusta Lagusta.
Gusta Lagusta is able to find the angle in, but at the same time, Takashi is actually doing pretty significant damage. I'm looking at his item build right now, and it looks like he's got Thunderbelt into Blade Armor into Fury Hammer. I wonder what that Fury Hammer is going to eventually turn into. Not sure if it's going to be the Sea Halberd or it's going to be the Hunter's Strike. I hope it's the Hunter's Strike, though.
Yeah, that would be really nice. Just add even more mobility on this hero to a team that doesn't have enough reliable lockdown. Incilio finding it very difficult to outpace Tekashi. Even Don't on the 1-1, which was specifically picked up to try and match mobility. Not able to do much. And now Conceal in the mid lane. Not sure if that's the right choice. Reaper comes in. Frigid Glacier misses as Tekashi commits the Electro Final Blow. Chases Incilio back into their half of the map.
I mean, there was an okay engage at this point. They can still wait it out, but by the time the Lord comes back up, I think Lovely should be a couple of seconds off from getting that portal back up. Sorry, the shortcut back up again.
Don't trying to get the crossbow tank on Takashi, but he's already taken too much poke. He has to run away, even using the Inspire in that engagement. So he's not going to have that for the next minute.
Now, Brute Force Breastplate, that's the third item from Justinian, already complete. He wanted to go for it earlier, but had to just take the Winter Crown first, just in case he gets engaged on really hard by his opponents. Now that he's got these 4 items, I think now they have a dedicated way to get into these fights, to start it off with the Spear of Alpha and still maintain his health if he's too deep.
Yeah, it should be a bit more comfortable for Incilio to fight now, but a 4K net worth lead at this stage is still nothing to scoff at. Yeah, they're not going to try and contest the Lord. They're going to go for macro play instead and continue trying to give Doan space on the map.
As they continue to trade against each other, Incilio know that they should be able to make it to the 42k mark. However, their biggest issue is going to be high ground. Only Reaper is going to be the effective high ground defender. Everybody else has to put themselves in some form of danger if they want to interact with the wave.
And RQ Akira knows this. The Electro Final Blow can be used in a similar way to Gloria's Pathway to just split up the map and segregate frontliners from the rest of Incilio. And speaking of, Maniac taking half his damage already. Lord crashing in mid lane. Inhibitor should fall straight away to Gusta Lagusta. Don't also on half HP, has to back off the regen. We're gonna see Justinian pull the Lord away to make sure it doesn't crash onto the Crystal, but RQ Akira still sticking around, looking for an opening while setting up timing for Takashi to maybe get a split push in. Minion wave, unfortunately not here though. Incilio still gonna be able to hold against this next minion wave as well, so they'll live for now.
Yeah, but as the next waves are starting to come on in, let's see. Are they going to go to the bottom one or the top one? Oh!
RQ still looking for the engage, potentially. Takashi with the Electro Final Blow splits the fight in half. Maniac is segregated, but not quite enough for RQ to engage on, so they'll immediately back it off. A flicker, Frigid Glacier finds one, that's King! Maniac finishes him off.
Alright, at least Maniac was able to finish him off. The Hailstorm ends up just being a little off-keter.
Lovely's behind them. Oh. He's looking for Sagan. Goes in, pops the shortcut. Do they want to take it? Incilio goes for the team fight. Lovely dropping very low to Way of the Dragon. Finds one. That's going to be Maniac. Uses the Winter Crown. Justinian still surviving as Maniac takes the attention of Gusta Lagusta. Not enough though. Mega kill for the Harif. But he has to dash away from Tamis as well. While Lovely in a 1v1 against Takashi. Maniac actually doing a lot of work, keeping Reaper alive by distracting the rest of the team. Unfortunately, his time is done, and RQ Akira keeps up the assault.
And they're going to keep on pushing all the way up to the Crystal here against Incilio. Members are getting low. Ooh!
Luis loses immortality. Don't and Reaper still have pretty okay wave clear here. Luis on one hit, but Don't knows he cannot chase him.
Safer not to at this point. The team members coming up. Justinian in 4, Maniac in 12, Lovely in 5.
Frigid Glacier stolen. It lands on Reaper, and the Crystal is exposed. Don't taken out by Tekashi. And RRQ Akira finds a semblance of vengeance, taking Game 3 and the series against Incilio.
And they close this series out in fluid fashion here, showing a couple of their signatures and really coming back into form. The formless side of them. You don't know when the engagement is going to happen, and when the opportunity presents itself, it's already too late.
And it's unfortunately too late for RQ Akira as well. Despite taking the victory, we've already set the stage. A single game is all Incilio needed to qualify to the wildcard finals, and that is what they got. But hopefully this loss will demonstrate to them that they will need to work very hard if they want to stand a chance against the winner of Group A.
Maybe this just isn't their meta, right? Maybe this isn't just it could be just a seasonal thing. For all we know, next year they're going to be looking even stronger than ever. But I will have to say, Incilio, there's a couple of things that they need to start working on, and that is to be proactive in the game. A lot of the times they're playing a little too reactive for my liking, especially in a meta, and especially if they do end up moving on towards that Swiss stage, they're going to meet with Class A teams who will, hey, you use an ability, you use a battle spell, that is a weakness that we can exploit.
Yeah, this is not a reactive meta. It is a meta that really necessitates proactive gameplay. You want to be the one setting things up for yourself and forcing mistakes from your opponent. It worked out in game number 1 because RQ Akira was taking a very safe approach, which just prolonged the game and gave them more opportunities to make those mistakes. But like you mentioned, Gideon, against teams in the main stage, that is not going to happen.
Well, I mean, let's look at the item build so far, and I think, you know, pretty standard all across the board. Gusta Lagusta is totally fine with his item build. Luis opting to go for an anti-cuirass. It makes sense, right? There's a lot of physical damage coming in from the side of Incilio. I mean, obviously true damage as well, but for the physical side of things, it has a wide coverage already. But then we look over at Sagan. He's been consistently farming throughout this game, despite it only being 15 minutes, having 4 items already complete, inclusive of the Enchanted Talisman placement, which is useful for a lot of cases, especially when it comes down to Valentina, who would rather be able to spam her spells in comparison to dealing big damage.
Yeah, I think RQ Akira can really say that they were outpacing Incilio in this case. I personally wasn't a big fan of the Tama's pickup in this particular situation as well, especially if they were already considering 1-1 at that point, because I don't feel like he contributes quite enough to the rest of the game. I think bringing the meta back to more of a 1v1 style EXP laner is exactly what Tekashi wanted too.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, you know, this is the one time I'm going to forgive Tekashi for playing Benedetta in the full tank build. Wait, actually, no, he doesn't even opt to go for the full tank build this time round, right? Because he still has adaptive attack and also Festival of Blood, which is to be expected on top of the Concussive Blast. But I'll forgive him this time because he's up against a Thamus. Taking the Revitalize, personally for me, I would have preferred the Petrify. I think that Don't would probably have a much harder time in this game had he did, but taking this Revitalize keeps him alive early on and is still capable of actually helping backline divers like King, maybe even Sagan if he goes to try and make a play.
It allows him to be a lot more aggressive, so while he is not necessarily setting up as well for the team, it lets him be more of a presence on the map, which I think is what RQ Akira wanted from him as well, since they know that there is a chip on the opposite side, right? Having a Revitalize to keep your Benedetta around for as long as possible is a little bit more valuable to them.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, just because you have chip doesn't necessarily mean it's a free win. You have to be proactive on this map. You need to be able to utilize that shortcut, the don't walk a majority of the game to create small advantages in the lane. Previously, we saw Gusta Lagusa losing out on his flicker. I was expecting Incilio to really double down on that damage because, again, if Gusta Lagusa fails to scale in time, this Wanwan is basically allowed to do whatever she wants. The only raw CC she's worried about is the Way of the Dragon coming in from Louise.
And Don't, unfortunately, just kind of pulled a bit of a short end here because Tekashi was unlocked so early on from his lane that he was often dueling him instead of the slower frontliners that he'd want to target.
Yeah, and which is why he went straight for the Blade Armor as his second item, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
He went for Thunderbelt, then he went for Fury Hammer, and then he just left the Fury Hammer as the component for the extra damage and picked up the Blade Armor just to make sure, oh, auto attack me all you like, Don't. It's not going to matter until you get the Malefic Gun or a Malefic Roar.
Tekashi was assigned to keep an eye on Don't for the entire game, but he also went above and beyond and did everyone else's job on the map at the same time. It's just such a powerful presence that this hero is able to provide in the correct hands, and it's good to see Tekashi on a comfort pick again.
I mean, he's all grown up, man. As a young boy playing in the M series, when I saw him play Benedetta, I was like, he's got the mechanics for sure, but he's definitely matured in his own right. Obviously, the MVP going over to Tekashi, but looking at these highlights, you can definitely see that he plays all roles. If you need me to be in a supportive role, I can absolutely do it for you. I will look for these opportunities to set it up for our team. If we need to be a damage dealer, that's what I prefer, and I would love to do it, but only if the coach allows it.
Yeah, with the exception of Wanwan as well, Incilio's lineup is very, very all in. There's not a lot of ways for them to peel themselves out of a team fight. If they're not winning straight away, they're gonna have some difficulty, and that is what Tekashi on a Benedetta would specialize in punishing.
Yep. But that being said, it just means that Incilio is going to be sitting right at the top of Group B. Their head-to-head against RRQ Akira unfortunately didn't go in their favor, but at the very least, they have won more games than they have lost compared to RRQ Akira, putting them right at the top despite having the same match win-loss.
It does feel bad for RQ Akira because we really started to see their true form towards the end there. It was after all the pressure was finally off that their masks could be unleashed and they could show Incilia who is who. But that is all for Group B. Incilio will be moving on to the finals of the wildcard tomorrow. But we still have one more match to determine who is going to be facing them from Group A.
And this one's going to be a banger. It's going to be Ufendar up against Yangfeng Yaoguai. DFYG, and I've been honestly, I was thinking that maybe DFYG coming into the M Series this time around through the wildcards might be a little early for them. I was absolutely wrong. They've come extremely prepared, and the micro and macro that we've seen demonstrated by this team in these past 2 days has been exceptional.
It is incredible to see what they have achieved despite being literally the newest region in MLBB. So, gotta give kudos to them. They are gonna have a real uphill battle though, because their final match is against the fan favorites who have been taking names left and right.
I mean, Wolfendar is not going to be an easy opponent here. So far, they've maxed out their stats. Chemistry, they're looking to be the best. Mechanics-wise, they're looking to be the best. Drafting-wise, has been a really powerful tool they've been utilizing throughout the wildcards, and I think that's what's been giving them an extra edge most of the time.
But honestly, Gideon, after that series, game 125 minutes, I'm feeling particularly exhausted. So I'm really glad that we have these really comfortable, ergonomic chairs designed to keep us at the top of our game. The Secret Lab Titan Evo, designed to adapt to different postures across various activities. So not only is it great for PC gaming, you can enjoy proper ergonomic support while mobile gaming as well. So treat yourself to the same match-winning comfort enjoyed by the best MLBB teams and us as well.
Yeah, guys, keep in mind, these pillows are made out of memory foam. I can talk about this chair all day. This is the Titan variant, which is, I'm a tall boy. I'm 181 cm, and I have a wide wingspan on my shoulders. Look at it, perfectly encapsulates me in this chair compared to my Omega at home. So get yourself a Titan today.
It's really good. The pillow is really incredibly soft, actually. Like,
it's memory foam. And you can also get an ergonomic pillow as well for your back on top of the lumbar support, which you can adjust from the chair. I know way too much about this product. I am guilty. I am guilty of being a Secret Lab fanboy.
Yeah, I don't blame you, I really don't. You know what? I'll go ahead and let you tell the peeps about the M6 ticket sales while I go ahead and...
Don't worry. I got you covered. You guys want to check out the Secret Lab? Maybe come on down and purchase some tickets, because you can grab it right now and you'll get to witness 16 of the world's best teams clashing it out on day 1 and day 2 of the Swiss stage. And let me tell you, the Swiss stage is going to be crazy. A whole bunch of best of ones happening, and you get to see every one of those teams duke it out. It's so worth what coming.
This doesn't quite work with headphones on.
No. It's really for the back of your head more than it is the side of your head.
I'll enjoy it later. At the end of the day, because we still got one more match, don't we, Gideon? It's gonna be a banger too.
Yes, this is the one that we've been waiting for, and honestly, it would be the biggest statement if DFYG is able to take down the favorites of Group A in ULF. So maybe there's a couple of things that could go wrong for ULF, and hopefully it really is going to be a battle of wits between the coaches, because again, they are coached by Sasa alongside Long.
It's like the greatest uphill battle that you could ever expect, because fan favorites of the wildcards, undefeated so far, multi-time M Series participants, up against a team that is making their international appearance for the first time.
It's going to be tough, but with that being said, we're going to go on a very short break. And when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action here at the Wildcards. Day number 3. Don't go anywhere, because you might just miss it.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
「
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
The time has finally come for the final match of the M6 Wildcards Group stage to determine which team from Group A will be moving on to the finals to face off against Incilio for a slot at the M6 main stage. My name is Stafa, joined by Gideon today on the desk to close out the group stage with an exciting match.
Now, everybody has been waiting in anticipation for what the results of Group A is going to look like. DFYG has surprised everybody with the amount of time that they've had building up from last year's performance in KVG's very first representation of China. Now, looking at the rest of the region, it's looking pretty good, which begs the question, if they do make it to the Swiss stage, this is going to be huge for the region of China. But at the same time, they're up against veterans themselves, all the way from Turkey and under the name of the ULF. Ulf Hundar is dangerous on many different levels. And that's what makes this game extremely exciting, Sadafa. I'm guessing that it might just be a 2-1. I'm just not entirely sure which direction. I'm leaning more into the ULF, but considering how DFYG has been playing through the group stages, they have a chance.
I think most fans have continued sticking with the favorites that they already expected to move on from the entire wildcards, Ulfednar, from the start of the competition. But DFYG is definitely one of those teams that has surprised us quite a bit so far in these 3 days of the wildcard, having shown incredible improvement from the region of China despite being one of the newest to join the MLBB ecosystem. But against veterans, it's gonna be up to them to see how well they will perform.
Yeah, really it boils down to how much preparation has gone into this particular game, and I think, you know, it's a long building process for them considering their history. Similarly to Kedea. Kedea Gaming and Esports District unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walks of life.
I'm super excited to see Kedea's Gaming and Esports District because it is just such a cool concept. I think it's something that all of us gamers have always dreamed of having and experiencing. I hope that I get the chance to experience it one day, but you guys can definitely go and check them out at Kedea Gaming to show some support for all your fellow gamers.
Now, let's bring back to the upcoming matchup here because I feel like the big difference maker, especially for DFYG, is going to be the draft. They've shown very distinct playstyles of which they perform a lot better on compared to others. A lot of it being around pick-off compositions with the help of a high-burst jungler.
Yeah, but I do also feel like DFYG has shown us that they are capable of being a little bit more flexible with their gameplay style. They're not entirely fixed to a specific approach in the Land of Dawn, and that gives them a little bit more flexibility in determining what kind of draft they can bring to counter against Ulfednar. But Ulfednar themselves are a very powerful opponent. They have been uncontested just in performance alone.
Absolutely. I mean, they haven't dropped a single match so far in their previous best of 3 series, and DFYG unfortunately dropping a singular game to GK Esports prior to this, but so far they've just been looking better and better with each passing day. Today is going to be the true test whether or not they can try to go for a 2-1 or even a 2-0, which would be the biggest statement in the world here for the wildcards.
And for those of you who might just be joining us now, the winner of Group B, the team that will move on to the finals there, has already been determined, and it was Incilio, who in an unexpected twist was able to take the one game from RQ Akira they needed to steal the slot away from an M-Series veteran. Will a similar pattern happen to Ulfednar, or will it be a retelling of Destiny?
It'd be a crazy storyline if DFYG is able to get that 2-0 and honestly fill in the tagline of M6 greater than ever, because it's really just following suit to how the rest of the world's champions, previous reigning champions, are getting knocked down as the next generation of players is catching up to the former.
Yeah, there's so many new names among the teams that have made it to the M6 main stage automatically this time around, with a lot of prior M-Series mainstays and veterans and favorites across the globe not being able to find their spot in the World Championship. So it's definitely a new era, something that's really exciting to keep an eye on, and we still got one more slot for one of these teams to join them.
Now, the exciting thing is whether or not these teams are going to be able to bring out their best gameplay. But with that being said, let's look at the quote specifically from Lefel, Arcasa, and Sasa. Lefel mentioned that I love DFYG's playstyle. It's different from ID, PH, and MY. Their most iconic game is when Cho and Moskov actively scouted the enemy to control the map. They're disciplined like PH teams, but while PH teams focus on winning objectives, DFYG tracks the enemy jungler and disrupts them from taking objectives. But I'm not sure if this playstyle comes from the players or from the coaches.
And we also got a quote from Coach Sasa of DFYG at the same time, where he said, "I do my part as a coach to guide them with everything I know, but I also have to credit the players. They've taken inspiration from other mobile games, so I think it is a combination of different styles."
I do agree with both of them that from Lefel's perspective, the way that DFYG plays, I wouldn't say it is the most outlandish, super creative even. However, it's extremely effective when they are utilizing abilities, especially on their downtime, to find this information. Honestly, let's just look at these highlights and you would see straight away, right? Because as Pishu and as well as Long are able to kind of not really control the fights, but they can anticipate the next motions being thrown at them from their opponents.
Yeah, I think we all know that China as a region has always been one that can stand out in this particular genre of gaming. So it's expected that they would have ideas from prior experience playing other similar games and translating it into the land of Dawn. What actually even further impresses me is not just that they're able to bring these creative ideas to the field, they have the micro skills to be able to pull them off despite having way less experience with Mobile Legends compared to many other teams.
Exactly. You know, one of the big things going for them is the fact that they also have a veteran in an MSC participant. If not, I mean, he's a champion. I don't want to drop him down any lower than that. But Kiel VJ, if he has a winning lane, you can definitely feel his influence spread across that map when he's doing well.
I mean, what about the Kage himself, Sasa, as the coach and also winner of the M5 wildcards last year? That's pretty valuable. But let's talk a little bit about Ulfhednar as well. Specifically, what can DFYG do to disrupt them?
Well, I think a lot of it really boils down to how the draft is going to be played. Because if you were to define Ulfhendar's overall playstyle, I think, again, they're extremely flexible, right? They're especially good when it comes down to these team fights. However, we are seeing some growth in this team with the proactiveness. However, it comes at a cost. They need information, right? They need to figure out patterns of how their opponents play first, and then they intercept them before it becomes a problem.
Now, Ulfhednar are a team that's very, very confident and able to adapt on the fly within the game itself. You want them to play front to back, they can do it. You want them to play formers, they can do it as well. They catch you off guard, and the rotations and combinations, especially between players like Apex and Alien, are very, very clean. Ulfhednar has a similar style to RRQ Akira in that the EXP laner wants to be someone starting fights and creating opportunities, but there's definitely a cleaner bond between them.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can definitely see that there are moments where they even feint opponents into baiting reactions out of them, and these are the forced mistakes that we're expecting some of the top tier teams to be bringing their A game here at the wildcards, and so far only Ulf has shown that they do it consistently.
So far, it's easy to tell that Ulfhednar is the team that is the closest to M-Series ready out of everyone here in the wildcards. But DFYG have also shown themselves to be the most unexpected dark horse of the wildcard competition as well. So I really could not think of a better match to close things off for the group stage.
Honestly, it could have been pretty different, right? If the draw was ever slightly so different, DFYG might have ended up in Group B and really shaken up that group itself, because I think in terms of my personal rankings, DFYG wasn't very high up there, and I was more looking towards the Mongols. However, Mongols didn't exactly push through all the way, so now DFYG shooting up.
It does feel a little bit bad that they ended up in the same group as Ulfhednar, because who knows how far they could have gone in Group B. But let's go ahead and mention 2 MSC trophies, 1 picture here at MLBB Esports. We got Kiel VJ, an MSC 2021 champion alongside Execration, now being coached by Sasa, an MSC 2019 champion with Onyx Indonesia. 2 legends working together, hoping to be greater than ever.
pretty crazy to think that 5 years ago during MSC, Sasa was part of that lineup of Onyx ID, part of the legendary 5 Kages, which dominated the international scene for the entire year before eventually struggling and dealing with newer generation champions to show. And honestly, with the extra experience that they are bringing with the way that they play, it's easier for them to bond and translate that experience to the rest of their team.
And I love seeing that, but if we are talking about that bond, if we're talking about that chemistry, we can look no further than Ulfhednar from Turkey. Sunshine, Apex 47, Rosa, TNZ, and Alien have stuck together for many, many years and have made their presence known in multiple international tournaments. They want to do it again.
Yep, they have multiple win conditions, exactly what you were expecting from an M-Series ready team. Their strategies are flexible and their drafts haven't been punished just yet. Deep hero pool so far, and that was my initial concern about Rosa, but continues to show that the Thorn Queen does not bow to anybody.
But on the opposite end, we have Tianfeng Yaoguai from China, consisting of Long, PCU, Yiwon, Zed, and Kiel VJ. A team that many would have hoped for potential from, but not had the highest expectations going into the wild card, and yet they've shattered them all.
They have, and honestly, the big standout for me last year, Lung was somebody that we had to keep our eyes on, but I think right now Zed and as well as Yi1 are doing a phenomenal job at pressing the tempo and maintaining at a high octane throughout the game.
You can definitely tell the impact that Sasa and Lung's coaching have had on DFYG, but also a very intelligent choice of switching up their gameplay style from MSC.
Now, let's go with a quick M-chat with the Thorn Queen. Rosa, we asked, what are your thoughts on DFYG? He said, I think they have a great composition as a team, which is why the mid laner Yuan was able to shine, and they were able to finish the game very early. I can only say best of luck to them when we meet.
All right. A lot of respect being given over here, and this is actually a very, very big deal. Rosa having the nickname Thorn Queen is for a reason, a very popular player, even outside of their own region, for creating impact and impressive plays in multiple international appearances.
Exactly. I mean, previously when they were under the banner of Fireflux, a lot of their, interesting playstyles came through how deep their hero pools truly was. TNZ whipping out a Leomord, the Amon even, especially in the time where assassins and especially fighter junglers were really struggling. Tank junglers were the way to go. And even in the mid lane, Rosa bringing out things like the Turizla, shocking the world.
I think that's especially why the praise being given over to Yi1 is such high regard. I think it's very funny as well, because when we discussed this with some of the casters from China, Yi1 was pointed out as a player with incredible improvement in the recent times. So I want to see more of that improvement up against the Thorn Queen themselves in the land of Dawn. Let's go to the draft of game number 1.
DFYG going to be on blue side with Ulfhednar on the red side. And fast bans we are seeing here. Blue side we are seeing DFYG getting rid of the Gato Gacha, getting rid of the Yves alongside it. From Ulf, we are seeing the Zushin as well as the Hilda with a quick response in the Phoveus from DFYG.
Looks like a very big focus towards teamfight control being banned out on the DFYG side, getting rid of the Avatar the Guardian, the RWM, the Phoveus that can be very disruptive to your front line. And
Yes! Finally, a team who's willing to pick up the Fanny, but it comes at a cost because Hylos and as well as Cho going to get locked in, both having very good ways of single target lockdown against an assassin.
We will note down that this is not some kind of ego check here. Zed is known to play the Fanny. It is one of his signatures in China, and he's been stated to be very, very good on the hero. But it's going to be difficult here because the Cho is a very easy answer. You get caught with the Way of the Dragon, you are gone. So this is a big challenge to Ulfhednar.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be a pretty big test here specifically for Zed, but let's see what's going to be the supplementary force around him. Good peel is great, strong initiation and early game power definitely falls into the category when you want to pair something it up with the Fanny. We see the Vexana getting picked here blind and the Khalid. I get the Khalid, but I feel like the Vexana, purely in response to the high loss, I'm not 100% on board.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if that is the way to go just yet. We've seen a lot of teams go for the Aurora instead in this situation, especially against more team fight oriented squads, so that they can take advantage of it and try to freeze as many people as possible. But Vexana can be good as well if you have belief in your micro ability to land that Terrify.
Better yet, at least this does go to show that the concept of priority in lane is highly valued by DFYG, because Vexana by herself can clear lanes pretty effectively from level 2 onwards without having to take too much damage against long range mages, with the only exception being Cecilion.
Yeah, that's why it's typically one of the safer mid lane picks to grab even blind.
Ooh,
but if we're talking about safe blind picks, then Bruno is sitting very close to the top of the list. One of the best gold laners you can grab right now.
Okay, and I'm loving this. The preparation coming in from Ulf is looking good. Getting rid of the Moskov in that second phase ban, knowing that they've already posed a different question. Hey, our mid laner is going to be totally fine. There's still plenty of utility mid mages ready to go, but we don't know whether Lung's pockets are as deep.
Yeah, Lung, well, I guess if we're talking about that, when he was playing his own grand finals in China to qualify for the wild cards, he was actually heavily targeted in the picks and bans. He ended up playing 5 different heroes in the gold lane throughout that series, including things like Beatrix, Ruby, Harif, Moskov, and Bruno.
Well, let's see whether or not those are going to be deployed out here today. Valentina going to be the next ban coming in from DFYG as a response. Pretty interesting. It means that they probably want to have more powerful ults later down the line. I mean, the Raging Sandstorm as well as dropping down a mini Lord is pretty good. Let's see what the response is, as Harith is the next ban, and I mean, the ULF, they are on top of it. They have done their homework.
Yeah, Moskov and Harif are both heroes that would be able to somewhat hold the lane against Bruno, so with them both off the table, Long is going to be forced onto a little bit more of a scaling gold laner. I think Beatrix is still an option, but a little bit more difficult to execute in comparison.
Is there anything better than that as of right now? I want to believe that, playing... I would be interested to see if Lung can actually play Claude. That'd be pretty fun to see. But at the same time, right, if you are going to go for Beatrix, the main issue is her mobility. Yes, she outranges a lot of people and does really well against siege compositions and has high ground defense. But at the same time, when you're up against that Bruno in that 1v1, there's always that thought in your head, I might just run out of ammunition.
Well, that's why I love that DFYG did get rid of the Loi in the end. Rosa, clearly the most aggressive and effective Loi player among all the wildcard teams. And it can even outpace something like a Fanny. That's something that DFYG do not want to have to worry about, especially with a glorious pathway already.
More so, it's extremely important that your mid lane duo is able to push out that wave and defend that purple buff, something that Fanny desperately needs. And depending on what side of the map it's going to be on, they might even get involved the EXP laner. Now that is an interesting pick coming in from the ULF.
That is a direct statement. We talked about Farsa a little bit throughout the wildcard, how the meta could develop in a way where artillery mages like this could come back if we see more long-range, less mobile marksmen. This game, though, is not where you would typically see it. There are multiple heroes, such as the Fanny and Khalid, that can easily punish a Farsa popping that feathered airstrike.
Now, here's the thing. The unique thing about Farsa, yes, she has incredible range in that feathered airstrike, but she has an inbuilt stun into her kit. So, if you have Cho looking for those engages, you drop down that feathered airstrike, and then Fanny is looking to cut you off. At least you got peel from high loss. At least you have a side tackle coming in from Bruno, and hopefully you can chain that CC together. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Talk about artillery. Granger gets locked in.
Such a great idea here. Granger not gonna have the best time against Bruno in lane, but his scaling is really, really strong, and his range and peel are really good to respond to what Ulfhednar has put on the table. And if you combine that together with the Tigreal to maybe set things up for Fanny, I really like the balance of DFYG's draft.
I agree, but the question is, what is going to go into the EXP lane? Is it the high loss or is it going to be something else? Because right now, what I'm waiting for is Peel, something to be able to stop the initial engagement, because it feels like DFYG need to be the one who act first upon Rosa's Farsa, if not the other way around.
You could combine something like the Ruby and Cho together. There's still things like the Edith as well as the Arlet. Let's see what they decide to go for. It is the Suyo in the jungle. Somehow, despite through all of this, I forgot that the jungle was just left open.
It was left open for quite a while as well. Well, that's on us. We're too focused on this Farsa right now. Again, it has been a very long time since we've seen Farsa touch the land of Dawn, but with Suyo in, they've got burst. They have a way to kind of sustain and initiate in a multifaceted way.
I like these drafts. I feel like this is a very balanced matchup and really speaks to the volumes of the coaching staff on both teams. We knew this was going to be an exciting match. We've looked forward to it for a long time. But will it go according to predictions with Ulfhednar coming out on top? Or will DFYG continue to impress us by taking a game from the wildcard fan favorites? Only time shall tell as we return to the land of Dawn for Game 1 of the final series of the M6 wildcard group stage.
Let's jump right into it. Welcome to the land of Dawn. Both our competitors here. It's going to be really important that we highlight who is going to be the big difference makers in this game. For DFYG on the blue side, it's got to be Zed for sure. He's got a lot on his plate right now, but if he can't accelerate this early game, things are going to snowball out of control. But at the same time, we're looking towards TLVJ, right? If he can do well in his lane, we're expecting the early game to fall into the hands of Dianfeng Yao Guai.
And once again, we have to remind all of you guys, the M6 Pass is currently available only until the 29th of December. So make sure to complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free and get amazing rewards such as Claude's Battle Emote, M6 Glory Avatar Emote, and new special skin, Baxia Dauntless Shield for free.
Yeah, make sure clear it while you still can. There's also extra challenges to speed that process up. Oh god.
Rosa taking a huge amount of burst from the CC between Pixiu and Yi1. And that's going to be first blood for the Dianfeng Yao Guai mid laner.
And this is what I was worried about, right? The early game can be pretty tough here.
TNZ landing a beautiful stun, but KLVJ flickers out, gets the quicksand guard in time. Will he survive? He actually survives! And TNZ has to back off to avoid dying to the tower.
No, that's so unfortunate. TNZ, he just needed one more auto attack as soon as he got out of that quicksand guard. A little unfortunate here. First blood still achieved by Dianfeng Yao Guai, but still, we're expecting the later stage of the game, especially once they hit level 4, to be pretty devastating. Hopefully, DFYG is able to handle this once the Feather Airstrike is online.
Yeah, there's a lot of teamfight potential on Ulfhednar once they have their ult. Sacred Hammer just in time from PCU to avoid the Blade Surge stun.
Surprised that that didn't connect. It should. It felt like it should. But even so, here comes the first turtle.
Yep, KLVJ already trying to buy some time, but he and PCU are both level 3, so they do not have their ultimates to stop this. They will back off and give it up to TNZ.
Now, as this game is going to progress, let's see how this is going to go, because there's two Purifies coming up from the side of Ulfhednar, with Apex 47 going for the Revitalize. A quick gleaming gem to make sure that he can actually stick around in these lanes a little bit longer is going to be great. Gold lane, I'm expecting nothing much to really happen here if they play it perfectly.
Apex has hit level 4 before PCU though, so Ulfhednar hitting their EXP timings just a little earlier, and now we can see Zed being disrupted by Alien as well, forced to use Retri on his purple buff.
Yeah, so far Alien, after that first initial engagement and early gank towards the top side of the map, is able to maintain control. Like, he doesn't really want to keep fighting KLVJ all day because his life is a resource, but as long as he's moving out of the lane first, I think that is a significant advantage in comparison to Khalid, who all he wants to do is clear waves and then move away.
I mean, the fact that he already has a level lead on KLVJ is actually really good for Alien as well, but here comes the Raging Sandstorm, flicker by Alien, Zed not gonna commit, not quite enough energy to dive that. PCU in danger, flickers away from the feathered airstrike, but that means no flicker implosion.
Nice, nice. Okay, Ulfendar making sure that they are at least getting resources away from the Enfeng Yao Guai. As long as they're able to get flickers and big proactive battle spells away from the FYG, then they have a little bit less to worry about, ensuring that the feathered airstrike gets all of the shots out.
Yeah, so far Ulfendar have done a good job of cutting off the map so that Zed isn't able to get those early Fanny kills that we are used to. Even TNC already has that level lead. Sunshine uses Purify initially to avoid the knockout from Eternal Guard, and Zed was found, stunned by Apex, kill given over. Ulfendar gonna get caught out with Implosion, but that's only on Apex. KLVJ is the only one here and doesn't quite have enough damage. Glorious Pathway and Revitalize used by Apex 47 to chase down PCU. They get the kill on the Tigreal. Will they get the snipe? Yes, they do. KLVJ finishing off TNC. Rosa, wings by wings, fitted airstrike use, quicksand guard, cancelled. And so KLVJ is picked up, but a beautiful Death Sonata by Long finishes Rosa off. Meanwhile, Way of the Dragon by Alien onto Zed, but he's still able to get his purple buff.
Oh man, that was unfortunate. Had he just paced it out, spaced out when he kicked, and then taken the second half of the Way of the Dragon to maybe get that reset off of that purple buff, that would have been real nice there. But Alien is not going to have the Way of the Dragon in this upcoming turtle fight.
So far though, quite impressed. Sacred Hammer, unfortunately misses on Sunshine, but he still gets the knockup. Not quite enough damage to finish him off. It's a 1v3, and Sunshine able to get out alive.
Tell me, was that not a perfect defense on the dive? Slide tackles and even uses the Worldie to cancel out the initial cable to get Zed out of there to hopefully sneak in another turret shot.
Sunshine has been really popping off throughout this wild card, and he is continuing to do so. Being able to avoid a Fanny at this stage is huge and not a good sign for DFYG.
I mean, Ulf now with the tempo that they've generated with these small skirmishes happening across the board, it's still 3-3, but with the structural advantage, now this is where it gets dangerous.
The Sunpo dodge on the implosion! Tigreal ult wasted!
Hey, I mean, he could see him from a mile away there. Alien does not miss on these.
Oh man, really impressive gameplay so far from Ulfendar. They have built up a 2k goal lead. DFYG doing a good job of matching them considering the difference in experience, but slowly but surely, this is snowballing.
Yeah, both sides are wrestling for control over tempo, right? It's not a means to an end, but I will say that Ulfendar is more dependent on their ultimate. Same can be said about DFYG, but that's only for big team fights.
So far though, gonna be investing time to make sure Zed doesn't get denied from his purple buff, but Ulfendar able to get a lot more across the map in return. TNC able to iframe out, feathered airstrike, zoning PCU away, almost gets the kill. KLPJ with the Raging Sandstorm into the quicksand guard just to try and get away from Ulfendar. Doing a great job of dodging! Zed comes in, finish off Alien! A two-man Sacred Hammer! PCU sacrifices his life for a kill onto TNC instead! Meanwhile, KLPJ on top of Rosa! Rosa, the Torn Queen, shows her majesty!
Beautifully played there. Beautifully played by both of these teams. This is what you want to see for M-Series representatives. You want them to be the only mistake that they're going to make. Oh, I missed an ability. That was a difference maker, and that's all we need to see.
Ulfendar still slightly coming out on top, but that was definitely a mistake. Diving the tower there that PCU was able to punish with his last sliver of HP. Long gonna be able to get the bot tier 1. TNC almost stuns Zed, but he's able to fly out in time. This means DFYG not gonna be able to contest the turtle.
Zoning them out from the correct side, sacrificing their tier 1 down bot side as Rosa is able to claim the mid wave at the same time. Again, Rosa very generous using that feathered airstrike because it's all about maintaining tempo and pressure, because the feathered airstrike comes back up relatively quick considering that Ulfendar are going to be looking not just for team fights, but more so to intercept the rotating members from the Enfeng Yao Guai.
And if Rosa can use... Oh, hold on. Okay, I thought Alien was gonna go for the kick there, but yeah, if Rosa can use the feathered airstrike at a off-tempo timing where the FYG are not ready to punish it, then it's actually very safe despite having a Fanny and Granger.
I mean, you can definitely see that DFYG, they gotta make sure they protect that purple buff. It's so important that Zed stays relevant.
Another feathered airstrike, half HP on Long and E1. KLBJ will stop Alien from running into the backline, but Glorious Pathway means they cannot defend their mid-tier 1.
Yeah, they just don't have the gap closer. Only KLVJ can effectively cancel out the feathered airstrike, if not Zed, if he's got enough items.
Ouch! That's a lot of damage. Point blank arrow from TNZ. Zed is fine, but he's not creating as much pressure as he'd like.
Yeah, but I think this works out well for Ulfandar, right? At this point, looking at the items, we're seeing 2 item power spikes coming quick, and that means they're gonna get aggressive.
Eternal Guard lands on 1, feathered airstrike baited out, KLBJ, Raging Sandstorm to escape, able to heal back up. Alien in the backline, but doesn't go for the kick since Ulfandar has already backed it off. A one-man implosion onto the jungler, pushes him away, but Glorious Pathway cuts off the Yanfeng Yao Guai. Zed just doesn't have enough damage to go for the one-shot, and PCU gonna pay the price with Sunshine getting killed.
It's always the support who pays the price in these cases. Better to give up your roam rather than your force.
Just barely able to get out. Granger surprisingly slippery to catch, but the jungle no longer belongs to TFYG.
Amen to Purify. Amen to Purify to get you out of these tough spots.
E1 in trouble. Jikundo knock up. Not even gonna commit Way of the Dragon because they know they got the kill. Alien gonna be sniped down by the Death Sonata. Raging Sandstorm defensively again, but the feathered airstrike finishes him off. Double kill, triple kill for Sunshine.
What did I tell you? It's a battle of tempo right now, and Ulfandar are absolute masters at it. Once you give them that lead, they're not going to let it go anytime soon.
This is a tough uphill battle now. We are nearly 10 minutes in, 4k gold lead for Ulfandar. The Yanfeng Yao Guai does still have pretty solid scaling, but we can see that this Fanny not being able to achieve as much as they would like, and Ulfandar doing a great job of just dancing around PCU and KLVJ's cooldowns.
Now honestly, considering how this game is supposed to go for DFYG, they wanted this early game to snowball out of control, but these small stutter fights coming in from Ulfandar, these small skirmishes even at the sacrifice of Rosa's early game, worked out fine.
Yeah, it's very controlled tempo for Ulfandar here. They are determining the pace at which these fights are taken. PCU tries to walk out to go for the implosion, but he takes so much damage from Sunshine already. Rosa does not get executed by Zed's initiation either, so DFYG not able to find anything.
Yeah, just not enough damage here despite already having a War Axe, a Malefic Roar, and a Blade of Hephaestus.
E1 is dead here. Oh, hold on, can't flicker out, still has the battle spell, so will be able to get out for now.
Yeah, Reward's still available. Oh my god.
Zed, able to finally get the killing spree on TNZ, punishes him for trying to steal away the orange buff. The Yanfeng Yao Guai will be happy with that one.
Yeah, but they will sacrifice a tier 2 here.
Sacred now. Flicker in with the implosion. A bit delayed, but it still works out. Feathered airstrike comes out. Zed gonna focus on Rosa, but in the meantime, PCU and KLVJ are both already gone. That's a double kill. Rosa able to wings by wings perfectly away from the Fanny as well.
Oh man, that was a revitalized diff for sure, because Sunshine technically did get caught by that implosion. He purifies out of it, but PCU just waits until the very last second to actually go for the flicker to ensure, because keep in mind that the Purify only lasts for less than a second.
Yeah, an implosion is actually 2 sequential series of stuns. That is actually such smart usage of the ability by PCU. It's just unfortunate. The Yanfeng Yao Guai a little bit too behind to fully capitalize on it.
Oh no, God bless Apex 47 to be in the area and have a revitalize to keep Sunshine alive in those types of moments. I mean, TNZ was probably thinking like, oh man, I wish he used the revitalize for me, but I'm a little too far. At this point of time, at least for the Yanfeng Yao Guai, they want to make sure that Lung actually scales into this game. I'm actually curious to see what he opted to go for his build. It looks like a Hunter Strike. Hunter Strike, that's not a Sea Halberd. He did go for a Blade of Hephaestus here. Oh wait, sorry, that is a
Way of the Dragon kick onto Alien, but he's actually too far away. Both roamers. Oh wait, Alien is EXP, so PCU trading for Alien still kind of worth it for the Yanfeng Yao Guai. We're gonna see the Feathered Airstrike and Glorious Pathway come out. Ulfandar just looking to dive straight in for this inhib. Zed's gonna be able to clear up the way. Sunshine almost dies to the Terrify, but KLVJ is the one who bites the dust instead.
How is Long still alive there? I thought he was going to die for sure. A sliver of health even, as they will lose their inhib.
Ulfandar still going for this. Gets the bottom inhib. Zed not able to fly away in time. That's a shutdown. And Rosa comes in with the follow-up to finish off Long. They're gonna go ahead and take the mid inhib now. Crystal could be open. PCU and Yi1, the only ones alive to defend it. They're going to be able to clear up the one remaining minion. Yi1 drops to 10% from a single combo by TNZ. KLVJ is back. Can they hold the minions in time? Implosion on 2 members. Sacred Hammer to push them away, but it is too little, too late. Vidnar push straight in and take game number 1.
Oh boy, what a battle. What a battle for the early mid game. Once we get to the latter half of it and Rosa has 3 items, it becomes so difficult to walk up if you have not generated enough of a lead during the most important phases early to mid for Dianfeng Yaoguai.
The FYG certainly tried their best. You can see the potential, you can see the decisions being made, but Ulfhednar so composed, so decisive the entire game. Jafar saw we thought it would be risky in this game, but the Torn Queen shows us how it is done.
I mean, it's an interesting scenario to be in because there was a lot of planning from early to the later stages of the game. Again, Rosa understands that when you are playing that Farsa, you have a high susceptibility of dying in that lane, especially when you need your support to be giving you information, if not information, at the very least, skewing the side lanes. And that's what you see Apex 47 hovering around those lanes, not even showing up entirely, just enough to pop up on the minimap.
Yeah, I think they're aware that the FYG is going to be the ones that want to try making the first move, especially with a hero like Fanny around. So the patience and spacing that were exercised by Ulfhednar was really, really clean here to make sure that the FYG was consistently wasting resources and just slightly overextending to places where they could pick him off.
Well, I mean, let's look at the post-game item build, because there's a couple of interesting things that I've just noticed. Number one, the EXP lane builds, right? Both of them didn't really go for a Thunderbelt first item. First items that they were looking for, let me just double check the item progression so I don't mess this up. It was Antique Cuirass for both Alien as well as KLVJ and not the Thunderbelt. Now Lung as well, deciding to opt to go, hey, I'm wanting the Hunter Strike, I eventually need to get a Sea Halberd and then also make sure that I get a Malefic Roar. Very, very close to the big item in that BOD.
Yeah, it was very close, but with a 2k gold lead on him, Sunshine was already full build on the Bruno in 13 minutes. That's why he was doing so much damage, and with that increased range, very difficult to catch onto them. You could tell that Ulfhednar was specifically positioning themselves so that they would never be caught with more than one person in the implosion, and that made PCU's life very difficult.
Very, very difficult here. And I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because their item builds is to compensate for a couple of things. Looking at the emblems, I feel like Lung probably wanted to go for the BOD early, but unfortunately had to build anti-heal, because when we're looking at Tigreal, he's not looking to build Dominance Ice. He's trying to survive the initial burst from everybody on the side of the ULF, mainly from Rosa. That's why you can see that Pichu already completed the Athena Shield on top of having the Anti-Cuirass to ensure that he could survive.
In fact, the both roamers and EXP laners itemized very defensively initially, not a single Thunderbelt in sight on both teams, because they know that there is an incredible amount of early game burst on both teams. There's a Fanny and Vexana, there is a Suyo and Farsa. You cannot afford to greed out and prolong this game because it's unlikely to happen, so you're gonna go for more defensive options early on.
I mean, not only that, right? Because of that delay, and at the same time, when we start looking towards specifically the gold lane, that's why Sunshine was able to kind of stick around a lot longer in comparison to Lung in close quarters, because nobody had anti-heal, right? Every person that he hit, as long as he wasn't touched by an ability from Yi1 specifically, would have been absolutely fine. And even from Lung's perspective, laning against him, he wants to make sure that he can poke out Sunshine in lane, force him to recall, and then steal a turret. But in that case, that just, you know, we could talk about this forever, but right now, I think that the FYG have the correct idea. Now it really boils down to how are we going to execute it more effectively, because when we're looking at Ulfhednar, it's all about unlocking Alien first and letting Alien keep track of Zed.
Yeah, it's a very classic playstyle for Ulfhednar, right? Having Alien on the Cho just opens up so many avenues for them. But it is still Sunshine who is constantly being that late game carry for Ulfhednar. Bruno, already a difficult opponent for Granger to deal with in the early game. And because the rest of the FYG couldn't really make strides across the map, he was uncontested the entire game.
Yep, uncontested so very often here. And I think even better is that he is not the primary target in the majority of these fights. It's all about whether or not that Feather Airstrike comes out first, and then that's when you see Sunshine just play within the kill range of the Thorn Queen to bait most situations out, and not to mention having Apex 47 to cover him with the Revitalize if things get sticky.
Despite it not being the typical heroes, there is actually a good amount of zone control coming in from Ulfhednar. That glorious pathway comboed with Feathered Airstrike is so hard to escape from. And we can see here in the highlights that DFYG did try to go pretty aggro early on, but the extra survivability from this Revitalize made it difficult for them to really close out the case.
I think, you know, early main game was it was really 50-50 between the two teams. The big issue is that Ulfhednar were finding better timings in terms of, hey, you're missing a battle spell, we can actually extend the fight. We can actually look to press the advantage a little bit further. And just notice the positioning a majority of the time, right? Rosa, yes, he's close to walls, but at the same time, he is making sure he is not giving an optimal angle for Zed to get in the fight and hit multiple people, which are, of course, because he was highly farmed in this game. 12 minutes in, he's 3-1-1.
Yeah, Zed was actually doing a great job, but Ulfhednar was not giving him any openings to take advantage of. You would think with Apex and Alien running at the opponents, it should be pretty easy to catch onto Sunshine or Rosa, right? But their positioning was so good, Zed just could not find them.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing about Ulfhednar. I mean, ever since, you know, their previous showings in M series, they've always been highly regarded as a dangerous team because of their positioning and the way that they play out their team fights. They're really good at kiting back and forth in these small moments. If not, the execution, I think, has gotten sharper since the last time we saw them.
Yeah, and that's a scary thought, especially when you consider how highly they already placed during M5 itself, right? This is a world-class team, among the most promising in the entire world. It is even a surprise that they are here at the wildcards at all. So that's for the rest of the teams to try and figure out how they can overcome them.
And then cut to the Alien, just the third hit control flickering and missing every single time. But you guys know what time it is. Time to put out the Rizzler glasses here, because keep in mind that Hello Panda is here to fuel your game. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate and the ultimate snack to keep you energized and level up your day. Visit Hello Panda's website for more.
You know, I would like to have some right now. That energy would go a long way to making sure that we can keep this final game potentially as exciting as possible.
LaFell stole it.
Yeah, LaFell stole it.
I thought this was like, oh great, they have a fresh box here. The sucker stole it from us.
I mean, we can't really blame him, can we?
I would go into the back and blame him, but he already left the building. He knew exactly. This was premeditated.
That's unfortunate. We're gonna have to ask some peeps if we can get like a new box of Hello Panda. I'm sure we have more sitting around somewhere, but maybe they're all gone, right? Because they're just so good.
If this one is gone, I'm assuming that both him and Husky had a conspiracy to steal the rest of the stock.
Oh man, they just got a stash of Hello Panda at home somewhere.
These guys. We'll get to you guys later. Hopefully you'll be lucky. We still have a couple of boxes in the back here. But keep in mind, Hello Panda keeping us fresh, keeping us leveled up for this upcoming game as well. Because I think that as much as I would want to believe that DFYG have a chance, I think right now the game that they put up against the ULF is not to be scoffed upon. You shouldn't be disappointed with the performance. I think that it's just these small incremental losses that are happening, and most of the time these are negligible. Oh, you lose a flicker, but the opponent also loses a flicker. That's not too bad of an idea. Next thing you know, oh no, the rotations of spells is a lot shorter for the side of the ULF in comparison to DFYG, and that's where you see the tempo slowly increasing.
But I think what is impressive is the fact that it is these conditions, these factors that is allowing Ulfhednar to come out on top. It is not more obvious visual indicators where a team just doesn't seem to be performing as well.
True.
Because we got to see some of that in the wildcards. DFYG legitimately requires Ulfhednar to look into some slightly deeper options to make sure that they are cut off from gaining any advantage.
Well, I do hope that they don't get a little scared of the Farsa. I mean, Farsa, when you get to that late game, that is to be expected. You're going to get blasted from like 2 screens away, and there's nothing much you can really do about it unless you got the cojones to flicker forward and make something happen.
I mean, we did have heroes that should have been able to dive the Farsa on paper, but yeah, positioning was great. We literally saw Zed try to execute Rosa and then the wings by wings specifically into the wall to prevent the chase. This is someone with experience playing. While Zed is known for his Fanny in the China region, perhaps it's time to go back to something a little bit more basic, right? Let the fundamentals carry you through.
Yeah, fundamentals are going to be extremely important here because, again, very small moments in the game. For an example, why is Alien able to be in a position despite KLVJ being the first person to clear the wave? Questions like that will start to pop out, and a lot of it is based on the information being given on the minimap itself. KLVJ has a couple of things that he needs to do. He needs to be present for the team fights. He needs to be able to clear these waves faster than Alien, but as soon as that early game was so focused around getting him ganked time and time again, and that tier 1 collapsing, he loses a lot of that influence.
Yeah, but I think KLVJ was doing a great job, right? He was actually dueling his duels. He was surviving a lot of ganks and actually turning them around for the FYG. So the potential is clearly there. They just got to figure out a way to overcome their opponents here. And as for Ulfhednar, they really just need to keep doing what they're doing.
Well, let's quickly look over at the M chat that we had with KLVJ. We asked him who is the difference maker on the team. He says, our coaches. They told us what to do in the early game. Like if we lose, when we do our rotations, they will think of a solution so that it won't happen in the future.
Yeah, I think the impact of coaches Sasa and Long is undeniable on DFYG because again, DFYG comes from a very, very new region in the MLBB ecosystem. They have a lot of potential. They have a lot of micro strengths which have been built up from being known to be quite good at this particular genre of gaming. But having a coach with experience, with in-depth knowledge of the game and all its in and outs makes such a huge difference in how quickly you grow as a player.
Very, very big difference here. But again, this has been one of the few interesting matches that we've seen where the ULF actually taking a bit of a loss in that early stage of the game. Let's see how this is going to play out now with Ulfhednar on the blue side up against DFYG on the red side.
So we do have a side switch here, and DFYG will elect to ban out the Fanny now that they have second pick. Ulfhednar still going for the bans on Eve and Phoveus, but instead banning out the Matilda this time.
Fight for the
Okay,
ultimate
they also
answer.
get rid of the Hilda too. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The fact that Matilda is gone begs a couple of questions here. Why get rid of the Matilda this time around? A majority of teams have not been banning it out, if not letting it through sometimes as well. Mainly because I'm guessing they want to play a composition that can actually chase down their opponents potentially.
Your team is picking.
Ooh, I thought it was going to be something like a Hylo's first pick when the Matilda was banned out, but they go for the Cho straight away.
I have no issues with this. I think Cho as a first pick is really, really powerful right now. Now that we've seen, the nerfs actually coming through onto towards Suyo, we don't have the penultimate pick anymore. I mean, there's still Zhuxi, but we have enough bans.
Yeah, Zusin not gonna really see much of the light of day here, but Bruno and Gatot are very effective opening from DFYG. It does lean them a little bit towards wanting to get more of an early game advantage, and I do hope that they have a secondary initiator to pair up with this Gatot, but so far, so good.
I like the way that they're thinking here. I'm guessing that DFYG are going to lean more in towards comfort side to play around Long and try to get him the resources necessary. Because in that previous game on that Granger, you play more like a support until you have your 3 items, right? You use that Death Sonata to finish off kills. If not, supplement the initiators as it does have a slow effect when it connects.
Yeah, so I think now that he is on the Bruno instead, he should be able to contribute to fights a little bit more. But against a Natan, it's going to be rough because this hero scales up so quickly and so terrifyingly.
Yeah, and it just makes Winds of Nature an unoptimized item for you as a marksman. Now you don't have the defensive capabilities to protect yourself against Natan. The most you can do is probably the Malefic Gun to try and outrange him, as long as you don't get hit by the CC. Now, it's going to be Suyo getting locked in for the red side of DFYG, they can ban the Alpha out against TNZ, but I think that TNZ still has plenty of options. He can still play the Nolan, he can still play the Leon Lord.
And he did a great job with the Ling on day one as well, so these are all possibilities that he can play for. I think DFYG can definitely try to get a snowball going with the Suyo and Gatot, since that would create some good pressure early on, but they gotta be a little bit careful because the Cho and high-lows can really punish outside your positioning.
Hayabusa going to get followed up banned by the red side here. Want to get rid of the assassins early on to make sure that they have an opportunity in this game here, but they need something punishable because Cho is on the other side, right? As much as Suyo doesn't want to get hit by the Way of the Dragon during these neutral takes, they probably will need a stronger initiation tool. I'm just not entirely sure what it's going to be.
Well, something they can even consider is going for the Valentina, right? And then stealing either Glorious Pathway or Way of the Dragon to maybe kick things off. Pun not intended. But is that the path they would want to go for? It requires a good deal of mastery.
It's a tough call. It's a really tough call. Because again, yes, the Way of the Dragon is great, but it puts Valentina in danger to try and make the play. It's not like a penalty zone where you can kind of throw yourself into it, or a Glorious Pathway, which I think are very safe ults and still high impact.
I think if they want to play it safe, then Vexana, Aurora are still going to be open. Both are not too bad in dealing with rundown compositions. So I think Aurora is a bit harder to play against something like Cho just due to his mobility. They will ban the Loyi, so once again, making sure that they don't have to worry about all the teleports happening across the map, though Chip is still on the table.
Yeah, Chip is still on the table, and I feel like the FYG want it, but at the same time, it's a little hard to say, because it was Wolfendar being the ones who banned it out. And keep in mind, Red Side gets first pick in the second phase, so this is their option. Do they want to ban it out the Chip, or no? They lean into the Vexana.
Yeah, so it looks like they agree that Aurora, while good at dealing with high-lows, is less effective against something like the Cho, while Vexana is a bit more universal. So decide to get rid of that instead. Now DFYG gonna need to make a choice. Do they want to blind pick their mid laner here? Because the alternative would be revealing where this Gatot is going.
Tough options. Tough options. What would I go for? I guess I would just show my mage here first, right? But then how bad could it go? Because it still feels like Wolfendar probably are looking to play maybe that Farsa one more time. Actually, no, maybe not. The Gatot could just ult right on top of her.
Your team is picking.
Oh!
No way. Okay. Okay. Got a little bit of an ego challenge here from E1. We have to note, this is a player that is very, very talented. It has even been touted by casters in China that E1 actually doesn't train all that much. He's just built a little bit different. He even has a nickname over there, right? I believe they called him Pajama Boy because he always showed up wearing pajamas.
Hey man, he's got his priorities straight. He keeps himself healthy. I bet he only gets sick once every 4 years.
Maybe so, right? There's just something different about people like this.
That's interesting. That's interesting to see. Now, I don't know if Wolfendar is going to bring out the classic counter to this Farsa being the Grok, but maybe that's a little far-fetched here. Nolan is available, but they also made sure to get the Valentina. Now, this is going to be really, really fun. Because again, Valentina has a number of ults to steal. It's either you steal away the Feathered Airstrike, or maybe look to cancel it yourself with the Worldy or Guardian of the Avatar.
It does technically mean that Wolfendar still has the Feathered Airstrike Glorious Pathway combo from game number 1, so E1 gonna need to mind his positioning and make sure to notify his team if Rosa has access to his ultimate.
Final pick coming in for DFYG. Is it going to be... I mean, they could consider picking up Chip here, but that would mean that Gatot would have to go into the EXP lane. Won't be able to clear the wave as quick. Actually, clears the wave decently quick, almost at the same time as Cho, but at least he has like a semi-global
One
ultimate.
thing is the beginning of
Esme!
Whoa! Why? I mean, Esme is not bad against Cho, right? Because Cho plays around shields a little bit, so you can steal them away, but outside of that, I don't really see her value.
Doesn't do very well against the Natan. Nolan probably doesn't want to target the Esmeralda. Oh, this is interesting. I need to think about this a little bit more. Let's quickly pull up the screen here to look at the full compositions one more time, because the Feather Airstrike is a very powerful tool. However, with hypermobility coming in from TNZ and Alien as a potential way to cancel it, Apex 47 could bulldoze their way through, maybe even past KLVJ. So it's all about peel and responsiveness against the ULFer DFYG.
Oh, we also remember what I mentioned about Gatot being the main form of initiation. There's just nothing to keep them inside the Feathered Airstrike. Esme doesn't really help in that regard. But let's see if the FYG can surprise us once again. Right now, Ulfhednar, one game away from confirming their ticket to the Wild Card Finals. Let's see who takes it as we return to the Land of Dawn for game number 2.
All right, it's going to be Ulfhednar on the blue side up against Dianfeng and Yanghai on the red side. Now, I think they only hold on. Bishu is taking a lot of damage here, forced out to use his Retribution, his Revitalize super early.
Yeah, even E1 taking a lot of abuse, so looks like Rosa has a little bit of a bone to pick to what they did to them at the start of game 1.
Exactly, even going for the Impure Rage to really make that damage stick despite having Rejuvenate being buffed here. But as the early game is going to start progressing relatively quick, oh my god.
Alien just jumped straight into 4 members of the FYG, knowing that Apex has to revitalize to keep him topped up, and PCU does not. So Apex 47 gets the first blood, but Zed gets the return kill now, but very, very low on HP. Here comes TNC with the delayed engage. Fracture, Kill VJ survives it, and now Zed switches his sights to Rosa. Can he get the swing? No! Rosa dodges it, but not Yi-1. So Rosa will fall.
That was an interesting set of fights here. Again, both sides looking to struggle and fight against each other to gain tempo early on, but KLVJ, wait.
Oh, Alien showing him how it's done. This Esmeralda, while she can do some damage early, she's still not known to be a lane dominator.
I mean, her base damage is extremely low, and she only gets better later in the game, and then it's going to be basically unplayable for Alien from that point onwards, right? I am curious what KLVJ is eventually going to build. I don't know if he's going to go for like Thunderbelt first, or if not, and go for a full tank build. If not, go for the traditional Esme build.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen this hero. Apex 47 though already zoning out to PCU as well as Zed here off the turtle. Zed gonna go ahead and start working on his buff, but because TNC already started it quite a while ago, he is clearly in the lead EXP wise.
Double checking the item build so far. KLVJ currently, it looks like he might just be going straight. I mean, it could be an anti-cuirass for all I know, just like similarly to the previous game, or it could just be the Thunderbelt. Hard to say, but he's not going for tier 2 boots.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Yi-1 not going to be able to escape. Feathered Airstrike used against him to set up the kill for TNZ. Blade Surge connects on Alien. A good taunt into Revitalize on both sides. Glorious Pathway slowing down DFYG to the 2-man Jeet Kune Do. And here comes Rosa as well. But Dianfeng Yanghai surviving a lot of it. Kill VJ using his Purify to get away and allowing Zed to finish off Apex 47 in return. PCU looking for another opportunity. Misses the Avatar the Guardian, but Zed will get the turtle. And E1 secures the kill on Cho with the Feathered Airstrike.
Unfortunate indeed, but still, the FYG is walking away with a 1.3k lead, and Sunshine actually taking a pretty bad trade. Lung is doing a great job.
He wants Sunshine. Sunshine knows he's already dead. He's just gonna pop a cheeky recall there. Apex 47, bit too late to the party, so a huge gold injection to Long.
Yeah, Lung is actually dominating this lane. He's like a full level ahead against Sunshine, now 2 levels ahead on top of the extra surge of gold.
Now Alien and Apex being chased down. Alien using Flicker, Apex using ult so that they can get away. DFYG upping the ante.
They're going to continue this. I'm expecting the lane swap to happen pretty early on here, but they might as well take away jungle camps at the same time from TNZ.
By the way, something we didn't point out, Long has Master Assassin, so he is straight up aiming to win the 1v1 in the gold lane.
I mean, he always goes for Master Assassin. I'm not too surprised with that, but especially for Sunshine, he's got to be a little careful. I thought he would be able to go even against him, but considering that a lot of these fights have been happening on the opposite side of the map and not really getting the gold laners involved, he has been kind of isolated.
And that's exactly what Long wants, right? Master Assassin 1v1, and he is coming out on top there, so that's really nice for him. Sunshine already one level behind. Glorious halfway used defensively again, but they catch the stun on TNZ into the fetid airstrike. A beautiful combo by DFYG.
Oh man, really good stuff here. That falling star move coming in from Kiel VJ to kick things off, and that's what I wanted to talk about, right? The initial engagement is going to have to come from Zed and as well as Kiel VJ. It is a micro stun, but don't worry, Sunshine should fall
look at their positioning on Sunshine, making sure to watch both sides of Entropy. Another kill by DFYG.
And the snowball is getting kind of big here. It's a 3.9. It's going to turn into a 4K pretty quick.
And the turtle just respawned as well. DFIG in the perfect position to start working on it. PCU gonna scout out Apex in the brush. Not sure if they saw TNZ, but Alien gets in, gets the kick, not in the right direction, but just to get Zed off the turtle. Not successful though, as now Alien drops low. Blade Surge connects on one, that's TNZ, and KillVJ comes in to finish him off. Tianfeng Yao Guai in dominance in the 5th minute.
Yep, turtle already in their hands, now turning into a 5K lead. If mid-tier 1 falls, the next 4 minutes is going to be hell for Ulfindar.
This is what we talked about, right? Returning to the fundamentals. Tianfeng Yao Guai showing us how it is done and shocking the world. Putting up an amazing early game against the fan favorites.
It's not over until it's over just yet there. Ulfindar really need to scale into this game. Like Sunshine especially is going to need more core items. With only one completed item in that Feather of Heaven, it's not going to be enough until he has Starlium Sight as well as the Holy Crystal. Speaking of which, cutting back to KLVJ, it looks like he's already finished his T2 boots and as well as his Thunderbelt.
Thunderbelt on the Esmeralda. I'm very curious to see what the rest of his build is going to be, because it's been such a long time since we've seen this hero in the EXP lane. Longdo just finishing the Berserkers near a 2k gold lead on Sunshine. This is going to be a problem for Ulfindar.
Yeah, they are currently, they're really, really poor here, and DFYG are not letting their foot off the gas.
Fetid airstrike zoning them away from the mid-tier 2. Alien actually gets stunned midway through his combo and has to just back away. Not able to start the fight. Meanwhile, Zed 1v1 with Sunshine. Blade Surge connects right into the skill 2. Unstoppable streak for Zed on the Suyo.
Things are starting to fall apart really quickly for Ulfindar as the Tianfeng Yao Guai has continued to make sure that they are punishing them. Walk into the jungle? No. We're taking half your life. Minimum. Be isolated. We've got a man on the job already.
This is a total reversal with Tianfeng Yao Guai controlling the side of the map. Ulfindar not able to safely walk into their own jungle. This Farsa being such a good zoning tool. Falling Star Moon right on top of TNC. AOG connects on Apex. PCU instantly walks away. Glorious Pathway slowing down the FYC, but they no longer have a tower to play around, so they're able to get out just fine.
And that's how you utilize your ultimates to get free structures against your opponents. That's what you want to see here. Now, 7.6k lead, last turtle already, and I mean, Tianfeng Yao Guai are getting very close to setting up a checkmate angle against Ulfindar.
This is the first time Ulfindar has been in this situation, the entire wildcard group stage, and it is at a very unlikely opponent. China showing us that they are here to play MLBB.
See how the response from Turkey is going to be.
Ooh, a beautiful dodge! KillVJ perfectly timed to escape the stolen AOG.
Okay, I mean, he was looking for an angle here, but an interesting way to potentially try and punish. Not going to have the IMU for this upcoming fight. I almost guarantee this board for free unless TNZ is able to steal it away from Zed despite being 2 levels down.
The FYG start things off, taunting Apex already at half HP. Zed gets them toward. Just a really clean play right now. Ulfindar just has to settle with allowing Sunshine to push the bottom lane.
He's going to be able to do that, no problems whatsoever, right? They're trying to intercept, even sending TNZ to try and slow down KillVJ. And as soon as he's passed, he quickly takes the recall.
Long just finished Malefic Gun as well, so this is where Bruno really becomes a problem to have to deal with. You can see how confidently he is able to position right outside the Ulfindar base. Alien gets haunted. Wrong time, wrong place. A free kill for Long, and feathered airstrike just to make sure no backup can reach him.
Nicely anticipated, really nice here. Their moment, I'm guessing that Alien's movements were a little readable from the FYG, right? They're coming in extremely prepared, and here we go.
AOG comes in, lands on Apex, followed up by the falling Star Moon. Rosa nearly dies, able to flicker away from Long just in time, but that's the battle spell gone. That's the mid inhibitor gone. Lord still alive at 40%. Dian Feng Yao Guai instantly switch over to the top inhibitor. The Fracture does nothing, the PCU, and Yuan continuing to zone with the feathered airstrike. Dian Feng Yao Guai putting up a masterclass in base siege.
This is how you siege a base. They're not even utilizing their ult all at once. They know that they have such a big lead that they can't lose their initial engagers. So throw the Geo away, zone them away from these turrets. We still have the feathered airstrike as a deterrent, and not to forget, if the falling star move connects on anybody, they're almost guaranteed to die if all three of their members are ready to jump at them.
I really have to say, I am loving the willingness of Dian Feng Yao Guai of just throwing cooldowns to make something happen every single time their abilities are up, and the timing of which they combo them together. This is a well-oiled machine.
I mean, it's looking good for now. Things could easily change. One single mistake could easily turn this 10k lead back down to a 5k lead.
We haven't seen Ulfhednar have to come back from a deficit yet, so this is going to be a demonstration here. They get the stun on Zed, not able to continue with the feathered airstrike. Even Apex taking so much damage. Falling Star Moon drops him to 40%. Top inhibitor will fall. Alien not able to get the kick. Stolen feathered airstrike really just tickles Dian Feng Yao Guai. Fracture almost takes out Long, but he's able to survive. And they just walk out. They've achieved what they wanted.
Yep. Man, next Lord is going to be so important for Ulfhednar. If they can just drag this out, maybe they have an opportunity. But it's a 10k gold lead 11 minutes into the game. Nobody is strong enough.
Oh, KillVJ cuts off Alien in his own jungle. Monster kill for Zed. Level 14, 6-0-4 on the Suyo.
This is starting to look really unplayable here. KillVJ completely outscales Alien at this stage of the game, not to mention that he's already 3 levels up on him.
Sunshine is the only hope Ulfhednar have, and he's so far behind in farm. He is only level 11. There is nowhere on the map for him to get gold.
He does not have a Holy Crystal as well. He's only got a single wand for now. At this point, the FYG just need to keep Ulfhednar in their base, as they just need their jungler as well as gold laner to take this Lord without thinking about it.
And now TNC gonna be caught out again. E1 coming over, falling Star Moon lands, but Alien gets the cake onto the Parsa, so E1 has to flicker out. In the meantime, PCU just holding the front line, and Zed picking off Sunshine by himself in the top lane. Blade Surge going to miss. TNC, look at how much damage he takes just from a single ability.
Yeah, it's starting to really hurt here, but at this point, the end is nigh.
Minion wave pushing in mid. Does Dian Feng Yao Guai want to go for the end right now? There's still one in his standing. Zed almost dies, but a beautiful feathered airstrike into the sun. TNC almost dies. Legendary streak for Zed. And now, Dian Feng Yao Guai will bring it to a full series as they take game 2 from Ulfhednar.
Woo, that was one hell of a game, and they're making this snappy and fast. Great stuff here as the early game fell into the hands of DFYG, and honestly, a very unique draft. We're seeing the Farsa pop up in this series, but also an Esmeralda?
I didn't think the Esmeralda would be as effective as it was, but the timing of KillVJ was perfect. I literally said during the draft that you don't have a primary initiator to combo Avatar the Guardian with. Like, Falling Star Moon should be on paper such a short stun that it's not reliable to combo with. But the chemistry is so, like, clean.
It looks good because they keep distracting their opponents. What it looks like is, oh, I see the GOA, but I don't see the Esmeralda channeling and walking up to you as it happens. You can only look at so many things on the screen at once. So, again, I think there was a little bit of tunnel visioning happening for Ulfhednar as we started progressing towards the 6 minute onwards, right? Because a lot of their outs were cut off super, super quick. Sunshine, for example, trying to split push on his own, definitely got punished a couple of times because of that. And look, 0-4 and 0, 7.1k. It's not like he doesn't have the capabilities to out-mechanic them, but with such a large gold deficit, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's so rare to see Ulfenar in this position. It has literally not happened the entire wildcards, which shows that DFYG are a legitimate contender. Nathan should be able to scale pretty well, even against a Bruno in lane, but Long just pushing his advantage.
He really did. Again, this is what we were expecting. Honestly, this is how I was expecting DFYG to play the game. Maybe not this quick, but definitely centralized around Lung. So it goes to show that they continue to evolve and maybe they have a deeper playbook than we initially thought.
But then look at Zed as well. 905. Probably the most successful Suyo performance we've had the entire competition so far. Just doing so much damage. You could tell that even though Ulfenar are playing a very comfortable combo of Alien Show and Apex Hylos, they could never open the map.
No, they couldn't. Not at a 10k deficit for sure. Not at a 10k deficit. Looking at the team stats, and this is what I'm going to be interested in, right? Alien at 15 compared to KLVJ at 36k, Zed at 63, Lung at 53. Yeah, unfortunately, unable to get over that final hurdle, and maybe even if we saw Ulfendar trying to sacrifice their inhibitors, I don't think they had enough wave clear until Sunshine hits that third item.
Yeah, this is a draft that wants to, at the very least, be even in the early game, and DFYG made sure that that could never happen. And it's so surprising too, right? Farsa and Esmeralda, nowhere near the meta, and yet being so effective. We pointed out Yi1 being a very talented player. He is literally matching Rosa in momentum using this hero. And it's so shocking.
It is pretty shocking, which makes me wonder whether or not it would have been a smarter idea to put Apex 47 on the Cho and then give the high loss over to Alien just to try and kind of slow down the pace of the game. But let's give it up for our MVP of this game, going over to Zed on his Suyo, making quick work of the front line as well as the back line.
This game truly proves that Zed is a mechanically gifted player. He is known to be good on the Fanny, but couldn't find the angles in game number 1. But on a hero with a bit more utility and a bit more openness in approach, you can see just how quickly the combos came out, how decisive he was with his actions. The abilities just coming out one by one in such quick succession.
Very quick succession. I mean, let's look at these highlights one more time, because again, this was the most decisive fight, this early game fight that was honestly getting out of control because of how long it ended up dragging. And this actually works out for KLVJ, because again, he's playing Esmeralda, so he is completely fine trying to slow down everybody as they push through. And now, unfortunately, he ends up dying later down the line, but the amount of kills, the amount of gold being achieved by Zed specifically, that's when it started to snowball out of control.
I even question if the miss on the Suyo third skill was intentional, just to cut off Rosa's escape combined with the Farsa, right? So, like, you can see the communication is there. You can see just how clean it is. Ulfenar definitely made a huge mistake over-committing to the kill initially and giving Zed way too many kills under his belt early.
Yeah, man, it's just really unfortunate for Sunshine here. Really needed him to step up, but unfortunately was denied so many of these opportunities. And even for TNZ, right, it looks like his position was compromised very, very often just because of the amount of pressure that Esmeralda was eventually building over the mid game.
A great game, a surprising result, and a really exciting match right here. Because once again, we have to remind all of you guys watching about the stakes. The winner of this series moves on to the finals, competing for a chance to go into the M6 main stage. And now it is a best of 1.
Yup. It's pretty crazy how we've kind of ended up in this position, although I will say I'm very happy to see that the quality of games are definitely improving over time. But at the same time, what are the adaptations going to be? Because it's clearly a drafting issue, but then you look back at it and you're like, was it really a drafting issue, or was it just that very first mistake because they skirmished for so long?
I don't really feel like there was a big issue with the draft. This is a comfort draft for Ulfenar. We've seen them play this exact same composition many times and absolutely destroy their opponents with it. I do think a lot more of the blame lies with that initial fight where they thought that they could pick off KLVJ and finish things off, but the Esmeralda just survived like a stubborn little flea every single time. and it prolonged the fight too much against a Suyo of all things.
Yeah, that was pretty sad. Especially against the Suyo. The snowball developed by Zed was pretty ridiculous. I think, unfortunately for anybody who's isolated at that point of time, I think that's when Ulfandar needed to kind of start not really sacrificing their structures, but at the very least isolating one side of the maps just to make sure that Sunshine could get to his power spike.
And it just couldn't happen, right? Because DFYG, there is a quality to them. They are not just confident in their team fighting, there is legitimate macro decision making being made with every movement. They are controlling the map so well that even Sunshine, who has so far always been able to find space for himself despite the situation, could not exist on the map.
Well, for this upcoming game, is it worth banning out the Farsa? We've seen it 2 times on both of these teams, both having stellar performances. I think that Rosa definitely had a lot more impact when it comes down to the Feathered Airstrike, but E1, the zoning potential, just his presence alone definitely makes Ulf double, triple second. They just got to keep on thinking, is it going to come out now or later?
Honestly, if there was a statistic that I wish we could track, it was how often Feathered Airstrike was on cooldown.
Oh,
because it felt like it was being popped every single time it was available.
It really did. It really did in both of these games. And hopefully, I don't know, I do think that some of the classic support picks need to come out. If you see Farsa, you whip out that Grok. Oh, Feathered Airstrike? Nature's Barrier and cancel it. That's the way that people used to do it.
Yeah, if we're going to be bringing back classics, right? We got Farsa, we got Esmeralda. Let's bring up even more, right? Let's just have some good old fun. It's fun for us, but I imagine there's also a lot of pressure on the players right now. A best of 1 to determine if you move on to have a chance of competing for the main stage.
It'll be interesting to see. Although, man, I gotta figure out this Esmeralda. I really do. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure whether it's one of those things that is situational, or is it where the meta is heading to, similarly to Farsa.
Yeah, I think it's something we still have to be convinced by. Now that we've seen it in action, you can definitely see the potential, right? And I feel like the FYG did end up locking it in because they felt confident that Ulfandar's early burst wouldn't be enough to take her down most of the time. But if things had gone differently, then Esmeralda is also a hero that really doesn't offer much if you're playing from behind.
Yeah, really doesn't, right? I think a lot of it just comes down to where the damage dealers are, right? If you are going to play, if Alien is going to play that show one more time, he does have higher earlier damage, but not the same level of sustainability as the Esmeralda, which is the big give and take here. But then we start looking at everybody else. I would have imagined that Rosa probably would have done pretty well against the Esmeralda, as, you know, Valentina does well against all melee heroes.
But it is also true that Valentina doesn't actually have that much damage early on, so maybe the FYG already considered that. Either way, it is officially the draft for game number 3, wildcard day 3, game 3, every single series. It's a good way to close off the group stage.
It really is. It goes to show that everybody here is desperate and everybody is eager to try and qualify for the Swiss rounds. Now, it's going to be the Zushin man coming in from the side of the ULF. The FYG already getting rid of the Gatotten as well as the Yi, wasting no time whatsoever. And a fast response with the Hilda.
Yeah, I really like how fast these teams are banning. They know what they want. And that is good to see. Gatot and Eve make a lot of sense. The Fanny as well, actually being banned on the blue side by Dian Feng Yao Guai.
Kinda interesting. Why ban out the Fanny? I mean, there was an opportunity for Fanny to get utilized, but well, I think that's totally okay here. Chip going to be the follow-up ban. All right, looks pretty similar to our game 1 draft picks and bans. Slight differences though. Let's see what the first pick is going to be for DFYG now that Fanny has been banned out. They want to take the Cho.
Ooh, DFYG are the ones that take the Cho first this time. I guess it's fair. It's very unlikely Ulfhednar are going to pull out the Esmeralda themselves to try and do the same thing. And so far, PCU's Cho is at 100% win rate in this wild card.
Yeah, he's been. I mean, there was definitely one game where I don't think he played too well, but that's the one outlier in the data that we've collected here. High loss once again going to get locked in by Ulfandar. Let's see what the next one is going to be. It's going to be Suyo this time.
Okay. Make sure that Zed doesn't get to replicate his success, let's say, in game number 1. But there are still other junglers that are perfectly viable. The Alpha especially is still on the table.
They go for Alpha, and then do they go for a blind pick mage once more?
Blind pick mage. I mean, they can go for Farsa again.
I don't know. That's the scary part. I feel like the FYG previously in game number 1, they blind picked the Vexana, didn't expect the Farsa on the opposite end. But now, I think there's a very good argument for Farsa to actually come into play here now that they already have the Choke. So, what's it going to be? Nolan? As well as Bruno.
Okay, I like the Bruno. Bruno definitely is a very smart choice at this phase, but going for the Nolan is interesting. I feel like the heroes on Ulfednar's side right now aren't actually that easy for Nolan to pick off, and that's exactly what happened to TNZ in game 2.
Ooh, it's going to be a Harith lock-in here. They still want to have a good distribution of magic to physical ratio so far.
Is within my reach.
And they're already making it tough. So if they have the Harith at this point of time, and since Gatot is already banned out, they should be able to scale pretty decently well into this game while still having enough mobility to get around.
Yeah, it's not just the Gatot too, even Hylos are already accounted for, so Harith doesn't have any of the big AoEs to worry about that could deny his Zaman force. Now the question comes, does Farsa get banned?
I mean, I feel like the likelihood of Farsa getting banned is there, but then are there any other nasty picks that we have to be worried for? Like Valentina, for an example. If that's gone, I would only assume that Farsa is going to be the next best. Oh my goodness, wait.
Ooh, heavy mid lane focus. Vexana and Aurora banned by Ulfednar. Loyi banned by DFYG.
Ban out the Farsa, right? Ban out the Farsa, force them to play something like Zask.
Oh man, I haven't seen Zask in a while. Yeah, that could be possible, but I don't really like Zask very much anymore. Yes, he's still zone control, but it's not nearly as effective as some of the others.
More like what mage are you going to play at this point, right? That provides utility, that's able to provide other, if you get rid of Farsa, both artillery mages are completely out, right? So that just leaves what? Zask? Oh, Lilia as well as a pretty decent option, especially against compositions that want to run at your face.
Oh, they do it. They just did it. They banned the Farsa. We are going to see some interesting things in the mid lane right now as both Rosa and Yi1 are just taunting each other indirectly.
Do they take the Lilia here and then it's going to be like Lilia v Kagura or something crazy like that?
Ooh, Kagura. I haven't seen that in a while. Yeah, I think if we're going to see Lilia, it is more likely going to be on DFYG's side to deal with the Hylos.
I don't know. Rosa plays a mean Lilia though.
That's true.
Yeah,
the Valentina. The only viable mid laner left in the pool, unless like I'm missing something. We've seen Kadita from time to time, but that's usually the counter Eve, so probably not this game.
They go for here that's actually effective, because as much as you want to play Lilia and to initially slow down your opponents with the glue,
Eudora Cho combo. Let's go.
just one shot people.
One shot people.
I don't know. Do we have to devolve that low? I think that Kagura is okay. I think that Lilia is kind of honestly these are very meh options. Honestly, compared to the S tiers that are being currently banned out. But let's see what both Sasa and Lung, they've got to dig deep here. And keep in mind, both of them don't play the mid roll.
Oh, the Faramis. I'm not sure I like it very much though. You don't usually want to pick Faramis into a Valentina.
They lock in Tigreal here, right? Oh wait, no. But you don't have to actually. Wait, hold on. No Gatot. They need some kind of AoE to try and punish this. Or they can just play very similar styles of composition because they can just steal away the Netherrealm.
Yeah, Netherrealm with Hylos Revitalize, like, I really don't like the Faramis here for DFYG. I get that it's one of the few options left, but I don't know how to feel about it. I was wondering if they'd go CC just to like match the Phobias in lane. It's not gonna contribute AoE against the Netherrealm, but EXP lane priority seems to be what they're looking for.
Yeah, I think worst comes to worst. I mean, maybe even like you would like to have like the counter matchup of blue, but with Farmis available, I think that DFYG really great work with the draft here. Honestly, really great work from both sides. A lot of mind games being played, but let's recap the entirety of the composition. It's clear that from DFYG's position, they're gonna have to play for team fights, but they want to initiate like a skirmisher style of composition. Zed or even Lung being the main damage dealers. From the side of Ulfhendar, they need to have a traditional front to back. Now Rosa has a really difficult job at peeling away for a majority of the team while still sustaining them with a stolen Nether Realm.
But it is going to be a challenge either way because the pressure is bearing down upon both these teams in the Land of Dawn. A single game will determine who moves on to the M6 wildcard finals. Let's see if it's going to be Ulfhendar or Tianfeng Yaoguai.
DFYG going to be on the blue side. ULF on the red side. It's all or nothing in this very last game here. A best of one to prove who will move on to that wild card finals to qualify for a chance at the Swiss stage. Now, early rotations already being made here towards the gold side of the map. It's really important here. We saw Sunshine get blasted the last time in the Natan versus Bruno. Hopefully, it doesn't happen again.
Purify forced out in the first minute by a very early PCU rotation. There is a reason his Cho has a 100% win rate so far.
More so the way that they rotated, because you can see that even for Ulfhendar, they saw the Cho initially, it disappeared off of the map and they thought maybe he was going to rotate on backwards. So a good fake coming in from PCU to get a sneaky little gang to get the initial advantage in a lane.
And he is consistently scouting out Apex as well. Will provide information that TNZ is nearing the top side. This allows Zed to try and go for Alien, but Alien will jump away, so he'll settle for the crab.
So gotta be real careful here, right? Any lane advantage could mean doom.
PCU and E1 actually very far out in lane right now. Gonna take a good amount of poke, but the same can be said for Rosa actually. This mid lane duel has been surprisingly close.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's a game of mechanics here.
Zed goes in, goes for a fracture. Ulfhendar decides, okay, we can't engage here anymore, but goes for a cheeky snipe.
Zed didn't get the initial cancel there. First turtle is going to spawn up pretty quickly here, but with the information of the missing high loss, they're going to burst this down.
Alien gets pulled back. PCU doesn't have kick since he's only level 3, but will do the damage needed to zone him off of the turtle and make sure that Zed gets it very easily.
Yep. I mean, this is what you want to do as Nolan, right? You want to outpace the Suyo in this game. Alpha has a more rigid style of, oh, I steal away camps, I use my base damage to make sure that I stay on top of you. Nolan, I'm just way quicker in the economic game and clear speed.
But I do like that TNC is going for the vertical invade right now. Seeing that Tianfeng Yaoguai, we did a very big rotation up towards the top side, has gone ahead and stolen orange buff and one more camp away from Zed, so that's gonna really mess with his timing.
Yeah, they didn't spot him out as well. I mean, Pishu, he did it. Wait, hold on.
KLBJ in trouble. Blade Surge did connect. Curtain Call comes out. Can he survive long enough? Zed is here. He actually does so much damage to Alien. KLBJ flickers forward, and the Nether Realm connects. He's gonna survive and trade for both Alien and TNC.
What a save! KLBJ does what he does best, and now this swings the game instantly to Tianfeng Yaoguai. At this point, they need something back, and they're looking towards Long. They're gonna dive.
You gotta get some vengeance here. Purify comes down, Glorious Pathway, and Zaman Force use. Long trying his best, but this is 1v3. PCU a bit too late, so Ulfhendar finds a little bit in return.
But they don't get a turret. They got a kill, but not a turret, which is where we're seeing this 1.1k lead coming in from DFYG. Now, what is going to be the next move? They're going to lane swap at this point of time, and they need to hold out on this wave for as long as possible.
Aliens on the wrong side of the lane again, gets pulled in by E1. Zed goes in, Curtain Call, locks them down, but they're still close enough to get the fracture. Another one going to Tianfeng Yaoguai.
They got to keep wrapping this up. These are very small moments, these small skirmishes that Tianfeng Yaoguai are getting really, really good at, because Ulfhendar, they want their structure back.
And I really like that PCU stayed in lane to hold the wave for long as well to make sure he didn't fall behind in EXP. These are very small interactions that is keeping the net worth in favor of the Chinese team. Ulfhednar though, not too far behind. Now gonna start working on the turtle. DFYG going in, Glorious Pathway slows him down, KillBJ instantly goes in. So much damage with the Infernal Pursuit on 3 members! Alien is already down, NetherRealm comes out, turtle secured by Zed, and KillBJ crushes Apex beneath his wheel. Make that another! Sunshine is gone! Double kill for KillBJ! A beautiful ball! And U1 secures another one! 4 members down from Ulfhednar!
God damn, these guys are not letting anybody go. Flickers being expended to guarantee these kills and the initial pull from the Shadow Stampede.
They are making the impossible happen here, Gideon. 3.5k goal lead in 5 minutes against one of the strongest teams in the M6 wildcards. A 7-kill score to 1.
I wasn't expecting this type of outcome here. I made predictions already that Ulfhednar was supposed to move on to that very next stage, but the Alpha and IOI are making one hell of a statement here today if they can just keep up this momentum.
Honestly, this should have been the finals. I feel like it's a disservice that they're in the same group, but sometimes that's just how fate goes. Ulfhednar can still come back from this. Their late game scaling is not bad at all, but they gotta stop the bleeding. In the mid lane, TNC gets pulled back. Look at Zed's damage already.
It's starting to ramp up really quick. At this point, even for Alien, he's pretty much out of the game, right? He's 2 levels down on KLVJ, who's 3-0-3. It's basically impossible to 1v1 him.
He wasn't able to jump over the wall. I don't think he needed to use NetherRealm, but that's a win for Ulfhednar.
Yeah, that's a pretty big win for them. They're not going to have it just yet. They should, technically they should have it by the next upcoming turtle if they just drag it out a little bit more. But I think for the Alpha Yawai, it doesn't matter. The turtle doesn't matter. They want structures.
And speaking of Long getting so much tower gold this game, actually, is Bruno gonna be terrifying soon. KillBJ, 1v3, actually taking a lot of damage there, down to 60%.
All right, let's quickly have a look. What is their current items? Rosa hasn't completed his first item just yet in comparison to U1, who's already got that glowing wand, and it's coming into great use, denying these shields and also reducing that health. Oh,
KLBJ finds Apex curtain call on him and U1. Zed comes in from the flank, nearly takes out Alien, but the NetherRealm stolen away by Rosa keeps him alive for now. PCU has to flicker away to safety as well to keep himself alive, but the turtle was reset. Ulfhednar not able to maintain control of it for now. Long getting sniped down to 40%, able to heal up from the jungle creep, but not too much yet. Sunshine gets pulled back, Purify used, PCU gonna be baited out in time, and the NetherRealm a bit too late to save him. Ulfhednar evening things up.
Good response here. Again, this is a war of attrition. Ulfhednar understand that this turtle, they want to threaten it. They want DFYG to walk up further and look for these big pokes. Now they're changing their approach to the game because so far, I'm pretty sure Lung hasn't completed, he hasn't completed his Berserker's Fury and has not completed the Prolific Gun as well.
Yeah, I think this is a very smart choice by Ulfhednar. They know that DFYG has a really strong burst potential. So if they're able to prolong the fight against them and consistently poke them out with their superior range, it makes it more difficult for the FYG to try and contest them for neutral objectives.
I'm not sure about in terms of what TNC is maxing out right now. It looks like he's still maxing out the Soul Sever.
Glorious Pathway, Zed, purple buff gonna be stolen away by TNC, so Ulfhednar starting to bite back against their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, they found the timing initially, but the next item, Power Spike from DFYG, is gonna be coming up real soon, and I think they're gonna have to play around that as Alien finally finishes the War Axe 8 minutes into the game.
Very late timing, but better late than never at this point. This CC needs to be a presence on the battlefield. We notice as well, he's not actually using Vengeance, that is Purify on the CC, so a bit harder for him to hold the front line.
I think it's a better option, right? Because there is a lot of opportunities for them to get punished.
Ooh, the NetherRealm barely saves Rosa from Zed, but look at how much burst damage he has. Way of the Dragon kicks TNC away. Alien walking a bit too far forward, and the Ghost Bursters will finally finish him off. Here comes Long from the flank. TNC punishes Zed for standing just too far in front without NetherRealm. So the Nolan finally gets punished. Glorious Pathway catching out multiple here, but Apex too low, gets pulled over the wall by the Shadow Stampede, while KillBJ continues distracting, actually flickers away, and look at the double kill!
I don't know how Hylos was able to walk away like he did. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. He had so little life. He had such little life. He should have burned all the way down. And when he finally did, I think that the damage is more than enough. Ulfindar is in a much better position despite having these 50-50 trades. At least it is going to 3-2s, right? The kills are coming through for TNZ. We are seeing that Alien is able to zone just a little bit, but the next item power spikes are just about to connect.
Lord down to 20%. PCU cannot really stop Alien from getting close, but they still secure it. On the way of the dragon! Onto Rosa! Kill VJ with the mega kill!
PCU, he's making sure that he's holding his own. Previously wasn't able to get to the way of the dragon in time, but with that flicker is able to guarantee the hit. Remember, Rosa does not have the Purify in this game. We'll have to purely rely on your instincts to not get caught.
Oh, careful there, Tianzi. Dashed in, but found 3 members of Tianfeng Yaoguai. Is able to back off in time. Now there's a 4v4 in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Long shoving up top with the Lord pushing bottom.
Pretty crazy how fast this game is going, right? Both sides accelerating at an uncanny pace here. But now, with Long, he's got 3 items. He's got the extra range. How are they going to have to play this now?
PCU just dashing menacingly in front of Ulfhednar. They're able to keep their top tier 2 alive, but it's taken a lot of damage. And Zed even taking out the mid wave on his way out to allow them to contest the mid tier 1.
It's already difficult to contest for neutral objectives, but to siege in this fashion, it's you're going to get poked out. Like, Lung doesn't mind.
And look at Zed. He doesn't even mind using cooldowns on Apex because he is making a statement. He is taking HP. Everything being treated as a resource by DFYG. A knock-up, PCU actually dropping quite low, but able to dash away, and the Lord will be cleared up by Ulfhednar. They'll survive to fight another day.
Survive for now, but man, so much damage already laid out. 5.6k for DFYG at this point of time. Max levels about to be achieved as well. I gotta quickly look at Ulfhednar. How far away from their next couple of items? We don't see the Holy Crystal actually come through just yet for Harith, but very, very close to completion. Even when we're coming down to third items. Oh, wanted to go for Queen's Wings from TNZ instead of doubling down on the burst. He wants to survive.
I think it's not a bad idea. If they can somehow outplay the FYT by baiting them with his low HP, then it can create opportunities to flip fights around. The gold lead still 5k though in favor of Tianfeng Yaoguai. We are 12 minutes into the game, and it's hard for Ulfhednar to really make a statement on the map.
I mean, Ulfhednar, only 2 of them have anti-heal at this point of time. A third one is coming on the way from Alien, and once he has it, at least he can start threatening Lung in the backline. But yeah, as you mentioned before, he doesn't have the vengeance, and now they initiate.
Now Glorious Pathway straight away. NetherRealm forced out by Tianfeng Yaoguai very early on, and the disengage is great. Ulfhednar cannot continue.
They do trade 2 ults for 2 ults. At the very least, for Nolan, that fracture comes back up really, really quick. Not as quick as the Glorious Pathway as well as the Curtain Call. At this point of time, initially in the beginning it was a game of mechanics, and now you have to outsmart your opponent.
What do you think Ulfhednar needs to do here to regain their control of the mid-game?
I think making DFYG collide and like really stick together is totally fine, but they need to open up this map, right? Zed is the main problem.
Here comes Glorious Pathway again. KLVJ gets a 4-man knockup, able to spam Infernal Pursuit, but TNZ gets the shutdown in time. NetherRealm also keeping Ulfhednar topped up, but Tianfeng Yaoguai not showing away. The shot pulls them into the Lord knockup! The NetherRealm being used, and Tianfeng Yaoguai flips the fight around in a single second!
No way. No way, we need a replay of that. That was actually insane. How did he know that the Lord was already ready to go for the knockup, pulls them in the perfect direction on top of a flicker?
He forces Purify out from Sunshine, but ends up dying for it. A shutdown for the Harith. Sunshine needs any farm he can get right now.
It literally doesn't matter for E1 because his passive triggers and he's already back to the fight.
TNZ is nearby. Long takes some damage, but you can see that TNZ cannot continue. Alien a bit too late from the flank. Way of the Dragon onto TNZ. Can he able to get away? Iframes just in time, and Summon Force used by Sunshine so they can dash back to his base.
Oh, Ulfhednar not making it easy for the FYG to close out this game. They're going to have to put their hearts and souls here because now their biggest issue is when that Lord is crashing, their high ground defense ain't that great.
Look at the wave sync from the Enfeng Yao Guai. They are making sure to try and connect it, though I think the Lord may be a bit slow to attach with this mid lane. Top lane already pushing in since there is no minion wave there. So they're gonna try and true prong it. Alien almost bursted, but able to jump away from the fracture.
Yep, and Lone's gotta be a little careful here. Gotta make sure that he stays on the very outer ring. Make sure that he's able to get some kind of structural damage here. Solfendar doing a very good job at making sure that as these waves start colliding, it is staggered.
But despite everything, the FYG able to connect the Lord with the mid wave anyway, and the bot inhibitor is gone. Zed not able to burst down TNZ. Good iframes from the Suyo. Mid inhibitor being targeted by Long, but the minion wave has been cleared up. KillVJ in trouble. NetherRealm comes out to save him, but he's inside the glorious pathway, so he gets shut down by Rosa. And Open will be able to clear up the Lord and defend their lives in the wild cards.
Way too deep there, and at least for Sunshine, he has come to a point where he's got that Holy Crystal, and now he's got the damage to deal with the waves with the help of TNC and as well as Rosa. As long as they are moving up together to clear the waves and then pulling backwards, they've got very good odds, assuming that the FYG don't really want to go for tower dives.
Openar wants to try and use the timing that KillVJ is gone to maybe get something on the map, but because the minion waves are so shoved up, they're unfortunately not able to achieve much other than regain a little bit of map presence.
Oh, but that just means...
Oh, that's scary. Tenzi almost dies there. I'm not too sure if they intended to give Rosa the orange buff, but looks like they're depending on their damage right now.
Better than giving it over to DFYG, right? I think at this point, 13-6, I wouldn't have expected the game to have lasted as long as it did, but Wolfendar are... Oh,
Way of the Dragon onto Apex. Not the target you usually look for. NetherRealm comes out from Rosa. Apex gonna lose all his extra HP. Gets pulled back. Infernal Pursuit gonna be following. He's down! Flicker Secunda, 3-man knockup! NetherRealm follows up. Enfeng Yao Guai looking for the finisher. They're looking for the final nail in the coffin. Yi1 even follows Rosa to make sure he is taken out. Sunshine gets a double kill, but they have lost 3. And Yi1 will respawn so quickly.
Oh my god! What a chase down there! Uvendar thinking that maybe we can get something back here. Unfortunately, ends up giving 3-4-2 in favor of the FYG. And at this point, all Lung wants to do is crack open this inhibitor.
Another 10 seconds before the high-lows comes back up, and there is a minion wave mid. But Enfeng Yao Guai not gonna try and force it. They go for the Lord.
The Lord is open, and it's totally understandable because Harrington as well as Suyo will be able to clear these waves pretty effectively unless they're Lord-empowered minions. At this point, they're gonna rush it.
PNC not going to be able to get close enough. PCU is there to stop him. Yi1 does get stunned though, has to use NetherRealm on himself and will pay the price. Killing spree for TNZ.
He tried to zone and he ends up costing him his life. You may be 5k ahead, but we're already in the end game. Look at the recovery for Ulfendar.
Ulfendar want to turn this around now. They know Yi1 is down for another 25 seconds. This is the best opportunity to get towers wherever they can, and the minions already do some good damage. Enfeng Yao Guai taking some structural hits where they wouldn't have expected to.
Right, without the Netherrealm, the FYG can't commit to a full fight just yet, but at the same time, it just means that Rosa doesn't have a Netherrealm to work with, so they got to make sure that they're stuck together, but not too close just yet.
The game actually still pretty even. We are approaching the 18-minute mark, which means that the 4.5k lead the Enfeng Yao Guai have actually don't mean all that much. Even a DHS now being purchased by Long to finish off his build. The structural advantage not gonna matter as long as Ulfendar can balance this game.
Just balancing on a very tight rope here of mechanics. One single mistake.
Retry used on Alien, Purify as well, but he gets kicked back. Mega kill for Long. Glorious Pathway doesn't even stop Enfeng Yao Guai. What's happening there? He just walks in, ends up feeding himself to Sunshine, but they get the tower anyway.
They're not going to make a call here. I'm looking back at them seeing what exactly happened. Marshall standing ready at the call. Finally, the pause comes on through. Definitely, what a sad moment there. Ends up walking into the wall.
That was definitely some kind of technical difficulty. There is no way Zed intended to do that. Even if they did manage to get the inhibitor for it, that could be a pretty big blow.
Oh man, after generating so much momentum as well. Goodness. This game is already so tight, 17-10 so far, and with this, with the technical pause being called, at least the members of Ulfandar can just sit and take a moment to breathe.
But can we talk about this match, this game? It is incredible. The gameplay we are seeing from these two teams right now. They know that a victory here gets them one step closer to playing for the World Championships. They know that whichever one of them goes through is a second representative for their region.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane to think that they would get this far already, but I feel the pressure is helping them evolve. Pichu, he's going in fearlessly looking for these crazy kicks. At the same time, Lung hasn't made too many mechanical mistakes. He's only died once this game. He is the center of this strategy.
Well, looks like we're gonna go ahead and jump back into the game right now. Regardless of what the circumstances were, Tianfeng Yaoguai are gonna have to deal with the issue. They still have a slight gold lead, but this late into the game, the gold lead like this really does not matter anymore. But with no inhibitors for Ulfhednar, their defense is gonna be much more difficult.
Yep, and even for Sunshine, dropping the boots doesn't need it any longer. Opts to go for a lightning Chungjin for extra burst. And, since he doesn't have the boots, the extra movement speed comes in handy.
Sunshine will be a threat at this point. I'm pretty sure he's close, if not already at full build. And this Harif can definitely carry throughout the late game, but is also squishing enough to get like 3-shot by Long. So very much a marksman game at this point. Yi1 in trouble. Oh no, he got caught out of position. Unstoppable streak for Sunshine.
Yi1 has got to stop doing this. He positions himself very far away. He first initially gave up that river brush because he saw that Apex 47 could easily chase him down. Oh, hold on.
Zed almost goes for TNZ. Almost able to get it, but not quite. And the minion wave is cleared up. So Tianfeng Yaoguai doesn't have to worry about losing more towers than this. They only have one tier 2 left standing, but it's still much better than Ulfhednar.
Alright, so now we go back to a stagnant state. The Lord is going to spawn in 4 more seconds, and Yi1, he cannot be this far up anymore. He cannot be giving Rosa free IMUs to steal away that Netherrealm, and more importantly, he knows that Apex 47 can chase him down if they commit the ult.
At least they're able to delay the game long enough so that Yi1 will come back before Ulfhednar starts working on the Lord. As for Ulfhednar, their position gonna need to be important. They need to respect PCU and KLVJ. These two players have been creating so much bait.
Battle spells are up, and here it goes!
Glorious Pathway cuts off the Tianfeng Yaoguai, but is it good enough? He's gonna stun Zed, but he's still able to jump back in. PCU still has immortality alive. Zaman force use Netherrealm as well.
No!
TNC gets the Lord, and Sunshine picks up the monster kill on Zed, but Tianfeng Yaoguai still insisting on continuing the battle because Long is around. Unfortunately, this means that PCU drops double kill over the Sunshine while Rosa continues to delay their recall.
Huge plays come in here. They will manage to stun Zed up as he is about to engage before he's even able to buffer the animation for the fracture. Good stuff coming out for Ulfhednar. However, it's not over just yet. DFYG, they've got to slow down. They've got to slow down this pushing Lord because the death timers is 26 seconds. Zed's coming back in 17. I don't think they have got the time.
Oh, Ulfhednar could turn this game around on its head right now. It's a 5v3. Yi1 gonna need to flicker away. Glorious Pathway catches out Long as well as KLVJ, but KLVJ in the backline. Netherrealm keeping him alive, and he's still continuing. Infernal Pursuit pops the immortality on TNC. TNC chases him down, gets the mega kill. Another 5 seconds before PCU comes back, but they're able to clear the minion wave in time. Another wave comes down mid, but will they risk it? Sunshine loses immortality, but Zed gets stunned. Is he able to dash away? No, one final hit finishes him off. One still alive. Shut down on Sunshine. Double kill for Zed. PCU chasing Rosa down. Winter Crown. Long gets the final hit. Unstoppable for the Bruno. Apex gonna pop the Glorious Pathway finally off cooldown so that they're able to escape from the fangs of Tianfeng Yaoguai.
How did they hold on? Sunshine, he bit more than he could chew. He saw an opportunity to maybe go for the 2-shot onto Long, but both sides are losing their cool right now. But Long refuses to play anything less than perfect.
Long still going in, gets stunned. Netherrealm comes out. It is a 3v2 defense. Way of the Dragon onto Apex 47. He is surviving for such a long time. The strategy will be gone. Long jumped on by TNC, but Wintercrow comes out, shut down! Monster kill for Long! Tianfeng Yaoguai continues the assault!
The brawl, it's nasty. Tianzi may be down. Alien and Sunshine are coming back up. It's probably going to be a full reset at this point of time as we move into the 22nd minute of this game.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a finale, the likes of which we could have never predicted. Tianfeng Yaoguai and Olvenar neither willing to give an inch, neither knowing what is on the line.
They got to keep themselves under control right now. Tianfeng Yaoguai, yes, they're great at chasing down their opponents, but here comes the conceal.
Conceal play, E1 dropping the half HP, still has immortality, still has Netherrealm. Glorious Pathway comes out, cutting Tianfeng Yaoguai from the escape route. PCU with the knockup! Netherrealm used by Rosa as well. PCU flickers out, E1 gonna lose immortality. Rosa gonna make sure that is finished up. E1 somehow able to flicker out in time. Somehow, no death in this engagement.
It did cost them 2 battle spells though. Pishu and as well as E1 both losing out on their flickers, trying to kind of group them up together as much as they possibly can for a max amount of damage. And E1 swapping out to that Winter Crown as well. He's got to make sure that his positioning is top notch.
Positioning is what matters right now. Tianfeng Yaoguai have all 5 members on the Lord. They have their waves set to push. Olfednar though can slow this down to see if they can out-macro their opponents. They will finally spot Sunshine in the mid lane, so they immediately try to go on Alien, but he's able to jump away.
They are just responding. The push and pull is beautiful between both of these teams. Top level plays. However, the desperation.
Blade Surge forces Purify from Long, and Yi1 is gone. Caught in the mid lane, cut off by Olfednar.
He can't respond into time. The burst from Sunshine is just way too much to handle before he can even get off the Netherrealm. At this point, they have to drag this out. Tianfeng Yaoguai, what's going for them is that there are 3 missing inhibitors from the side of Ulfendar. So it's really difficult to commit on a super strong Lord. 67,000 health, 24 minutes into this game.
Yeah, despite the kill Ulfednar got, they're not actually able to start contesting the Lord because the waves are all pushing out for Tianfeng Yaoguai. But they have been able to clear them up somewhat. This means the FYG actually need to respond to them themselves. E1 is back, but neither team quite in position to contest Lord yet.
Beautiful game being played by both of these top tier teams. And now Alien realizing, I don't have the wave clear anymore. He's going to start the zoning real quick onto Pishu to chunk him to 50%.
He's still taking a lot of damage from that curtain call, but that means no ult from the CC. We can see the Nolan in the back line, but Long is gone! Apex found him! That's a shutdown on the Bruno! Zed throwing for the pickoff on Rosa, but he has Netherrealm to keep him alive! E1 has to flicker out. PCU gonna lose his life as well, and now Zed caught out by himself. Olfednar gonna chase him down! He still has immortality, but it is not quite enough! He's gonna try and delay as long as possible, but that is 3 members of Tianfeng Yaoguai down for the count for 1 minute! Kill VJ and E1, the only ones left to hold the game!
The next minion wave is going to take about at least 11 seconds to make it all the way back to that crystal right now. As the waves slowly crash down, TNZ will have to defend with his life while the rest of his members must end the game!
E1 gets cut off, has to use Netherrealm against the Glorious Pathway. Rosa taking a lot of
Clear
damage
those
from the
waves.
Infernal Pursuit. Kill VJ doing so much damage, but E1 is gone. Kill VJ tries to delay with the Winter Crown, but the rest of his team will not respawn in time. Olfednar, their path is open, and they will claim the series and the ticket to the Wild Card Finals.
Oh my goodness! Breathe, boys! You can tell they put everything on the goddamn line to make it to the Swiss stage. Nobody thought it was going to be this difficult, but Tianfeng Yaoguai shows that they are going to be an absolute monster next year. What an absolute beauty of a game!
The fan favorites would have never expected to be pushed this far at this stage of the competition. Emotions running wild at the M6 stage, but they have done it. They will be facing off against Incilio in the finals tomorrow for the one final slot to become the 16th M6 team.
Oh my goodness, and it ends just like that. Sheer frustration. all because of one fight. Loom was playing a near perfect game. You can see that this took everything out of both squads.
Everything on the line, and it is not even the finals yet. Congratulations to Openar. And truly, our heart breaks for Tianfeng Yao Guai. They put everything on the line. The game could have been theirs at any moment, but there was just one tiny step missing. But this is a team with infinite potential. This is a team that will continue to shake up the world of MLBB.
Dude, I'm about to throw up. After that game, I'm about to throw up as well. Holy cow, we still gotta break down that game. 26 minutes with the final score 21-21.
It is a true disservice that this was not the final matchup.
Oh, it really was.
We
this
know
could have been
that,
the best of 5.
We know that there can only be one team regardless, so the results don't really matter as much. But it would have been amazing to have witnessed this matchup in a best of 5 series. I did not expect to see this level of gameplay at the wildcards, especially seeing what happened last year. It just shows how much the ecosystem of MLBB has grown.
Hey man, we're nominated at the Game Awards for Competitive Game of the Year, man, for good reason as well. These teams put their hearts out here. You can see the passion coming in from both sides. We respect the game that was shown. What a beautiful display as we go into the post-game, because let's break it down here. All endgame items. Boots, don't need them anymore. If you're a core, you better have more damage.
Oh, I don't even feel like there's anything in particular we can really point out at this point. These players did so well. Lost fights were not due to mistakes. It was due to better enemy positioning. It was just a push and pull and outplay at every corner.
Well, I mean, that's why, oh man, I hate having to be the color here. Unfortunately, for DFYG, the biggest issue that I saw towards the latter half of the game was the fact that UI keeps on forgetting that the Netherrealm has a little bit of a buffer time. You have to preemptively use it before you die because there is a bit of a channel period. He positions himself way too far forward, and despite having Flicker, he will get run down by Apex 47 when he lays down the glorious pathway.
Yeah, I get the feeling that DFYG started getting a little bit too excited towards the end there. They saw the end in sight. They thought they could topple the system and do something no one would have expected them to do. But U1 was no longer as tanky or as slippery as he was earlier on in the game with the amount of damage coming in from Ulfednar.
Yeah, man, it really, I mean, this is one of those moments where you're probably looking towards the emblems and wishing that you had the, well, it's not coming to me right now, Weapons Master available to have that little bit of extra damage to start taking down the big dogs. But goodness, let's look at the post-game stats here. Have a double look at how much oh my goodness, 186,000 damage compared to Sunshine at 123. He literally doubles the damage of everybody.
Oh my goodness, that is insane. And it really shows just how powerful Bruno is in this meta. Long, his positioning is so good. His hero pool is excellent. This is a player that honestly didn't seem to perform that well during MSC. And this is a completely different evolution.
Look, I mean, I think that his mechanics is very suited to be playing marksman, especially in the gold lane. I mean, you should just look at his auto positionings, right? His spacing is near perfect. He's never too far away. He's never too close to his opponents. And the only time we see him die is because he is willing to throw his body to bait out a fight in terms of finding an opportunity to crack open an inhibitor. And DFYG, they had all the right elements there. But unfortunately, when push comes to shove, Sunshine, despite having a really rough early to mid, finally scales at the very end, and he was still desperate to try and make a name for himself in the middle of these fights.
Sunshine was not able to play the game the way he wanted to in game number 2. Bullied and disrupted and not permitted to exist in the Land of Dawn throughout the entire game. And he came into game 3 with at vengeance, with a desire to prove to the world that that is not his true capability. A full build on Harif at the end with Enchanted Talisman and Lightning Trunkion. He is hitting you like a nuke.
Oh, he really is. He's just one-tapping people everywhere. Let's look at the MVP highlights here because, again, there's so many. There are so many moments which could have easily swung into their favor. Now, the early game, very, very scary here because as DFYG continue to start snowballing out of control at a very steadily pace, Ulfandar are waiting for item power spikes. Whenever they hit their first one, they have to make a play happen and they force it upon themselves to deal it against DFYG. However, with the lead that DFYG was able to accumulate and able to rush on over once the ultimates were down, that's when you see them really shine. When they're forcing their opponents away, and of course, Gale VJ with that Infernal Pursuit making a lot of good work out of Ulfandar.
Yeah, Dianfeng Yaoguai throughout the early to mid game was just a living highlight reel. Their micro mechanics on full display in every single engagement. However, I think their excitement got the best of them. We have to remember this is still a team making their first ever international appearance. The anxiety caused overextensions and a little bit too much in expectation of catching Ulfandar off guard once again, which finally allowed the Turkish representatives to claim their prize.
And Ulfandar will be moving on to the finals of the wild card up against Incilio. It really breaks my heart to see Dianfeng Yaoguai so close to making it over.
So many opportunities, but it seems like Ulfandar was able to pull themselves back and compose what was necessary to eventually group up and end the game. Ulfandar versus Incilio will be your M6 wildcard finals. One of these two worthy competitors will join the 15 other teams in the M6 Swiss stage.
Oh man, people are going to be looking back at that game. And the more that I think about it, there's so much scrutiny to be thrown. But finally, it is going to be the final two to try and make it to that Swiss stage. It is Ulfandar up against Incilio happening tomorrow at 5 o'clock GMT +8.
That is going to be a great time. It makes me really sad that we only have one wildcard slot this year compared to last year, but there's been so many new and emerging regions, so many new teams and faces with grand potential that we simply don't have the room to spare. And one thing's for sure, if the wildcards are already like this, you guys don't even know what M6 has in store for you.
My goodness, I'm already excited. I've been saying it all year that I've been excited for that Swiss stage. I've been excited to see the teams and especially the new storylines about to break out. But now we have so much to look for in terms of gameplay alone. It is going to be one wild ride.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, right? Ulfandar and Dianfeng Yaoguai were the second place finishers of their respective regions. What does that mean?
What does that mean? What does that mean for both S2G as well as KBG? Like, can you imagine the level those guys are going to be playing at?
I cannot. My brain literally cannot picture what chaos, what gameplay we are going to see. Maybe it's at the end of a long day, right? Full series throughout the entirety of the Wildcards Day 3. We did not see this coming, Gideon, but
Well,
I think we're quite glad it happened, right?
We're extremely glad it happened. But guess what? From the 25th November to 27th, the Asian Esports Games, the largest MLBB women's tournament in Southeast Asia, will be held in Bangkok, garnering participation from 20 nations from various regions spanning across different parts of Asia and the Middle East. It is the last MLBB women's tournament of the year, presenting itself as the perfect platform for MLBB women players that are eager to prove themselves.
I mean, we gotta show a little bit of love to the opposite side of the coin here. We know that M6 is going on, but there is going to be a short break between the wildcard and the Swiss stage as well. And AEG fits perfectly into it. So if you guys are eager for more MLBB action to get your fix while we're on break for M6, that's the perfect place to go.
It's the perfect place to go, man. Every part of the calendar is going to be filled with Mobile Legends action, and honestly, I can't wait for it, right? I can't wait for more to come this time around, especially since we are coming to almost a close to the end of the year. And let's just say, it's been a wild year already.
It has. Like, I'm not going to be casting for the finals tomorrow, Gideon, but you are, right?
Yep.
What are your expectations, sir?
Oh, dude, I'm expecting Ovendar to have a really great meal here in Malaysia. I'm expecting them to like really take a break because that was an exhausting game on so many different levels. And I think it should be Ovendar. I'm still going with my gut that they should make it to the next stage.
I mean, after this game, I feel like the possibility is very, very high. But we gotta give a shout out to our play of the day, and it was between GK Esports and Nightmare Esports.
Oh, this happened earlier today. I need to remember correctly what exactly happened. Soso ends up dying to Carvey here. Oh, is this where it all goes wrong? Yeah, just getting absolutely blasted here as the retreats and turns.
Ooh.
Carvey plays a solid game on this Beatrix every time we see you.
Literally blasted by a railgun point blank. That cannot feel good, especially with such a tantalizing low health target right in front of you.
Makes you wonder, maybe Sky Pierce is the way to go.
I think it was piercing something else.
Oh boy, man. Just getting rear-ended every single time. Look, as we proceed with the upcoming games, I think that Nuncilio has a lot of material to actually look against Wolfendar, and hopefully tomorrow is going to be just as epic as we saw this previous match between Wolfendar and as well as Diangfeng Yaoguai.
Yeah, I really, really hope so. We gotta give a bit of a kudos to these two teams. If the finals aren't able to match up to this level of gameplay, it would be a bit sad.
A bit sad. Honestly, I mean, more eyes on a potential. Hopefully, MPL China becomes a thing with gameplay like that. Like, can you imagine multiple teams doing that?
I cannot. It's literally incredible how far they have gone. But with that, we are officially closing out the M6 wildcard group stage here. My name's Stafa, that's Gideon. The finals are tomorrow. Make sure to tune in. But for today, bye-bye.
Oh my god!
lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just on in my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far,